Chintingting opened her mouth, then swallowed her words. She knew better than anyone that, at times like this, no words of comfort could help. After a pause, she asked, "Mr. Gu and Miss N are getting married today. Would you like to come with me? Maybe seeing someone else's happiness would let them share in it, even if just for a moment." Getting married? Yuan took a while to react, then looked down at the silver bracelet in his hand, rubbing it a few times. He looked up, suddenly finding some strength. "I'll go." He stood up. "Let me change into something clean." "Okay." When the two of them arrived at Villa No. 1, they happened to meet Yu Shihong and Kong Ci at the gate. Gu Jiu, who came out to open the door, nodded politely to Chen Tingting and He Yuan, then looked in surprise at the elder Mr. Yu. "Old Mr. Yu smiled warmly and offered his congratulations. "Congratulations, Mr. Gu, on your happy union." Then he explained, "That unfilial son of mine left home a while ago and hasn't come back yet. So it's just us old folks here to offer our best wishes." Gu Jiu raised an eyebrow. "Yuchen left home? Could it be that, unable to win over a Nan, he got so frustrated he ran away from home?" He glanced at the smiling elder couple. It was his wedding day and guests were always welcome. So he opened the door and led the four of them into the wedding venue. Once everyone was seated, the auspicious hour arrived. As the bride slowly descended the stairs, everyone bore witness to a most explosive wedding. And Nan made a dazzling entrance from the second-floor staircase, dressed in an elegant, regal wedding gown with a trailing hem. For a moment, everyone below was stunned into silence, especially Gu Jiu, who was waiting at the foot of the stairs to receive her. His Adam's apple bobbed as he stared, utterly transfixed by his soon-to-be wife, his heart pounding wildly. She was truly beautiful. Not the usual understated, natural beauty she exuded, but a breathtaking radiance brought out by careful styling. And Nan's features were now even more striking and refined, making it impossible to look away. Gu Jiu couldn't help but smile. Instead of waiting at the bottom as planned, he took a few extra steps up to meet her. They met at the center of the spiral staircase, and Gu Jiu earnestly reached out his hand to his bride. And Nan placed her hand in his, whispering, "Why did you come up?" Gu Jiu didn't care if the guests were watching. He replied straightforwardly, "I couldn't wait any longer." And Nan pressed her lips together, letting out a soft laugh, and let him lead her down the stairs side by side. The part-time MC and sound tech, Zhao Ping'an, queued up the wedding march on a Nan's tablet. Everyone watched as this perfect couple, dressed in a high-end suit and a gorgeous gown, walked toward them to the classic music, feeling as if they were dreaming. Was this really the apocalypse? It felt more like they'd returned to the peaceful days before disaster struck. Once the couple reached the front and the music faded, all eyes turned to Zhao Ping'an, expecting the usual heartfelt opening remarks and a grand introduction for the newlyweds. But instead, he opened his mouth and announced in a booming voice, "First, bow to heaven and earth." Huh? Chu Peipei and the others were dumbfounded. What the heck? Then, to everyone's astonishment, and Nan and Gu Jiu solemnly began the traditional wedding vows. First bow to heaven and earth, second bow to the elders, third bow to each other as husband and wife. They didn't skip a single step. It wasn't just Chu Peipei and the younger guests. Even Hu Tsuelan and the Yu family, who'd attended countless weddings and were well into their 50s, had never seen such a bizarre scene, a couple in a suit and wedding dress performing traditional bows. For the second bow, instead of elders, they bowed to a mother's milk necklace and a pink diamond pigeon egg. Zhao Ping'an even took the time to explain. One represented the bride's mother, the other the groom's grandfather. Down below, Kong Ci clapped a hand over her mouth and gasped, "The Star of Valerie? Wasn't that the pink diamond she'd coveted for years but never managed to get?" As everyone stared in shock, thinking the next step would be carrying the bride to the bridal chamber, the couple suddenly began reciting modern wedding vows. But instead of the familiar "for richer or poorer, in sickness and in health, I will always love you," they said. "To love faithfully until death defies human nature. Humans are not meant for lifelong devotion. But I will go against human nature, defy my instincts, restrain all selfishness and greed, and always stay by your side, loving you and putting you first." The guest's jaws dropped, closed, then dropped again. Who says something like, "To love faithfully until death defies human nature"? Humans are not meant for lifelong devotion at a wedding. Isn't this a marriage ceremony, not a divorce? But the second part was undeniably moving. Maybe eternal love is just a fairy tale, and fickleness is the norm. But they vowed to defy human nature, go against their instincts, and love each other forever, always putting each other first. This vow felt more sincere than any other. In the audience, Hee-yuan stared blankly at Nan and Gu Zhiyu's tightly clasped hands. Black suit and white gown, he'd once dreamed of such happiness for himself. But the heroine of his story was gone. Next to him, Chen Tingting noticed something was off. She turned and saw Hee-yuan with his head tilted back. Was he crying? Chen Tingting rubbed her eyes and looked again. Sure enough, this 6'3", muscle-bound man was sobbing uncontrollably, crying like a child. His tough exterior only made his vulnerability more striking. She hesitated, wanting to pat his shoulder in comfort, but instead withdrew her hand, fished a tissue from her pocket, and handed it to him. Hee-yuan didn't take it. His hands were clenched tightly around a small silver bracelet, his knuckles white from the force. He sobbed so hard he was nearly out of breath. Not far away, Aunt who watched this man crying his heart out over the newlyweds, her mind full of question marks. Who is that? Is he Nan's ex-boyfriend? Chu Pei twitched her lips. No, Nan never had an ex-boyfriend. Worried about any unnecessary misunderstandings, Chen Tingting awkwardly explained, "We're neighbors in the villa community. He had some family issues, and the wedding brought up memories. Sorry about that." "Oh, I see." Hu Tsuilan waved it off. "No worries. Poor guy, though, he really looks heartbroken." Thinking that anyone invited by Nan and Xiaogu couldn't be a bad person, she was very kind. "There's wine on the table. Pour him a little more later, let him drink away his sorrows." These days, even the once wealthy villa residents had little alcohol left at home. Drowning your sorrows in drink had become a rare luxury. But today was a Nan and Gu Zhiyu's big day, and they'd prepared plenty of good wine for everyone to enjoy. By now, Nan and Gu Zhiyu had finished their nuptial wine, and the ceremony was drawing to a close. The final act was a performance by the three little ones. As Nan's most important family members, Lai Fu and Lord Rabbit had rehearsed a little show under Fugue's leadership. The guests were once again left speechless. This performance shattered all their preconceptions about animal acts. Jumping through hoops, balancing balls, riding bicycles, those were child's play. These three put on a full-blown family comedy skit. The most impressive part? Even though they couldn't speak, everyone could understand exactly what they were performing. It was like watching a silent film. Their exaggerated movements and vivid expressions had everyone doubled over with laughter. Long Tsungen laughed as she filmed the entire performance and the audience's reactions, determined to include every second in the wedding video. Kong Xiai clutched old Master Yu's arm in amazement. "Incredible," she whispered in his ear. "These high IQ animals, could our son have had a hand in this?" Old Master Yu shook his head slightly. "No. The ones he works with aren't nearly this advanced." After a moment, he added, "But..." Kong Xiai looked at him. "But what?" Yusher Hong snorted. "Now I finally understand why that kid suddenly lost his mind again." Kong Xiai caught his meaning, gazing at the lively three little ones, and sighed. "Our son's great in every way, except he's just too competitive, always has to be the best at everything." She was getting on in years now, and watching the young people get married inevitably made her a bit emotional. Even President Gu is married now, but Xiao Chen is still like a child. Who knows when he'll finally grow up? Ever since Yuchen left home, she'd been worried sick every day, afraid he'd run into trouble out there. She prayed every day for his safe return. After everything that had happened recently, Kong Xiai had finally seen things clearly. Times had changed. The world no longer belonged to wealthy merchants like them. If they ever ran into a powerful criminal gang, The entire Yu family could be wiped out at any moment. So she no longer cared about noble heritage or marrying into a family of equal standing. As long as her son could settle down and stop running around, she didn't even mind if he ended up with that little Tang girl. The problem was, she didn't even know where her son had gone. Kang Si let out a long sigh. Who knows when Xiaoqin will come home? Then, unable to hold back her frustration, she complained to Yu Shihong. Honestly, how could you not even know where he set up his base? Now we don't even know where to start looking for him. Yu Shihong shot her a glance. Let's talk about this when we get home. Meanwhile, the joyful performance by the three little ones had come to an end, and the wedding ceremony was finally complete. The process might have been a little odd, but the happiness and joy of the newlyweds was absolutely real. As Annan put it, it's their wedding, their rules. As long as it was meaningful to the two of them, that was enough. With the ceremony over, Annan bustled around, organizing everyone to sit down for the banquet. All the guests had a wonderful time, especially Long Xiaobao and the three little ones, who nearly ate themselves sick. After nearly 3 years of the apocalypse, moments this relaxed and heartwarming were rare indeed. Aunt, who was in high spirits, drinking quite a bit and slurred with emotion, honestly, I've lived this long and I've never seen a wedding like this. Chu Pei, sitting beside her, laughed, right? Every step was a surprise. Li Shihan asked Annan, how did you come up with such a unique idea, getting married in a wedding dress, but with a traditional Chinese ceremony? Annan shrugged. Because I didn't have a Chinese wedding dress. Everyone was stunned for a moment. They'd all thought Annan was just being quirky on purpose. After all, beautiful people can set trends doing anything, and Annan was known for her unique personality. They thought she'd come up with this special wedding on purpose. After hearing Annan's explanation, Li Shihan slapped her forehead. Oh, right. I didn't even think about it. After the apocalypse, where would you even find a traditional Chinese wedding dress? She'd subconsciously assumed President Gu was rich enough to have anything. But in reality, just getting a wedding dress in these times was already a big deal. By pre-apocalypse standards, Gu Jiyu and Annan's wedding was a bit simple, especially considering the Gu family's wealth was among the top in the country. But in the apocalypse, this was practically a lavish, once-in-a-century wedding. Just the banquet alone, there wasn't another table like it in all of Linbei City. Forget about the variety of dishes, even the fine wine had all 10 guests drinking themselves under the table. Even Long Xiaobao left hiccuping from the alcohol. When the banquet finally ended and everyone left, only the slightly tipsy newlyweds were left, leaning on each other on the sofa. Annan let out a long sigh. I can't believe I actually got married. Even though they'd already done everything couples do, marriage and dating really were two completely different feelings. Gu Jiyu, imitating her, let out a long sigh too. Finally got my wife. Annan suddenly turned to look at him. I wonder who you married in your last life. Gu Jiyu replied firmly, single in my last life. Annan snorted, sweet talker. Slick as ever. Gu Jiyu just smiled, not bothering to argue. If he could just marry anyone, he wouldn't have waited until he was this old to fall in love for the first time. No matter the last life or this one, Gu Jiyu was always Gu Jiyu. His personality and choices never changed. After a bit of cuddling, Annan got up from the sofa to open the wedding gifts piled by the door. She'd already emphasized that in the apocalypse, there was no need for wedding money or gifts. Everyone just needed to come witness the occasion. Nothing else was necessary. But everyone had still brought gifts anyway. After some back and forth, Chu Pei insisted, if you don't accept the gifts, we'll feel bad eating your food. So Annan had no choice but to accept them. Of course, she didn't let them leave empty-handed. Besides the lavish feast, Gu Jiyu gave each guest a bottle of good wine to take home as a return gift. In her happiness, Annan even promised that if any of the guests ever ran into trouble, they could come to her for help. Except for He Yuan, who was a bit out of it, everyone else was delighted. After all, Annan was the woman who'd easily wiped out a 500-strong gang with her arsenal of firearms. Even old Master Yu stood up happily to toast the newlyweds. Gu Jiyu took the toast with a smile, trying not to laugh. The old man probably didn't realize that this girl's biggest trait was talking nonsense and never keeping her word. At that moment, Annan was happily unwrapping the gifts and storing them all in her spatial storage. Everyone had put a lot of thought into their gifts. Each one was either practical or meaningful. Even Chintingding, who wasn't that close to them, had clearly put effort into her present. The next day, the mist had almost completely cleared. Annan said her goodbyes to Chu Peipei and the others, while Gu Jiu gave Long Tsongan a few instructions. Then the two of them set out with the three little ones. Fugue was big and fat. If Gu Jiu's helicopter hadn't been the 15-passenger AW-139, there's no way it could have fit such a huge guy. Long Tsongan craned his neck, watching the helicopter roar away, and couldn't help but sigh. President Gu really knows what he's doing. King his wife to inspect the family business, but wrapping it up as a honeymoon getaway. No wonder he managed to win the beauty's heart. Meanwhile, after flying for a while, Gu Jiu piloted the helicopter in for a landing. We've arrived at the northern warehouse. Annan looked down through the window. This place looks kind of familiar. Gu Jiu explained, this is the outskirts of Quanjing district. Annan thought for a moment, then finally remembered where this was. Wasn't this the wild mountain where she'd caught sheep, cows, and hunted wild boar during the flood? She twitched her lips and told Gu Jiu about her previous adventures, then asked, I combed through this whole mountain and never saw any warehouse. Gu Jiu smiled and landed the helicopter smoothly. That just means you didn't search thoroughly enough. Annan retorted, impossible. I even cleared out all the rabbit burrows in the mountain. With that, she opened the cabin door and strode out in the lead. Come on, show me. I want to see where you hid this warehouse. Fugue, who had come here before with a Nan, wasn't convinced either. What supplies could escape a dog's nose? Back then, it had helped its owner sweep this place clean. Except for a few foxes, nothing was left behind. And Nan looked at its indignant expression, a little surprised. Fugue, you remember this place too? The mountain was no longer as lush and green as it had been during the flood season when they last came. After suffering through extreme heat, most of the plants and trees had withered and died. If she hadn't recognized the location from above, she wouldn't have realized this was the same wild mountain they'd visited before. Logically speaking, Fugue had been even younger back then, so it shouldn't remember this place at all. The dog shook its head smugly. I have a great memory. Then, wagging its tail, it sidled up to flatter her. Mainly because every second spent with my owner is precious. How could I possibly forget? Not far away, Laifu gagged at this, only to get punched by Lord Rabbit. And Nan hadn't drunk the spring water and couldn't understand what Fugue was saying, but judging by its cheeky, fawning expression, she knew it was probably buttering her up or making snide remarks. Looking around at the desolate surroundings, and Nan couldn't help but sigh. Back then I caught a bunch of cattle and sheep here, plus chickens and rabbits, slaughtering as I went. Now there's nothing left. Laifu? Lord Rabbit? And Nan glanced at them. Relax, I'm not going to butcher you too. And even though those chickens and rabbits were your kind, given the geography, you're at least 5 generations removed, hardly counts as family. Laifu. Lord Rabbit. And Nan narrowed her eyes. Cut the crap. It's not like you two haven't eaten your share of fried chicken legs and spicy rabbit heads. Lord Rabbit, helpless. I didn't even say anything. Laifu, equally helpless. I've never even tasted meat. Beside her, Gu Jiu chuckled and took her hand. Come on, let's head into the mountain. The helicopter had landed on a relatively flat spot halfway up the mountain. The warehouse was deeper inside, and Nan followed Gu Jiu into the depths. After nearly half an hour of hiking, she finally understood why he'd insisted she wear a windbreaker and hiking boots before setting out. This was basically a full-on outdoor trek. After another 10 minutes of winding through twists and turns, and Nan couldn't hold back anymore. Where exactly are we going? There was a perfectly straight path, but this man insisted on taking her on a roundabout route, making them walk a bunch of extra distance for nothing. Gu Jiu explained, we can't go straight through. We need to circle around to the other side. Then he pointed ahead. We're almost there. 5 minutes later, they stopped in front of a cave entrance. This is it. And Nan stared at the natural cave, about the height of a person and only 4 or 5 square meters in area, completely puzzled. Where is it? This place was more like a small indentation in the mountain than a cave. Forget hiding things. Even squeezing a few people in here would be cramped. Then a thought struck her, and her eyes lit up. Don't tell me there's some kind of mechanism here? Gu Jiu seemed to love building secret mechanisms. The office she'd cleared out before had a hidden room, and even the villa they lived in now had a panic room for emergencies. Gu Jiu smiled and nodded. That's right. That's how the stuff inside has stayed safe all this time. If it had been built like a regular warehouse, it would have been emptied out by others long ago. Hearing this, Fugue immediately ran inside and started sniffing everywhere. After checking every corner, it tilted its head in confusion. There was nothing here. All it could smell was the faint scent of plants and flowers, no trace of food, daily necessities, or any supplies. Wait a minute. The mountain was bare. Where was this scent of plants and flowers coming from? It took Fugue a moment to realize, then it went back and sniffed carefully, confirming that there really was a faint, natural plant fragrance coming from the stone walls. At this point, Gu Jiu entered the cave as well, felt around on the stone wall, and pressed hard on an inconspicuous bump. Inside the cave, nothing happened, and Nan was stunned. What's going on? Gu Jiu smiled awkwardly. To prevent accidental triggering, the mechanism requires a lot of force. As he spoke, he braced himself and pressed down hard again. Still nothing. And Nan couldn't help but laugh. Did you press the wrong spot? Gu Jiu didn't reply, just kept trying. Just as Nan thought he was about to jump up and stomp on it, the bump finally gave way. Gu Jiu let out a barely noticeable sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and tried to act casual. There, done. As soon as he finished speaking, a rumbling sound echoed out, and the seamless stone wall before them slowly opened, revealing a passage. It really opened? And Nan was amazed. She peeked at the spot he'd pressed. It really was a hidden button. But there were hundreds of similar bumps of all sizes. How did he even find the right one? Gu Jiu explained. First you memorize the general area, then look closely for a tiny, unique pattern. And Nan clicked her tongue. The average person would never notice that. Next, Gu Jiu led the way, with Nan and the 3 little ones following behind, entering the passage one after another. Looking up, she saw that the stone walls here were different from those outside. These walls had a faint bluish tint, and the scent of flowers and plants was much stronger. Fugue sniffed around excitedly. Yes, that was the smell. As they walked, Gu Jiu explained, the walls are coated with a special fragrance that lasts for decades without fading. And Nan was puzzled. Why is that? Gu Jiu glanced down at the dog. It's for protection and concealment. And Nan quickly understood. By coating the walls with this scent, it masked the smell of the warehouse's contents. Even if someone, like Nan herself, brought a dog with a keen nose to search, they'd never find it. Because the fragrance was identical to the natural scent of the mountain's vegetation, not even the best sniffer dog would notice anything unusual. Before long, they reached the end of the passage. And Nan looked at the dead end and raised an eyebrow. Is there a second mechanism? Gu Jiu nodded. There are 3 doors in total. And Nan, this is like a treasure cave. Have you read too many tomb raiding novels? Building an imperial mausoleum here. Gu Jiu smiled at her teasing. Never read those. I just feel safer building it this way. And Nan was puzzled. So, what did you hide in here? It wasn't even the apocalypse yet back then. I just stored a few of my collections here, Gu Jiu explained. Kind of like a private museum, except it's not open to the public. As he spoke, he suddenly put on a serious, almost show-offy tone. I guess I was lucky. If I hadn't built this place, I wouldn't have anywhere to keep all those supplies from the malls and the high-value survival goods I bought. And Nan couldn't help but sigh. You really are something. No matter what happens, you always manage to land on your feet. Even if it wasn't the apocalypse, but the Goof family suddenly went bankrupt, he could still make a comeback with his massive collection of antiques. This man not only knows how to leave himself a way out, he turns every escape route into a grand avenue. Before Nan could finish her thoughts, Gu Jiu was already working on opening the second mechanism. Unlike the solid stone wall outside, this wall was made up of neatly arranged stone bricks. And Nan watched as Gu Jiu stood there, pressed a few bricks, and soon enough, the big door slowly swung open. Wow! The mechanisms for these two doors are totally different. She poked her head in for a look. Do these bricks have special markings or patterns too? Gu Jiu shook his head. Nope. All the bricks are the same. Then he explained, you just need to remember the sequence. First row, 9th brick, 4th row, 5th brick, 8th row, 15th brick. Press them in order. And Nan couldn't figure out any pattern. Do those numbers mean something special? Gu Jiu nodded. It's a special date that's easy to remember. A date? And Nan recalled the sequence he just mentioned and muttered to herself, 1, 9, 4, 5, 8, 15. Put together, that's August 15th, 1945. Why does that date sound so familiar? Suddenly, her eyes widened as she remembered. That's the day Japan surrendered to China. Gu Jiu nodded. That's right. Then, with a straight face, he said, it's a day worth commemorating. And Nan clapped for him. It really is a good day. I didn't expect a capitalist like you to be so patriotic. Gu Jiu calmly corrected her, entrepreneur. Not capitalist. And Nan laughed. Right, let's go, Mr. Big Entrepreneur. After passing through the second door, they walked just a short distance before seeing a stone staircase leading down. Gu Jiu took the lead down the stairs. And Nan followed with the three little ones, and as they walked, a thought suddenly struck her. No matter how many traps you set up here, you can't guard against everyone, right? If the workers or designers who built this place came back, couldn't they just empty out your whole warehouse in no time? Gu Jiu turned and smiled at her. No way. And Nan looked at his smile, and for some reason, scenes from TV dramas and novels flashed through her mind. Oh my god, you didn't kill them all, did you? Gu Jiu couldn't help but flick her forehead. What are you thinking? This was a law-abiding society, not some feudal dynasty. I wouldn't just kill people off. Huh? And Nan was puzzled. Then how did you keep them from coming back? Forget the designers and builders, even she, just by following along, already knew how to open the doors. Gu Jiu walked ahead, patiently explaining, each mechanism was designed and built by a different group of people. Different groups? Gu Jiu nodded. Even if someone had bad intentions, they could only open the mechanism they worked on. And Nan thought about it. But what if 3 groups teamed up? Gu Jiu replied, the chances are almost zero. The outermost door was designed by a builder from the south, while the other 2 mechanisms were designed by people I hired from abroad. The 3 designers are from different countries, don't speak the same language, and don't know each other. Plus, each mechanism was designed and built long after the previous one was finished. And Nan kept close behind him. What about the workers? Don't tell me you hired foreign construction teams too. That would be way too conspicuous. Gu Jiu shook his head. They were local workers. But they just followed the blueprints, they didn't understand the mechanisms. Even if one of them was clever enough to figure out how to open the door they built, they wouldn't be able to open the other 2. And Nan couldn't help but sigh. Suddenly, I feel like the supplies in this warehouse are actually pretty safe. There's almost no need to store them in a space ability. Gu Jiu turned to her. It's safe, sure, but not convenient. And Nan thought about it and had to agree. With transportation so difficult in the apocalypse, even getting to this northern base was a hassle, not to mention the northwest or southern bases. Nothing beats the convenience of her spatial ability. Take whatever you want, whenever you want. As they chatted, they quickly finished descending the stairs and reached the end of the passage. The final door was no longer disguised as a stone wall or brick wall, but was clearly a pair of massive stone doors. And Nan was suddenly in high spirits and waved at Gu Jiu. Don't open it yet. Let me see if I can find the switch. Gu Jiu smiled. Go ahead. He stepped back to give her space. And Nan prided herself on being meticulous, so she confidently started searching around the stone doors for any suspicious buttons. But this time, there were no special protrusions, no bricks to press. All she found was a very obvious stone pedestal in front of the door, with 4 holes at the corners, each about as wide as a candle. This is the mechanism to open the door? Gu Jiu nodded. Yep. And Nan clicked her tongue. This one's not even trying to hide it. The pedestal was way too obvious. She stood there for a while, but besides the 4 holes, there didn't seem to be anything special. She tried sticking her hand into the holes, then peered inside, but found nothing. After fiddling with it for a while and getting nowhere, she finally lost patience and turned to Gu Jiu. You do it. Gu Jiu smiled and held out his hand. Lend me 2 bottles of water. And Nan took 2 bottles of water out of her space and handed them to him. She watched as Gu Jiu unscrewed the caps and poured the water into the 4 holes. As soon as the bottles were empty, there was a loud click. The massive doors slowly opened. And Nan was stunned. That's it? That's all it takes to open the door. Gu Jiu chuckled. Mechanisms don't need to be complicated, just unexpected. And Nan twitched her lips. Who would have thought of that? Especially in the apocalypse, when people would fight to the death over a single bottle of water, who'd be willing to pour so much water out here? At first glance, those holes looked like they needed some kind of matching key. In any case, after all those doors, they were finally inside. And Nan strode forward. The moment she stepped through the door, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my God." What greeted her eyes was a staggering, countless array of supplies. Food, drinks, daily necessities, clothing. It was practically the warehouse of a massive base. But this was so much better than Hat's so-called mountain base warehouse. The supplies in the base were mostly scavenged from all over, most of them dirty and battered. Here, everything was brand new, still sealed in its original packaging. There were even all kinds of arcade machines and children's play equipment from an amusement center. And Nan's eyes lit up. She strode inside, looking around as she went. The design here was simpler than outside. There weren't even any rooms, just one enormous cavern, wider than a football field. All the supplies were neatly arranged together, making for a truly breathtaking sight. Even someone as experienced as a Nan couldn't help but exclaim, "Your stash is almost as big as mine." Gu Jiu was very modest. "It's mostly just the goods from 2 shopping malls. It just looks impressive. I definitely don't have as much grain as you." And Nan pouted. "Good thing I took over your Jianbei district mall, or you wouldn't even have room for all this." Gu Jiu couldn't help but laugh at her cheeky words. "Yes, I really have you to thank for that." And Nan glanced at him, feeling a little embarrassed herself. Gu Jiu's warehouse held the goods from 2 northern shopping malls, plus other supplies he'd bought at high prices during the early floods, and on top of that, his original collection here. The total was enormous. If she hadn't done some business later, and robbed the Bai and in families, and taken over the mountain base and the Tsanglong gang, she really wouldn't have been able to compete with him with just what she'd bought before the disaster and scavenged after. And Nan turned and asked, "Are your other 2 warehouses this big too?" Gu Jiu replied, "More or less." And Nan's mouth twitched. If you added up all 3 warehouses, he actually had more than she did. Sure enough, no matter how hard you hustle, you can't beat someone who's already rich. All the supplies she'd painstakingly stockpiled paled in comparison to Gu Jiu's family fortune. Gu Jiu seemed to know what she was thinking and smiled. "It's all yours now. Besides, you've got more firearms than I do." This girl could pull out assault rifles by the handful, while he only had a few guns for self-defense, and one of his Uzi submachine guns had even been taken by a Nan. As they were talking, a loud crash suddenly rang out. They turned to see that 3 rows of large shelves had toppled over. And the culprits were the 3 little ones, looking up innocently at their owners. As soon as Fugue entered, he'd made a beeline for the snack section, frolicking like a mouse in a rice jar. Laifu flapped his wings and hopped up to the highest shelf, secretly mocking the dog for being so unsophisticated. Rabbit Lord, ever loyal to the boss, wasn't having it and immediately started tattling and throwing punches. So the three little ones quickly got into a ruckus. After a bout of chaos, they managed to knock over 3 nearby shelves, scattering supplies everywhere. And Nan frowned. Kids really can't be spoiled, or they'll just cause trouble everywhere. She scolded sternly. Stop messing around. All of you, come here and get back in the space to sleep. Fugue immediately yelped and ran over, rubbing against Nan's leg, acting cute and apologetic. He didn't want to sleep. He wanted to follow his master on adventures and collect supplies. He could stay in the space anytime. Getting to come out and travel was a rare treat. The dog hugged Nan's leg with teary eyes. Master, you know I left my mom as soon as I was born, and I've been with you since I was little. I've been cooped up at home all this time, and this is my first time out traveling. You can't lock me back in now. He whined on and on, sneaking glances at Gujiu. Handsome big brother, don't just stand there, help me out. Gujiu pretended to be busy. Meanwhile, the other two were also frantically giving him pleading looks. And Nan couldn't understand exactly what the dog's woof 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 meant, but from his body language and expression, she got the gist. Seeing his face say, "Woman, is it so hard to forgive me?" And Nan finally burst out laughing. Fine, fine, fine. Go play, all of you. She really couldn't be a strict parent. With his pardon, the dog happily trotted back to the shelf he'd been at before, even making a face at Laifu with a triumphant air. Laifu immediately flapped over to, Master, you know I've also been with you since. And Nan. Go, 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 you go play too. Then she turned to scold Rabbit Lord, you two, scram. Don't bother me. Rabbit Lord? I didn't even come over to you. With the three little ones finally settling down, and Nan breathed a sigh of relief and turned her attention back to the supplies. Wait, what was she about to do just now? Gujiu smiled and reminded her, what are you thinking about? Collect the supplies. And Nan snapped back to herself. Right? She was here to collect all these supplies. She rubbed her hands together, looking at the mountain of goods, not even knowing where to start. Now she finally understood what it felt like to marry into a wealthy family. She had so much stuff now it was almost a headache. There were so many categories. If she just swept everything into her space haphazardly, she wouldn't be able to find anything later, and she wouldn't even know what she had. After thinking it over, she decided to start from the south and work her way north, collecting everything row by row, keeping it all organized by category. As she stored things away, she made sure to match them with the same categories as her original supplies in the space. When she finally finished and was about to leave, Gujiu said, There's more over there. Where? And Nan looked around the now empty space. There wasn't a single supply left, not even the antiques Gujiu had collected. She'd taken every last one. The only thing left was a feather Laifu had dropped while playing. What else could there be? There's another place, Gujiu said, leading in Nan toward the entrance. Before they even stepped out the door, he stopped, reached into a recess by the door, and pried it open. With a rumbling sound, the stone wall on the north side slowly opened. So there was another space on the other side. And Nan hurried over. Looking closely, she saw rows of neatly arranged oil drums lying there. Fuel. Gujiu nodded. All the fuel in the northern region, except what went to the authorities, is stored here. And Nan suddenly remembered, that's right. I almost forgot you had fuel too. Gujiu explained, it's flammable and dangerous, so I kept it separate over here. And Nan nodded. She remembered back when she'd gone to the gas station on the outskirts of town to dig up fuel tanks. She'd even run into Gujiu's own fuel-digging crew. At the time, she'd dug up a dozen or so tanks, hundreds of tons of fuel, and had felt perfectly content, thinking it would last her a lifetime. But Gujiu was on a whole other level. He didn't care whether it was the suburbs or the city. If there was oil, he'd dig it up. He'd basically cleared out every single fuel tank in the entire northern region. Gujiu seemed to know what she was thinking and explained, it's not about greed. It's about having a say. And Nan nodded. I know. If Gujiu hadn't monopolized all that fuel, the authorities wouldn't be so wary of him, and they definitely wouldn't have allowed him to carve out an autonomous zone inside the official base. Most people could only guard their own supplies, like the Yu family. Eat as long as they could, and that was it. If someone set their sights on them and they didn't have anyone powerful backing them up, it wouldn't matter how much they had, they'd lose it all. You had to admit, Gu Jiu really had a knack for strategy. And Nan walked inside, gazing at the endless rows of fuel tanks in awe. I can't believe you managed to stash so much behind the authorities' backs. Gu Jiu smiled. You can't put all your eggs in one basket. If the bigwigs over there ever went back on their word or turned on him, he'd need something to fall back on. With all these supplies and fuel, he could live well anywhere. Handing over everything you have to someone stronger and hoping they'll protect you, that's the mindset of the week. And Nan sighed again. You really have backup plans on top of backup plans. Then she couldn't help but tease him, but when it comes to relationships, you don't leave yourself any way out? She paused, giving him a sidelong glance. Or maybe you do, and I just don't know about it? Gu Jiu chuckled, giving her a light tap on the head. What are you thinking? And Nan clutched her head, yelping in mock pain. See? You must have a backup plan if you dare hit me. Gu Jiu laughed for a moment, then said seriously, with you, I don't need a backup plan. And Nan raised an eyebrow. That confident? Gu Jiu nodded. I'll just guilt trip you. Huh? And Nan was caught off guard. What do you mean? Gu Jiu spread his hands. I've given you everything, and I've got no way out. As long as you have a conscience, you won't abandon me. And Nan laughed at him. And what if I don't have a conscience? Gu Jiu put on a I'm sticking to you no matter what look, stretching his neck. Then do whatever you want. Starve me if you have to. Watching the big boss act all shameless, and Nan couldn't help but laugh as she started putting away the fuel tanks. If you put it that way, these supplies are a real hot potato. Gu Jiu smiled at her. Hot potato? You seem pretty happy collecting them. And Nan snorted. Well, I'd be a fool not to. Gu Jiu chuckled softly. As long as you're happy. Then he just stood quietly to the side, watching intently as Nan moved from east to west, storing the tanks away one by one into her space. Nearby, Fugue tilted his head, watching them. Here we go again. These two are making that weird pink atmosphere again. Brother Pingan said this is called feeding dog food, showing off their love. He didn't really get what that had to do with dog food, but right now, he really wanted to find some to eat. Soon, and Nan had cleared out all the tanks. She glanced into her space and saw it was packed, endless supplies as far as the eye could see. There was already a lot in there, and now with the stockpiles from Gu Jiu's 3 warehouses, the 2 of them probably couldn't use it all in 10 lifetimes. She couldn't help but sigh. I think we could start our own base with all this. With this kind of strength, they were way ahead of the mountain base and the Tsanglong gang. Even compared to the official base, they probably weren't far behind. Of course, they still fell short when it came to weapons. Gu Jiu had told her the official base was run by former military. She'd only raided a police station, no way to compare with the army. Gu Jiu looked at her. Starting a base isn't hard. Are you thinking about it? And Nan thought for a moment, then shook her head. Maybe someday, but for now, I like things the way they are. They definitely had the resources to build a decent private base, but it wasn't just about money. You had to invest time and energy to manage it. If you didn't manage it well, you could end up with internal chaos like the Tsanglong gang. She was living a pretty carefree life right now and had no desire to waste her time and energy building some base. Besides, she and Gu Jiu were quietly amassing wealth. No one knew how rich they really were. If they started a base, they wouldn't be able to keep a low profile anymore. By then, even the authorities would be paying close attention, and they'd attract all kinds of unnecessary trouble. Maybe someday, when she got tired of her peaceful days, or if some opportunity came along, she'd consider building her own power base. But for now, she turned to Gu Jiu. Let's go to the next stop. Once we collect everything, we can go home. She just wanted to take it easy. All right. As they reached the gate, and Nan suddenly had an idea. Why don't we leave some stuff here? A wise rabbit has 3 burrows. She should leave herself a backup plan too. The space was great for now, but it was still a mysterious golden finger. What if it suddenly disappeared one day? Then the 2 of them would be left with nothing. This secret warehouse was extremely secure. Leaving some supplies here wouldn't be discovered and could serve as their last resort. Gu Jiu agreed. So the 2 of them discussed it and left some basic food and daily necessities, even a few tanks of fuel. Then they left. Back on the helicopter, Gu Jiu asked, "Want to check out that private reservoir I mentioned? It's not far from here, also inside a mountain." And Nan thought about it. Let's skip it. The water in her space was endless and high quality. They didn't need to collect water from a reservoir right now. If the space ever did disappear, or if they needed to legitimize their water source, they could always come back for it. For now, before the extreme cold set in, the priority was to finish collecting supplies from the other 2 warehouses. Gu Jiu agreed and piloted the helicopter into the sky, heading straight for the northwest. The northwest warehouse was much closer than the southern one. They could reach it in a day by helicopter, so they decided to go there first. By the time they arrived, night had already fallen. Just as they were about to find a place to land in the mountains, and Nan suddenly noticed something and pointed down. "Jiu, look over there." Gu Jiu glanced in that direction, frowning. Down below, the bare mountain was covered with a dense cluster of tents. What's going on? Has someone already taken over this mountain? Gu Jiu circled the plane in the air for a while as the 2 of them carefully observed the situation below. It doesn't look like an ordinary group of survivors. This must be some kind of organized gang, and Nan said, frowning. All the tents are set up in neat, orderly rows, and there's one big tent stationed at the highest point in the camp. The layout was clearly deliberate. The leader of this group was probably in that big tent. There had to be at least 100 or 2 regular tents down there. It looked more like a large campsite. And Nan glanced around and asked, "Can we avoid them and just fly straight to the entrance?" Gu Jiu shook his head. "No." And Nan turned to look at him. Gu Jiu pressed his lips together. "The entrance is right inside their camp." "Huh?" And Nan was surprised. "What are the odds?" Her frown deepened. "Don't tell me they've already found the warehouse? Otherwise, who would choose to leave the safety of the city and gather in this godforsaken place? Judging by how dirty and messy the tents were, these people had clearly been camped out here for quite a while. The best way to survive during the thick fog period was to stay home and not go out, not to camp in the wild. If they were Tioned here, it was almost certainly because they were guarding some supplies. Gu Jiu frowned, saying nothing. He was confident in the warehouse's concealment and traps, but the fact that this group was inexplicably camped right outside his warehouse was definitely suspicious. Chicheng was just nearby. Normally, survivors wouldn't need to trek into the mountains to rough it. When they flew over just now, they'd passed above Chicheng. Although it had clearly suffered an earthquake, it was in much better shape than Limbei City. Chicheng was an old town, a tourist city that had preserved its ancient look. There were hardly any tall buildings, rarely even a 6-story one. Apart from the old city's historic architecture, the rest were mostly sturdy 2- or 3-story houses. After the earthquake, more than half the buildings in Chicheng were still standing, especially the ancient structures in the old city, which had survived almost unscathed. The wisdom of the ancestors was impressive. Even without reinforced concrete, those buildings were solid, surviving centuries of earthquakes and still standing strong. She didn't know how the people of Chicheng had survived the flood season, but there were clearly plenty of survivors inside. As they'd flown over, they'd even seen smoke rising from scattered spots below. Compared to that, these people in the mountains, even if their own houses had collapsed, they should have gone to the old city for shelter, not trekked into the mountains. After all, this mountain wasn't like the ones near their home. There was no lush vegetation, no wild chickens or rabbits, just barren hills, maybe with some vicious wolves at best. Living here, you'd have to sleep with one eye open. No one would stay here unless they had a reason. Still, Gu Jiu was confident in his traps. It's very unlikely the warehouse has been discovered. Even if the entrance collapsed in the earthquake, there are 2 more hidden mechanisms. My supplies were obviously hidden on purpose. If they'd really found them, they'd have moved out by now instead of sticking around and waiting for the owner to show up. Maybe they're here for some other reason. And Nan thought for a moment, then decided, there's no point guessing. Let's go check it out ourselves. Gu Jiu nodded. All right. And Nan pointed to a spot. Let's land over there. Gu Jiu leaned out to look, raising an eyebrow. You sure? It was a clearing about a kilometer from the camp. Knowing in Nan, she usually liked to play it safe, park the helicopter far away and sneak in quietly the next day. Why was she being so bold this time? And Nan looked out the window and explained, we need to scare them a bit if we want to see their true colors. Sometimes, showing your strength was necessary. Parachuting in with a helicopter and weapons made a very different impression than climbing up the mountain all battered and worn. Today, she was going for an all-out show of force. Gu Jiu smiled and piloted the helicopter down as she directed. It was a good landing spot. Still in the mountains, but flat enough to land, and far enough from the camp to avoid being surrounded the moment they touched down. After all, they'd been circling in the air for a while. The people in the camp must have noticed and were on alert. But if anyone wanted to rush over and confront them, they'd still have to run a fair distance. Gu Jiu landed the helicopter safely, and Nan pulled 2 assault rifles out of her space, slinging one over each of their shoulders. If the warehouse had already been discovered, they'd just take the supplies back by force. If not, they'd sneak in, wait for a chance to slip into the cave and quietly stash the supplies in her space. If there was no chance for now, they'd just wait for the extreme cold to arrive. The temperatures during the cold snap were brutal. These people wouldn't last long in tents. Even if they didn't freeze to death, they'd probably move back to the city to find warmer shelter. Just as Nan expected, as soon as they got off the helicopter and started walking, a large group of people came charging down, armed with knives, swords, and clubs. And Nan watched them from a distance and felt something was off. Why do these people seem so weird? Gu Jiu was silent for a few seconds. They're all foreigners. And Nan finally realized, of course. She hadn't seen foreigners in years and almost didn't recognize them. No wonder. That guy is so dark you can only see his teeth. And that one, his golden hair is even brighter than Yu Chen's yellow mop. And that one. Gu Jiu watched as Nan started pointing at them one by one, critiquing their looks, and almost laughed. Be serious. They're clearly not here to make friends. And Nan snorted and raised her rifle. They'll be friendly soon enough. Sure enough, the group of fierce-looking foreigners stopped in their tracks as soon as they saw the rifles. Most of them quickly lowered their knives and axes, afraid to stand out and become the first target. 2 particularly quick-witted ones even raised their hands in surrender. And Nan smiled in satisfaction. See? As long as you've got firepower, everyone around you turns into a good person. The 2 sides stood their ground, less than 100 meters apart, sizing each other up. About 20 or 30 people had shown up on the other side, most of them foreigners. Some had dark skin, some were pale, some had deep-set eyes, some had blonde hair and blue eyes. Only 5 or 6 of them looked Chinese. No, that's not quite right, they just had the same skin color. Who knew what country they were actually from? The group hesitated for a while, then shoved a middle-aged man with yellow skin, probably in his 40s, to the front. The man looked nervous, staring at the gun in Nan's hand as he shuffled over. But he kept his mouth shut, refusing to say a word. Seeing him standing in front of her like a kid being punished, and Nan raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's this supposed to mean?" When the man heard her speaking Mandarin, he seemed even more nervous. He fiddled with his sleeves and awkwardly squeezed out his first sentence. "Hero, compatriot, what you want?" TSK, with that broken Chinese, he actually dared to pretend to be her compatriot? Did this guy really think his Mandarin was that good? Or did he think she was an idiot? And Nan shot him a look of disdain, then her eyes flickered as she replied, "Did you know? The cherry blossoms are blooming in my hometown." The man was stunned. Huh? What? So, not from Little Japan. And Nan's icy expression softened a bit. She thought for a moment, then said, "Annyeonghaseyo. I have kimchi, do you want some?" The man's eyes lit up instantly. "Kimchi?" Seeing his reaction, and Nan turned to Gu Jiyu and said confidently, "He's from kimchi country." No one else would get that excited over pickled vegetables. Gu Jiyu couldn't help but laugh. "Anan, be serious." And Nan raised an eyebrow. "They're the ones being ridiculous. What normal Chinese would call another Chinese compatriot to their face? Sending over a yellow-skinned uncle to pretend to be Chinese and get close to her, did they really take her for a fool?" The other side saw Gu Jiyu smiling and realized they'd been played. The man's face turned red as he shouted, "You, what do you want? Was that plane yours?" And Nan clicked her tongue. "Let's not even talk about your accent. What's with your sentence breaks? Who taught you to speak like that?" Gu Jiyu couldn't hold back a laugh and advised, "Anan, just ignore him. Let's head up the mountain." And Nan paused, then nodded. Right, they were here to take over the warehouse, not to teach Mandarin. She smiled at the kimchi country uncle. "Sorry, I'm a bit OCD. Let's go, shall we?" The man looked even more nervous. "What do you want up there?" "To your camp." Before Nan could finish, another yellow-skinned man walked over from behind. He must have come to check what was taking so long. But this guy didn't look as friendly as the kimchi uncle. He swaggered over with an arrogant look, high brow bones, a hooked nose, and a face full of pockmarks that made him instantly unlikable. He eyed Nan and Gu Jiyu warily, then glanced nervously at the three big little ones behind them, and finally hid behind the kimchi uncle before speaking. He spoke to the kimchi uncle in a language Nan didn't understand. But that chattering accent, the more Nan listened, the more familiar it sounded. The kimchi uncle replied, gesturing as he spoke, probably explaining what had just happened. The pockmarked man put on an "I get it" face. "Oh, Sauka. Sauka?" Nan narrowed her eyes. Before she could react, the pockmarked man rattled off another string of words, then slapped the kimchi uncle's back with a look of disdain. "Baka." That confirmed it. Nan suddenly lunged forward, jumped up, and smacked the pockmarked man on the head. As she hit him, she repeated, "Baka. Baka. Baka, you idiot." The pockmarked man, caught off guard, was furious and shouted, "Bakairu," which only earned him a fiercer slap from Nan. This time, Gu Jiyu didn't try to stop her or urge her to move on. He just let Nan keep slapping away. What could he do? The red bloodline had awakened. There was no stopping her. The pockmarked man was furious, but with Nan holding a rifle, he didn't dare fight back. He clutched his head, eyes red, and shouted in broken Chinese, "You bully people." "Why you bully people?" And Nan looked domineering. "Do I need a reason to bully you?" She slapped him a few more times. "Back then, what reason did you have to bully us?" "Huh?" The more Nan hit him, the better she felt. It was the apocalypse now, no need for diplomatic etiquette or manners. She could hit whoever she wanted. So, what if she was unreasonable and rude? As she hit him, she asked Gu Jiyu, "Wanna join? It's really stress-relieving." Gu Jiyu smiled. "You go ahead. I'll keep watch." The reason the pockmarked man was getting beaten up like a dog and none of his people dared to intervene was because Gu Jiyu was standing there with a gun. A good man stands guard while his wife beats people up, that's the bare minimum. The pockmarked man's face was dark with hatred, like he wanted to tear Nan apart, but he spoke in a low voice. "What bullying? That's all ancient history, might not have even happened. What evidence do you have?" Before he could finish, Nan smacked him a few more times. "What evidence do I need? What evidence do I need to beat you up?" The pockmarked man howled and finally gave in, begging for mercy. "Sis, the past has nothing to do with me. I'm just an ordinary person. I wasn't even born back then." And Nan raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you sure know your words, even know what ordinary people means." The pockmarked man gave a sheepish laugh, trying to cozy up, but got slapped again. "You guys bullied ordinary people back then." The pockmarked man was on the verge of tears. He waited until Nan was done, then ran back to his group, sniffling. These people, relying on their weapons and strength, were just bullies. Little did they know, if Nan hadn't wanted to figure out their situation first, he might not even be breathing now. The kimchi uncle stood frozen, trembling as he watched Nan. And Nan said, "What are you shaking for? I'm not going to hit you. Take us to your camp." The man didn't move, hesitating in place. And Nan raised her gun. "Got a problem?" He shook his head furiously. "No problem." Then he spun around and led the way. "This way, please." 100 meters away, the group, especially the pockmarked man, saw them coming and immediately turned and ran up the mountain, probably to warn the others. And Nan wasn't in a hurry. She followed the kimchi uncle at a leisurely pace. As she walked, she glanced back at Gujiu and, using her backpack as cover, took out 2 bottles of spiritual spring water from her space. Annan handed a bottle of water to Gujiu. The 2 of them each drank a bottle, just in case. If this spring water could let her understand Fugue's dog speak, surely translating a few foreign languages wouldn't be a problem, right? To test it out, after drinking the water, Annan called out to the kimchi uncle walking ahead. The uncle turned around, looking at her a bit nervously. "What is it?" Annan said, "Nothing much. I just want to hear you say a few words in your country's language." The uncle was stunned. What kind of strange request was that? He hesitated, giving Annan a wary look. "You can understand our country's language?" Annan shook her head. "Nope. All I know is Annyeonghaseyo, Sarangi, and maybe Sumnada. The uncle's mouth twitched. "Then why do you want me to speak my language?" "You can't even understand." Annan replied calmly, "Nothing. I'm just curious if you stutter as much in your own language." The uncle's face turned red. This girl really knew how to insult people. What was wrong with his Chinese? He'd always been top of his Chinese class, and even the teacher praised his authentic accent. Yet she kept making fun of him. So, fuming, he rattled off a rapid-fire string of Korean, determined to prove how fluent and articulate he was. When he finished, he put on a smug face, as if to say, "I can understand your language, can you understand mine?" But Annan just looked at him meaningfully. He suddenly got a bit nervous. "You understood that?" Annan paused for a few seconds before saying nope. The uncle let out a sigh of relief. "Let's go." Annan followed behind him, the corners of her mouth twitching in amusement. How could she not understand? The spring water was amazing. She understood every word the uncle said. He'd called her a mongrel lunatic, an evil witch with her eyes on top of her head, and even dragged Gujiu into it, calling him a shallow, looks-obsessed idiot who helped evildoers. In short, he'd cursed them out in every way imaginable. She glanced at Gujiu, who had also drunk the spring water. He looked even calmer than she did. After venting, the kimchi uncle was clearly in a much better mood, even walking with a spring in his step, practically flying up the mountain path. Annan smirked and, following behind him, leisurely shattered his happiness. "Even though I don't understand exactly what you just said, I've watched plenty of your country's dramas. I know what SSI ball means." The uncle jumped in fright, a chill running from his feet to his scalp. Suddenly, Annan lashed out, whacking him on the back of the head with her empty bottle. "SSI ball? Huh? Who are you calling SSI ball?" With each hit, she shouted SSI ball, scaring the uncle so much his eyes spun, and he kept begging for mercy. Only when they reached their destination did Annan stop. The kimchi uncle, his head now covered in bumps, ran back to camp in tears, looking as pitiful as a pockmarked face. Behind them, Fugue was grinning from ear to ear, his belly aching from laughter. He loved watching his owner deal with idiots. Annan didn't bother chasing after the uncle. Now that they were in the camp and no one was stopping them, she headed straight for the largest tent at the back. The tents in this camp were arranged in neat, orderly rows, with a path left in the middle of each row for passage. Annan and Gujiu, along with their 3 little companions, walked straight down the widest path. People in the small tents on either side unzipped their tents and poked their heads out, watching them warily. Everyone was a foreigner, mostly white and black, with a few yellow faces who were clearly not from China. Despite their different appearances, The malice in their eyes was unmistakable and identical. Gu Jiu quietly reminded her, "Be careful." Anon nodded and kept walking. Being stared at by a bunch of people of different races and skin colors, all with wary and hostile eyes, was enough to make anyone's skin crawl. Especially since they were all so thin they looked like skin and bones, almost like mountain monkeys. Anon half expected them to rush over and claw at her with sharp nails at any moment. Fortunately, though their expressions were fierce, none of them made a move. They just watched as she and Gu Jiu walked by. Soon, they reached the largest tent. Calling it a tent was an understatement. It was more like a giant yurt. Compared to the tiny tents around it, which were only big enough to sleep in, this one covered nearly 100 square meters. It was the undisputed king of tents, big enough to host a party inside. They walked straight up to it and saw that the entrance flap was already rolled up. On either side stood two tall, burly black men, who both gestured for them to enter. Anon and Gu Jiu exchanged a glance, gripped their guns tightly, and walked in together. As soon as they stepped inside, the two black men dropped the entrance flap and followed them in, taking up positions on either side behind them. Anon heard the movement behind her and instinctively glanced back. Were they trying to trap her like a turtle in a jar? She didn't care much and turned her attention forward, only to see a huge chair, on which lounged a blonde, blue-eyed foreigner. He must be the leader. Standing behind him on either side were the pockmarked man and the kimchi uncle, both with swollen heads. But the most eye-catching thing was the white tiger lying at the leader's feet. That's right, a real white tiger. With its unique stripes and massive head, even though it had been reduced to skin and bones by the apocalypse, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. Even in its emaciated state, it looked fierce and terrifying. As soon as Gu Jiu and Anon entered, the white tiger got up, opened its mouth wide, and let out a thunderous roar. Anon immediately tensed up inside. This was a real beast, far more dangerous than the wild boar she'd killed before. But she kept her face calm and composed, betraying nothing. Gu Jiu, of course, remained as expressionless as ever. Instead, it was the leader on the chair who looked shocked at their calmness. It was the first time he'd seen anyone unfazed by his white tiger. Even if they didn't run away, they should at least show some fear, right? This was a tiger, not some house cat. He opened his mouth, about to speak, when suddenly the entrance flap behind Anon and Gu Jiu was flung open. A huge, white, unknown beast burst in and charged straight at him. He screamed and jumped behind his chair, calling for the white tiger to protect him. But to his surprise, the beast didn't come for him. It headed straight for his white tiger. It wasn't just the blonde, blue-eyed foreigner. Even Anon and Gu Jiu were startled by what they saw. Because the one who suddenly lunged forward was none other than Fugue. Fugue, along with Lai Fu and Lord Rabbit, had all grown up in the apocalypse. It was their first time seeing a foreigner with such unusual features, so they couldn't help but look around curiously and fell a few steps behind. They had just caught up when the tent flap dropped down, and a terrifying roar erupted from inside. The three little guardians, fiercely protective of their owner, immediately panicked and charged in, especially Fugue, who led the way. What kind of creature dared to roar at its sister Nan? "I'll kill it." Normally, Fugue was a ferocious, undefeated dog. But this time, the opponent wasn't just any animal, it was a tiger. Anon's heart leapt into her throat, afraid Fugue was about to bite off more than he could chew. She quickly raised her rifle, ready to help her dog. But in the next instant, Fugue's massive head slammed into the white tiger and sent it flying. Everyone present was stunned. Before anyone could react, Fugue bared his teeth, took a running start, and crashed into the tiger again with his huge body. The poor white tiger, still dizzy from the first blow, hadn't even gotten up before Fugue rammed it again, almost making it cough up blood. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Strike later and be at someone's mercy. It was as if Fugue knew his bite wasn't as strong as the tiger's, so he fought like a car crash, no biting or clawing, just using his sheer mass. His main tactic, ramming. Using his agility and weight, he sent the tiger tumbling over and over. Only then did Annan realize her dog had gotten this strong. Comparing the dog and the tiger, Fugue actually looked sturdier. The white tiger, though still a tiger, was clearly weak and malnourished, while her dog was plump and well-fed, with bones as hard as iron. At a glance, he looked like a white tank. After 3 consecutive collisions, Fugue used his hard head to slam into the tiger's vulnerable neck, knocking it out cold. Everyone was dumbfounded. The 2 muscular black men, who had been flexing in the back trying to look tough, deflated like punctured balls. The pockmarked man and the Korean uncle's legs gave out, and they collapsed to the ground. Suddenly, the beating they'd just taken from that woman didn't seem so bad. After all, even the tiger had been taken down by her people. Fugue looked at the unconscious white tiger, snorted, then swaggered over and let out a loud fart right in its face. "Dare to bare your teeth at my sister Nan? Here, have a fart." The white foreign leader, watching this whole scene, was both anxious and furious, clutching his chest as if he might faint at any moment. It wasn't just the outsiders who were shocked. Even Annan, the owner, twitched her lips and whispered, "Ayu, I'm not dreaming, am I?" Gujiu, the calmest person in the room, replied with a hint of pride, "If Wu Song could beat a tiger, why can't our Fugue? After all, he'd trained the dog himself." Seeing Fugue take down a tiger filled him with pride. Even if the tiger was a scrawny one, it was still a tiger. From now on, Fugue could brag even louder. Hearing Gujiu's words, Annan snapped out of it and happily took out her phone. This moment had to be recorded. Click. A photo of the mighty Fugue and the unconscious white tiger. The 5 foreigners were shocked all over again. A phone? It's been 3 years since the apocalypse, and she actually took out a phone. Seeing their stunned faces, Annan casually snapped a picture of them too. "Sorry, just recording the good times." Then she put her phone away. "Don't worry, I used a beauty filter for you." The group looked at each other. Is that really the point here? Annan ignored them, smiled at her dog, and waved. "Fugue, come here." She felt emotional. Back in the day, she and Fugue had been chased all over the mountains by a wild boar. Now, that little pup who weighed just a few pounds had grown strong enough to knock out a tiger. Hearing his owner's call, Fugue instantly dropped his fierceness and trotted over obediently. Annan stroked his big head, grinning as she turned to the tiger's owner. "Sorry. My little dog was startled by your big tiger's roar and got a bit stressed." "Little dog?" The blonde, blue-eyed foreigner's eyes widened. She called that fat, big-eared thing a dog? And even had the nerve to say little dog. He'd thought it was some new hybrid between a lion and a pig. After all the foreigners living in China could speak Mandarin, so he understood Annan's humble brag perfectly. He took a few deep breaths, forced himself to calm down, and sat back down, trying to regain some dignity. Clearing his throat, he finally spoke for the first time, but in English. Annan's English was already good, and after drinking spiritual spring water, she understood him perfectly. But she replied bluntly, "I don't understand." "Speak Chinese." Gu Jiu glanced at her, wanting to laugh. No wonder his wife was so cocky. If they hadn't come in with guns and a fierce dog, things wouldn't have gone well for them. These outsiders had stormed down the mountain with hammers and axes. As soon as they entered the camp, everyone looked hostile, and they'd even put 2 burly black men at the door to intimidate people. Inside the tent, they'd prepared a big tiger, ready to roar and start a feast. Anyone else would have been killed by this group by now. But they ran into Annan, tough luck for them. Seeing Annan stubbornly refuse to speak English, the man raised an eyebrow, as if mocking her for being uneducated and not understanding a simple greeting. But after witnessing the power of that fierce dog, he didn't dare protest. He could only use awkward Chinese to snark, "Miss, never learned the world's #1 universal language?" Annan replied cockily, "I don't care what number it is." She pointed her gun at the ground. "This is Chinese land. You, when in Rome, do as the Romans do." The man's face darkened. He glanced at Fugue, who was baring his teeth behind her, but ultimately held back his anger. "Fine, I'll do as the Romans do." "So, what exactly did you come here for?" Annan didn't answer, but turned to Gu Jiu. This little foreigner's Chinese isn't bad, he even understands idioms. The little foreigner was furious. Arrogant. This woman is way too arrogant. He gritted his teeth and said, I have a name. Before he could finish, Annan waved him off. Just tell me your Chinese name. I don't understand foreign words. The man first shot Annan a look of displeasure, then lifted his chin and said, My name is Lai Fu. Annan was taken aback. Huh? The man repeated, stressing each word. I said, my name is Lai Fu. This woman's attitude was bad enough, but was she hard of hearing too? Before Annan could react, Fugue was already doubled over with laughter. He laughed so hard that he let out 2 loud farts. But the rooster at the door, Lai Fu, was not pleased. Flapping its wings, it flew over and smacked the dog with one of them. The silly dog had just stolen all the attention, making the rooster and Lord Rabbit look like fools standing off to the side. And now this dumb foreigner was even stealing its name. It was absolutely furious. After hitting Fugue, the rooster immediately flew over and slapped the foreigner across the face with its wing. Then it circled back, saw Lord Rabbit laughing too, and yanked out a tuft of fur from the top of his head. In just a few seconds, it had flapped its wings and given everyone a good beating. The man clutched his face in confusion, only feeling a blur pass by before he got slapped. He glared at the strange big bird and angrily asked Annan, Why did your bird hit me? Then he pointed at Fugue. And your dog, why is it laughing at me? He felt his dignity had been insulted. He'd chosen the name Lai Fu after coming to China, carefully researching to pick a good one. Lai Fu sounded like endless good fortune. But after that dumb dog laughed at him, he felt like his luck had been cut by a third. Annan explained honestly, Sorry, it's just that my rooster has never met anyone with the same name before, so it got a little emotional. Before Annan could finish, pale-faced brother Lai Fu was already losing it. What? Why would you give your pet a human name? Annan's mouth twitched. It's obviously a pet name. Brother Lai Fu turned to look at the rooster. And how is that a chicken? He'd seen chickens before, but none looked like this, such size, such feathers, and it could even fly so high. Annan replied, It's a chicken, all right. Brother Lai Fu frowned. None of the 3 pets these two brought were normal. A dog that could beat a tiger, a chicken that looked like a phoenix, and a rabbit sturdier than a bull. He eyed Annan suspiciously. Could this be some ancient Chinese witchcraft? Mysterious powers from the east? Brother Lai Fu cautiously edged back, trying to avoid being hurt by these evil animals again. Then he got back to the point. So, what exactly are you doing here? Annan looked him in the eye and said, word by word, My friends said they left something nearby and sent the 2 of us to retrieve it. Brother Lai Fu's voice shot up. There's nothing here but barren mountains and sand. You must have the wrong place. Annan didn't miss the flash of panic in his eyes. She smiled. I never said the thing was in this mountain. Brother Lai Fu hurried to chase them off. Well, if it's not here, then I won't keep you. Safe travels, and all the best. Annan chuckled, unhurried. Your idioms are pretty good. She nodded at Pockmark Face and Kimchi Uncle. Much better than theirs. Brother Lai Fu was quite proud of his Chinese and was about to say more, but Annan continued. No wonder you're so skinny and weak, yet you're the leader here. Must be because your Chinese is so good. Brother Lai Fu's face darkened. Of course, it wasn't because of that, but... He eyed Annan warily. I'm from the beautiful country. What's wrong with being the boss? If you've got something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush, I don't get it. He hated how these Chinese people always spoke in circles. This woman was clearly hinting that he must have gotten something by chance to win everyone's support. Seeing his reaction, Annan was almost certain this guy had definitely found their warehouse. She just didn't know how he'd managed it. Annan studied his face, pale skin, rosy cheeks, shiny blonde hair, not a bit frizzy. Everyone else outside looked malnourished, but this brother Lai Fu, though thin, was in remarkably good shape. It was obvious he was naturally slim, not starved thin. Brother Lai Fu met her gaze, which seemed to see right through him, and felt a flicker of panic. He quickly scowled and said coldly, This is our territory. Outsiders aren't welcome. Please leave as soon as possible. Anan sneered, your territory? Are you sure? Brother Laifu felt a bit guilty, but quickly straightened up. Whatever the case, this is our camp now. You barged in and bullied our people, shouldn't I kick you out? Then he raised the stakes. Is this what you Chinese call manners? Anan wagged her finger. First of all, any rudeness on my part has nothing to do with my nationality. It's just me being uncivilized. Please don't make it about countries. Second, I didn't barge in and bully you like you said. Brother Laifu frowned. You came in, didn't say a word, and knocked out my tiger. Isn't that bullying? His tiger brother was still lying on the ground. Anan raised an eyebrow. Your tiger started it by cursing at us. Brother Laifu thought she was being unreasonable. When did it curse at you? Anan replied, it opened its mouth and roared at me. If that's not cursing, was it planning to eat me? Brother Laifu fell silent. No matter how he answered, it wouldn't sound good. Whether the tiger was cursing or trying to eat her, her retaliation was justified. Seeing him speechless, Anan snorted. Since it was rude first, it's only natural my dog got angry. Let's not talk about the white tiger then. Brother Laifu pointed at Kimchi Uncle. You hit this guy, surely that's not in dispute? Anan nodded. That's right. Brother Laifu snorted, about to say more, but Anan added, but he insulted me first. Brother Laifu stiffened, about to say, you don't even understand what he's saying. How can you say he insulted you? But Kimchi Uncle tugged his sleeve from behind. Boss, I did insult her. Anan looked at Kimchi Uncle, smiling in satisfaction. Good boy, the beating wasn't wasted. Brother Laifu glared at him. Useless. Then he pointed at Pockmark Face. But he didn't insult you, did he? He hasn't even spoken to you, and you just started hitting him. Anan remained calm. That's because we have an old grudge. Pockmark Face stood firmly by his boss, bristling with righteous indignation. Nonsense. I've never even seen you before. And Nan shot him a glare. It's you, not NYU. Straighten out your tongue when you speak. The pockmarked guy was so infuriated by her attitude that he started stomping his feet. Baka. Baka. Brother Laifu was startled by his loud voice. He gestured for him to calm down, then turned to Nan. He already said he's never seen you before. Where's this old grudge coming from? And Nan replied earnestly, my ancestors and his ancestors, they had some old scores to settle. The foreigner mulled the word over in his mind several times before finally understanding what she meant. He couldn't help but twitch his lips. Wasn't this just twisting logic to suit herself? He was about to say something when Nan, full of righteous confidence, continued, Me? I'm a filial descendant. Of course, I have to properly greet him. As she spoke, she turned her gaze to the pockmarked guy. Quit with the baka, baka, I don't like it. Say it one more time, and I'll hit you again. The pockmarked guy was so angry his nose was practically crooked. Arrogant. Way too arrogant. Brother Laifu gave a cold snort, clearly unwilling to argue any further. Whatever your reasons, you hurt our people. You're not welcome here. Leave immediately. And Nan glanced at him. No. Brother Laifu was caught off guard. What? And Nan repeated no. No. Did you get that? Brother Laifu was left dumbfounded by her sheer audacity. In all his life, he'd never met someone so impossible to communicate with. Just then, the white tiger that had been knocked out by Fugue slowly came to. It shakily got up from the ground. Brother Laifu breathed a sigh of relief, his tone relaxing. I guess you're acting so cocky because of the gun in your hand and the fierce dog behind you? He looked down at the white tiger. Your dog ambushed us just now and got the upper hand. But now, if it faces my white tiger head-on, it might not win again. He ignored Fugue, who was baring his teeth and itching for a fight, and went on as for the gun. Do you know why I'm the leader of this group? As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly pulled out a gun he'd hidden under his chair. And Nan and Gujiu reacted instantly, raising their guns and dodging to the side. Brother Laifu also quickly stepped back at an angle, aiming his gun at Gujiu. For 2 tense seconds, the three of them stood in a standoff, guns pointed at each other. And Nan broke the silence first. Not bad. You've got an AK? Brother Laifu looked a bit smug. You're not the only one who can get a gun. Mine's even better than yours, isn't it? And Nan smirked. Do you really think all I've got is a dog and a gun? Brother Laifu hesitated, about to respond, when Nan suddenly lowered her gun, letting him and the man across from her keep aiming at each other. She calmly took off her backpack, unzipped it, and showed him what was inside. 2 bundles of explosives from the Tsanglong gang. Go ahead, try shooting my man. Or let your scrawny tiger try biting my dog. See what happens. Brother Laifu stared at the backpack full of explosives, fell silent for a moment, then lowered his gun. What the hell? Where did this lunatic come from? Is she here to show off her wealth or what? Let's not hurt each other anymore, he said through gritted teeth, enunciating each word. What exactly do you want? And Nan smiled and zipped up her backpack. I already told you. We're here to get our stuff back. Once we find it, we'll leave. Brother Laifu stood tall. And I already told you. There's nothing here that belongs to you. And Nan stared at him for a moment, then said meaningfully, everyone in your camp looks malnourished, but you seem to be in great shape. Why is that? Brother Laifu's face darkened. She was practically accusing him of hoarding her supplies. My health has nothing to do with you, does it? And Nan ignored him and turned her gaze to the white tiger. What does your tiger usually eat? There was nothing in these barren mountains to feed it. The fact that it hadn't eaten everyone here meant someone was feeding it regularly. This white tiger wasn't as smart as Fugue, but it could still tell the difference between a full meal and constant hunger. As long as it had food, it would obey this blonde foreigner. And Nan's gaze shifted to the area behind the man. When she'd arrived, Gu Jiu had already told her the entrance to the storeroom was in the rock wall behind this tent. She'd noticed that this tent had a special back door. If you lifted the flap, you'd find the entrance to the storeroom. Brother Laifu noticed her looking past him and immediately shifted to block her view. What my tiger eats is none of your business. Outside, night had fully fallen. 2 black guards lit candles nearby, and Nan stopped beating around the bush. Let's cut to the chase. I'm here to take back my supplies, the ones you've been enjoying lately. Brother Laifu's face turned completely grim. He glanced at his 4 underlings. You all, get out. The others exchanged glances, then obediently left. Only the pockmarked guy stayed, muttering in his native language, Boss. We can't give it back. Our lives depend on those supplies. And Nan had drunk spiritual spring water, so she could understand what he was saying. No wonder the pockmarked guy was a bit chubbier than the others. He was Brother Laifu's right-hand man. These 2 were hoarding Gu Jiu's supplies and living well, while everyone else was still skin and bones. Brother Laifu glanced at Nan and tried to reassure his underling, also speaking fluently in their native language. Because Nan had repeatedly insisted she didn't understand foreign languages, they took it for granted that she really couldn't understand a word. Thinking they were being careful, they didn't use English, but their own obscure language, and started muttering openly in front of Nan. Brother Laifu, don't worry, I won't hand over the supplies. Pockmarked guy, then what's your plan? If we don't get the supplies back, they won't give up. Brother Laifu, so what if they're tough? Don't forget, we've rigged the storeroom with bombs. No one's getting past us to take the supplies. Bombs? And Nan and Gu Jiu exchanged a glance. Brother Laifu noticed their little exchange and eyed them suspiciously. Then he said to the pockmarked guy, You don't think they can understand us, do you? Pockmarked guy replied firmly, Impossible. The idiots on this land hate our country. Hardly anyone learns our language. This woman just recognized where I'm from and started a fight. There's no way she'd bother to learn my mother tongue. At this moment, Nan played along and said, What are you 2 whispering about over there? Haven't you had enough? Brother Laifu observed her for 2 seconds and saw that she did indeed look impatient. Coupled with pockmarked face's words, he relaxed. First, in a good-natured tone, he said in Mandarin, Wait a moment, let me calm my little brother down. Then he quickly switched to his native language and said to pockmarked face, In a bit, I'll negotiate with them and try to get a share of the supplies. If they agree, I'll trick them into going in to check the goods, then set off the bomb. Pockmarked face asked, But what if they want to just kill us and take everything, or force their way into the warehouse? Humph. Brother Laifu's face darkened. The detonator is on me. If they so much as lay a finger on me, none of us will make it out alive. And Nan sneered inwardly. What a nice little scheme. No matter what happens, she and Gujiu would end up getting blown to bits. She secretly felt relieved that she hadn't just killed them outright or suddenly teleported. Otherwise, she really might have fallen for this bastard's trap. She exchanged a glance with Gujiu, and at the same time, reassuringly patted Fugue the dog's head. The dog was simple-minded and quick-tempered, and Nan was worried it might not be able to hold back and would suddenly lunge at the other side. She didn't care if those two died, but if her supplies got blown up, that would be a real loss. These two idiots thought she couldn't understand their language, but little did they know that even her 3 pets could follow their scheming. Pockmarked Face cautiously reminded, "Bro, don't mess up and blow yourself up or destroy the supplies. That'd be a disaster." Brother Laifu nodded. "Don't worry." The bombs were set in several locations, each with a different switch. He'd already made up his mind. If the two of them entered the cave, he'd detonate the bomb at the second trap. He and the supplies wouldn't suffer a scratch. But if they tried to kill and rob him, he'd just blow up the bomb at the entrance, blasting the whole tent sky-high. No one would survive. Brother Laifu glanced at the impatient-looking Nan and said to Pockmarked Face, "You go out first. If you say any more, they'll get suspicious." Pockmarked Face nodded, shot Nan and her group a vicious look, and walked out. Brother Laifu turned to Nan and Gujiu and said, "Sorry for the wait. My little brother just worries about me, so he had a few extra words." "Oh, really?" And Nan's lips curled. "Actually, I can understand what you two were saying." Brother Laifu's expression changed instantly. Pockmarked Face, who had just taken 2 steps, froze in place. And Nan enjoyed the look of shock on their faces and burst out laughing. "Look how scared you are. Were you talking bad about me just now?" Brother Laifu's mouth twitched. "No." His heart was pounding as he carefully watched Nan and Gujiu's faces, trying to figure out if she really could understand their language. But the two of them didn't show any obvious reaction, though the 3 mutant pets looked like they'd understood something, their faces full of anger and vigilance. He felt a moment of guilt, then laughed at himself for overthinking it. How could 3 animals that couldn't even speak human language possibly understand Japanese? He reassured himself. Even if these two did understand, as long as the detonator was on him, he held all the power. He straightened up, confidence restored, and was about to say something when Nan interrupted. "Just messing with you. How could I possibly understand that ugly bird language? I was just testing you." As she spoke, she glanced at Pockmarked Face with a half-smile. "Judging by your reactions, you and your little lackey here must have said quite a few bad things about me." "Who are you calling a bird language?" Pockmarked Face shouted angrily at her. "And who are you calling a lackey?" And Nan first apologized to Fugue. "Sorry, calling him a lackey is kind of an insult to dogs." Then she looked calmly at Pockmarked Face and said, "If you respond, then I'm talking about you." Pockmarked Face's chest heaved violently. He was furious. If he didn't kill this woman today, he'd commit seppuku. Brother Laifu saw that Pockmarked Face was about to have a heart attack from rage and looked like he was about to charge forward. Afraid he'd ruin things, he hurriedly said, "You get out." Pockmarked Face stood there, clenched his fists a couple of times, visibly restraining his urge to kill, took a deep breath, and finally walked out. But before he could reach the door, Nan smacked him on the head twice from behind. "Little baka. Think you're tough, huh? Clenching your fists at me? Huh? Who do you think you're threatening?" Pockmarked Face, suddenly struck twice, saw red and screamed. You. You have no conscience." He couldn't care less about his brother's warnings anymore and turned to fight back. But before he could react, Nan landed a solid left hook to his face, knocking him out cold. Brother Laifu stared, dumbfounded, at his little brother lying on the ground. "What just happened?" And Nan snorted, rubbing her fist. "His head's pretty hard." Gujiu said with concern, "Next time, just curse them out, leave the hitting to me." Brother Laifu watched them beat up his brother and then flirt with each other, his temples throbbing. He was about to die of rage. Arrogant. Far too arrogant. Right in front of him, they insulted and beat up his little brother. This was a slap in his face, plain and simple. But there was nothing he could do about it. He could only grit his teeth and curse them silently. Just wait till you're in the cave. Let's see if I can't blow you to pieces. And Nan saw the mix of red and green on his face and felt secretly delighted. Serves you right. You want to use a bomb to ambush me? Let's see if your scalp can handle this explosion first. Brother Laifu swallowed his anger, called 2 men in to carry pockmarked face out, then turned to Nan and said, "Miss, knocking my little brother out without a word isn't exactly the attitude of someone who wants to negotiate." And Nan looked puzzled. "I spared his life. Isn't that good enough?" Seeing her expression, like, "How dare you accuse me of anything?" Brother Laifu was speechless. This woman is completely unreasonable. Before he could say anything, and Nan continued, "Besides, who said I wanted to negotiate with you? Get your facts straight. It's you who's taken over our supplies. And you still expect me to treat you nicely?" Brother Laifu dropped the pretense that there are no supplies here and retorted confidently, "Is your name written on the supplies? They were just lying here unattended. Of course, whoever finds them gets to keep them." He grew more and more assertive as he spoke. "What, am I supposed to hand over the goods to anyone who walks in and claims they're his?" At this moment, Gu Jiyu, who had barely spoken until now, suddenly said, "There's a name written on it." "Huh?" Brother Laifu looked at him, momentarily stunned. Gu Jiyu curled his lips. "I said, there's indeed a name written inside." Brother Laifu was shocked. "How is that possible?" Gu Jiyu ignored him and turned to Annan. "A lot of the supplies in the warehouse are stamped with the company's logo." Annan nodded and looked at Brother Laifu. "Anything else you want to say?" Brother Laifu rolled his eyes and shamelessly retorted, "So, what if it has your company's logo? That just means you manufactured it, but it doesn't prove you bought it and stored it here. If I eat a pan-fried pork chop, do I need the pig farmer's permission from the farm?" The more he spoke, the more self-righteous he became. "If you ask me, you two just got wind of this and came here to scam me. You want to steal my supplies." Annan shot him a look. "Not only are the supplies ours, don't forget, the mechanism was built by us too." Brother Laifu doubled down on his shamelessness. "So just because you can open the mechanism, the stuff is yours? Don't forget, I can open it too." Annan couldn't be bothered to argue further. She raised the gun in her hand to make her stance clear. "There's no way you're just going to swallow our supplies like that." Brother Laifu understood this perfectly well. He pretended to hesitate for a moment, then said, "How about this? I'll take a loss and let you have a share. Finders keepers, we'll split it half and half." Annan put away her gun. "All right. I know you're not happy about it, but..." Halfway through his sentence, Brother Laifu froze. "Huh?" Annan looked at him with a half-smile. "I said, all right." Brother Laifu was stunned by her sudden compromise. Why is this woman suddenly so easy to talk to? "You're sure? Half and half with me?" Annan nodded. "Yeah. Finders keepers, nothing wrong with that." "I agree." Brother Laifu eyed her warily, unable to figure out what trick she was playing now. He knew full well these supplies had nothing to do with him, they belonged to these two. But if that's the case, why would they agree to split half with him for nothing? Unless these two aren't the real owners of the warehouse either? They just want to cut and to get out quickly? But if they're not the owners, how do they know so much about what's inside? While Brother Laifu was lost in thought, Annan spoke up. "What's wrong? Now you don't want to." Brother Laifu looked up and stared at her, thinking for 2 seconds. Who cares if they're the owners or not? Either way, they're both going to be blown up in the cave today. So he grinned. "Of course I want to." "It's settled then." Then, putting on a show, he said, "I've used up quite a bit of the supplies recently. As compensation, I'll let you pick first. Whatever's left, I'll take." As he spoke, he stepped aside from the back door he'd been blocking. "Go ahead." But Annan surprised him yet again. "No rush. It's getting late. We'll come back tomorrow to move the supplies." Brother Laifu got a bit anxious. "It's fine, go ahead and move them." I slept all day, I'm not planning to sleep tonight. Anan found his eagerness amusing. So eager to blow her up? No way. She replied bluntly, don't flatter yourself. Who cares if you get enough rest? It's just that it's too dark at night, not convenient for us to handle and move the supplies. That was true. Brother Laifu felt a little awkward. You're right, I didn't think of that. He immediately tried to send them away. Then let's meet again tomorrow. As long as these two don't go into the cave, there's nothing he can do to them. After all, he can't beat them in a fight or an argument, and, while they carry explosives on them, all his bombs are in the cave. Since he can't kill them now, he'd rather they leave quickly than stick around and annoy him to death. But Anan smiled sweetly. Sorry to trouble you, but we'll need to stay at your camp tonight. What? Brother Laifu clearly hadn't expected this. You want to stay at our camp? Anan teased, what? Are you afraid we'll sneak into the warehouse at night and steal everything? Brother Laifu shook his head instinctively. Not really. There was only one entrance to the warehouse, completely blocked by his tent. To get in, you'd have to go through his tent first. Unless they had superpowers, could turn invisible or teleport, there was no way they'd sneak past him into the warehouse. After thinking for a moment, he generously replied, all right, I'll let you stay for one night. Tomorrow morning, once you've moved your stuff, you leave right away. Anan nodded. Deal. Brother Laifu grinned. Let them enjoy themselves for one night, tomorrow will be their doom. By then, the supplies and the helicopter will all be his. After settling things, he called the two black guys outside into the tent. Give them a tent. Set it up in Zone B. Anan interrupted at the right moment. I'll set up right next to your tent. Brother Laifu's voice jumped several pitches. What? Isn't this woman going too far? One demand after another. Anan replied matter-of-factly, I don't know anyone else here. Of course, I'm not going to sleep with them. We'll stay right next to you. Brother Laifu stared at her for a while, then gritted his teeth. Fine. They're both dead meat anyway. He'd just keep them complacent, let them drop their guard, then blow them up. He turned to the two black men and ordered, set up their tent next to mine. Keep a 10-meter distance. Then he emphasized, don't sleep tonight. Stand guard at my door and keep an eye on them. Don't let them come near. Yes, sir. With that, the two black men led Anan and Gujiu outside. At the door, Anan turned back and looked at Brother Laifu. You're a Tomb Raider, aren't you? Brother Laifu froze, blurting out instinctively, how did you know? Anan curled her lips. Just as she thought. The kind of mechanism Gujiu built wasn't something just anyone could open. This guy was either a Tomb Raider or a professional trap builder. But with his AK and all those bombs, he didn't look like any honest craftsman. Brother Laifu's face darkened for a moment, but he quickly recovered and replied calmly. So what if I am? What, you going to call the cops on me? He seemed to recall something and said with longing, your country has such a long history, treasures everywhere, yet so many good things are buried underground with corpses. What a waste. I'm just here to bring those treasures back to light, that's all. Anan snorted. Stealing from other people and selling it for cash, and you make it sound so noble. Laifu had been getting all kinds of passive-aggressive jabs from her all day, and now he was finally starting to lose his cool. Did I say anything wrong? You people really do bury all the good stuff underground. What a waste. And Nan shot back at him, those are our ancestors' things. If they want to bury them, they can. What's it got to do with you? Laifu stiffened his neck. Art belongs to the world. And Nan snorted. Art may belong to the world, but art pieces have national borders. Taking things without asking is called stealing. Laifu glared at her, his face dark, wishing he could stuff her into a cave and blow her to bits right now. And Nan glanced at the two black men waiting at the door. Are all the people in this camp your criminal accomplices? Laifu looked at the police gun in her hand and wondered if those two were cops, investigating him all this time. But then he quickly relaxed. So, what if they were police? It's the apocalypse now, what, are they going to throw him in jail? He swaggered, what, you want to deport me or something? And Nan replied, no. I just purely want to yell at you. Laifu He'd better get rid of this woman fast, or she'd piss him off so much he'd have a heart attack and drop dead. So he cooperated and answered her questions. I'm not stupid enough to bring a bunch of foreigners and get caught by your government people. These folks only got together after the disaster. The only one really working with me. He paused. The only one looking for art with me is that little brother you knocked out just now. And Nan raised an eyebrow. So it's just you and Notebook? Lai Fuji, just the two of us as partners. The people working for us are all locals we hired for a high price. At this, his face turned gloomy. You Chinese are all so treacherous, turning on people at the drop of a hat. I paid good money to hire them, but as soon as the disaster hit, they all ran home. No one cared if I lived or died. And Nan rolled her eyes. They were just working for you, not your indentured slaves. Why wouldn't they go home? You think they'd wander the world with you? Before Lai Fuji could blow up, and Nan continued, what about your family? Are they all back in your country? Or are they already? Mentioning his family made Lai Fuji's mood sink. Of course they're all at home. I don't even know how they're doing now. As he said this, he stared greedily at Nan. Once he got her helicopter, he'd have a chance to get back across the ocean and see his family again. And Nan saw the look in his eyes and knew exactly what he was thinking. She rolled her eyes. What are you staring at me for? Never seen a beautiful woman before. Lai Fuji was fuming. You done with your questions? Can you leave now? And Nan glanced at him, said nothing more, and turned to leave. She'd asked all these questions just to make sure he didn't have any other close confidants or family around. After all, if you're going to cut the weeds, you have to pull out the roots. The answer was clear, he didn't. His family was far away, and his only trusted sidekick was Scarface. And Nan left his tent feeling reassured. The two black men, following their boss's orders, led in Nan and her group to an open area about 10 meters away, tossed their tent on the ground, and were about to leave. And Nan called out, Hey, help us set up the tent, will you? She and Gu Jiu had been running around all day, and there was still important stuff to do later. She wasn't about to waste energy pitching a tent. The two men looked at Nan. Even though their dark faces didn't show much expression, the meaning was obvious. Why should we help you set up your tent? And Nan smirked and pulled 2 handfuls of candy from her pocket. Thanks for your hard work. The two men exchanged a look, then quickly stepped forward and each grabbed a handful. Leave it to us. And Nan smiled in satisfaction. Make it sturdy. If it passes inspection, I'll give you a few more pieces. The two immediately got to work with renewed enthusiasm. Candy and chocolate were practically the best currency in the apocalypse, easy to carry and super useful. When you're starving and your blood sugar's low, a single piece can bring you back to life. She never ate sweets herself. All the candy and chocolate in her stash was for tipping others. Lots of tricky problems could be solved with just a little treat. And Nan glanced around. There was a large open area around Lai Fuji's big tent. He deliberately set her tent 10 meters away, partly to prevent her from sneaking into his tent at night, and partly to stop her from quietly planting explosives nearby. You had to admit, the guy had some brains. If she didn't have her teleport ability, sneaking past him to get into the warehouse would actually take some effort. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw people in the other tents watching them, causing quite a stir. She turned to Gu Jiu. Let them set up the tent. How about we take a walk around? Gu Jiu, sure. The 3 little ones immediately wanted to follow. And Nan waved them off. You guys stay here. We won't go far, and we'll be back soon. Fugue and the other 2 reluctantly stayed behind, staring blankly at the 2 black men setting up the tent. Hiss. Why do they look like that? They're nothing like Master or Sister Pepe. The 2 black men. Being stared at by a giant beast that could knock out a tiger was seriously unnerving. It really affected their work efficiency. Meanwhile, Nan and Gu Jiu walked side by side toward the cluster of tents. Gu Jiu seemed to remember something funny and suddenly smiled. And Nan looked at him in surprise. What are you laughing at? Gu Jiu's lips curled up. I was just thinking, you're really good at getting under people's skin. And Nan realized he was talking about how she'd just driven Lai Fuji and Scarface up the wall. If I didn't rile them up like that, how else would I so easily spot their weaknesses? Gu Jiu agreed with the MM. It was true. This group had been thrown off balance by Nan from the start, unable to control their expressions or hide their thoughts. After that, all their emotions were basically led by the nose by Nan. Thinking of this, Gu Jiu smiled again. And Nan looked at him, puzzled. What are you laughing at now? Ever since they got married, this man's emotions had clearly become less stable. He just randomly grinned for no reason, his former cold, aloof aura was long gone. Gu Jiu's voice was tinged with laughter. Nothing, just thinking you're cute. And Nan pouted. You're the only one who thinks so. If Scarface heard you, he'd probably have a stroke from anger. Chatting as they walked, the two soon reached the regular tent area. There were still many people peeking out from their tents to watch them. In the pitch-black night, wherever Annen's flashlight shone, a pair of bright eyes would gleam back at her. She walked forward, scanning her surroundings, and finally stopped in front of a tent with a child inside. This tent housed only a woman and a little girl, about 6 or 7 years old. The woman was clearly Caucasian, but the little girl was of mixed race. Judging by her features, her father was probably Chinese or another East Asian, but he was obviously no longer around. Annen bent down and handed over a few pieces of candy. The little girl's eyes lit up immediately, but instead of grabbing the candy, she turned to look at her mother. The woman eyed Annen warily, hesitated for a long moment, and finally nodded at her daughter, who was looking at her pleadingly. The girl beamed and quickly took the candy from Annen, tearing off the wrapper and popping it into her mouth. But the woman suddenly seemed to think of something, snatched the candy away, and licked it herself first. After a while, seeing nothing appealed to her, she handed it back to her daughter. Annen smiled. Don't worry, it's not poisoned. Watching the little girl happily suck on the candy, Annen took out 2 sausages. But this time, she didn't hand them over directly. Instead, she waved them in front of the pair and said, I have some questions for you. Answer them, and these are yours. The woman stared at the sausages, swallowed hard, then nodded and replied in accented Chinese, Okay. You ask. Annen asked, Why are all of you gathered here? What did you do before? Where did you come from? The woman carefully translated Annen's questions in her mind, then answered one by one. It turned out that all these foreigners had come from Xicheng. Some were international students at Xicheng University, some were migrant workers, and others were tourists visiting from abroad. Xicheng was an ancient city with a long history and rich culture, surrounded by magnificent landscapes. Deserts, grasslands, mountains, caves, attracting tourists from all over the world every year. Of course, that included so-called adventurers like Brother Lai Fu and Scarface. When disaster struck, these outsiders were stranded in China, unable to return home. Qingqing supplies were already scarce. Even the locals fought tooth and nail for a bite to eat, let alone these foreigners. Without exception, they were all ostracized by the locals. Many foreigners were physically strong and resourceful, often outcompeting locals for supplies, which only made things worse. Gradually, the locals united against them. It didn't matter if they'd been fighting among themselves before. Whenever they saw a foreigner, they'd immediately set aside their differences and join forces to drive them out of the city. Eventually, these wandering foreigners were rounded up by Brother Lai Fu. He claimed to be an adventurer from America and said he had a large supply of tents and equipment, offering shelter to all the outsiders. That's how he gathered all the foreigners together, even providing them with some food. After hearing this, Annen said meaningfully, So, you must all be loyal to your leader. To her surprise, the woman shook her head. We work for him and follow his orders just to survive, in exchange for food, but we only get 1 meal a week. Most of the time, what we eat is actually our dead neighbors. 1 meal a week? Annen understood now. Brother Lai Fu only gathered these people to make himself look powerful. With a crowd behind him, he could defend his territory and supplies. But he didn't actually care about their lives. He just kept them barely alive with a weekly meal. The only ones who truly benefited were his bodyguards. Annan handed the sausages to the woman, who gratefully accepted them, quickly zipped up the tent, and huddled inside with her daughter to eat. After all, only food in your stomach is truly yours. After that, Annan and Gujiu picked different areas and questioned a few more families. The answers were all pretty much the same. As they walked back, they summed it up. This place is nothing like the Tsanglong gang or the mountain base. There's no cohesion, no loyalty to the boss. It's not even an organization, just a foreigner settlement. Gujiu nodded. These people are always hungry, while their leader is well-fed and greasy-faced. Of course, there's no unity. They didn't need threats, just a few pieces of candy, and these people spilled all of Brother Laifu's secrets. When they returned to their camp, the tent was already set up. Money makes the mare go. The two black men, seeing that the tent could only fit 2 people, somehow managed to find another tent and set it up next door for the 3 little ones. Annan was very pleased with their attitude and handed them a few more pieces of candy. The 2 black men left contentedly and returned to stand guard outside Brother Laifu's tent. Annan directed the 3 little ones into one tent, leaving them some pet food, while she and Gujiu entered the other. They ate some bread and milk to fill their stomachs. After 2 hours, when night had deepened and almost everyone was asleep, Annan finally stepped out of her tent. The black men nearby, though grateful for her kindness, still remembered their orders and watched her nervously, afraid she might suddenly make a move. But she only went into the next tent, told the 3 pets, "Go to sleep. You have work tomorrow," and then returned to her own tent, not coming out again. The 2 black men breathed a sigh of relief and continued their watch. Inside Annan's tent, Gujiu whispered, "Did you get them all into the space?" Annan nodded, not a single one left behind. She smiled. As soon as Fugue got into the manor, he went straight for the spring water again. Gujiu said, "Let's go." Annan grabbed his hand. "Let's." In the next instant, the 2 of them appeared directly in the cave behind Brother Laifu's tent. Since she wasn't sure of the exact location inside the cave, Annan first teleported to the entrance, carefully put the bombs into her space, then slowly made her way inside. Brother Laifu was indeed quite crafty. The 3 traps were all intact and undisturbed. To avoid alerting anyone, they didn't trigger the traps, but teleported straight past them. After passing through 3 doors, they finally made it into the warehouse. The supplies in the northwest warehouse stretched out as far as the eye could see, a truly impressive sight. When Annan walked in, she'd already prepared herself for the place to be a complete mess after being ransacked by Brother Laifu. But to her surprise, the moment she stepped inside, she couldn't even tell anyone had touched the warehouse at all. She turned to Gujiu. "This place doesn't look like it's been robbed, does it?" Gujiu walked in a bit further and agreed, "You're right. Only the food section shows any obvious signs of being touched, but even then, not much has been taken." There were about 50 rows of shelves in the food section, and more than 40 of them were completely untouched. Of the few that had been used, most of the items were still well preserved. As for other daily necessities, there was even less to worry about. There were clothes from several shopping malls here. No matter how much that foreigner wore, he couldn't possibly make a dent in the stock. The few hundred pieces he took barely made a difference in the face of such abundance. What's more, that foreigner had been extremely low-key. Aside from the absolute basics, food, clothing, daily essentials, he hadn't enjoyed any luxuries at all. Things with strong flavors, like self-heating hot pot and instant rice noodles, were almost untouched. Instead, he'd eaten a lot of dry biscuits and bread. For lighting, he didn't even use a flashlight, just candles. He lived like a caveman. He was probably worried about drawing too much attention to himself and getting ganged up on by others. As Annan gathered supplies, she couldn't help but sigh. That pretty boy really only cared about feeding himself. With so many people in the camp, there was no way they could have used up so little food and supplies. It seemed that the weekly food rations were really just the bare minimum to keep people alive. With so many people in the camp, If anyone had even managed to eat half their fill, the warehouse wouldn't be in this state. No wonder the people here had zero loyalty to their leader. As Nan continued packing things away, she suddenly heard Gujiu call out from a corner at the far end of the warehouse. She immediately stopped what she was doing and walked over. What is it? The northwest warehouse was about the same size as the northern one, and the supplies inside were similar too. The only difference was that, while the northern warehouse stored a large amount of fuel in addition to basic supplies, the northwest base was stocked with building materials. On the plane ride here, she'd asked Gujiu if there was a lot of fuel stored in this area as well. Gujiu had shaken his head. His reach only extended so far. He'd already monopolized the fuel in the north, but there was no way he could get his hands on all the fuel in the northwest too. However, because the Gu Group had previously participated in a major redevelopment project in the northwest, they had a lot of building materials on hand. So when Gujiu was consolidating supplies, he'd moved a lot of building materials here as well. At first, it was simply because the warehouse was so big. Supplies only took up half the space, so it made sense to fill the rest. But now, those building materials had become extremely valuable and in high demand. All the official bases were working hard to build and maintain their facilities. Especially after the earthquake, good steel, boards, paint, composite materials, and so on had all become hot commodities. Even the most basic lumber had become something you could only dream of finding. After all, between floods and extreme heat, most of the trees had died off. And with the coming extreme cold, any burnable wood had already been used up for heating. People hadn't even spared tables and chairs. If lumber was this precious, other building materials were even more so. After all, almost all industry had ground to a halt in the apocalypse. Among Gujiu's stockpiled materials were many new types of materials that were valuable even before the disasters. Right now, Gujiu was standing in the building materials section, and Nan quickly joined him, looking at the piles of materials. Is there a problem? Gujiu examined them for a while, then nodded. Someone's been through them. They've been resorted. And Nan was surprised. Resorted? What does that mean? Gujiu turned to her. Looks like someone had the same idea as us. And Nan caught on. You mean that Brother Laifu wanted to sell the building materials to the authorities too? Back at the villa, the Jiang brothers had mentioned before leaving that the earthquake had dealt a heavy blow to the hard-won bases, and they were now desperate for building materials. The authorities were willing to pay any price to buy them. And Nan and Gujiu had already been thinking about trading with the authorities. And Nan had been scavenging everywhere, and after her storage space expanded, she'd collected all kinds of sand, cement, doors, windows, glass, anything she could find. She'd actually managed to stockpile quite a bit. As for Gujiu, as the richest man around, there was hardly anything he didn't have. The two of them no longer lacked food or basic supplies, but they figured they could trade with the authorities for other good stuff. Some things like tanks or submarines were really only in the hands of the authorities. If they could trade for those, their chances of surviving future disasters would go up significantly. Gujiu looked at the building materials. He's divided each type into two parts. I'm guessing one part was for himself and the other was meant for sale. If he hadn't had this idea, he wouldn't have bothered with these useless building materials that couldn't be eaten or drunk. Since he'd gone to the trouble of sorting them, he must have realized how valuable they were. And Nan snorted. He's pretty quick to divvy up other people's stuff, isn't he? She sighed. Good thing the Western official base isn't in Xinjiang, and we didn't come too late, otherwise, all the building materials would have been sold off by now. Gujiu turned to her. The Western base isn't in Xinjiang? And Nan nodded. I heard someone mention in my previous life that the Western official base is in Laces City. The Northwest was vast, and the distance from Xinjiang to Laces City was huge, unlike their northern base, which was conveniently located near Linbei City. That was probably why the building materials hadn't been sold off yet. And Nan stepped forward and stored all the carefully sorted building materials into her space, then turned to continue collecting other supplies. At that moment, The three little ones, bored from being cooped up in the space, started clamoring to come out. And Nan let them out, warning them not to cause trouble, then let them run around and play while she continued gathering supplies, sorting the new items into her space as she went. Gujiu watched her for a while, then suddenly said, "Why don't you sit down and take a break? I'll push the shelves over to you one by one so you can collect things." "Huh," Gujiu said, "it'll take a bit more time, but it'll save you a lot of effort." And Nan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was nice to have a doting husband, but wasn't this a bit much? Why should you bother carrying things back and forth when I can just put them away as I walk by? Gujiu replied seriously, "You've been sitting in a car all day, and as soon as you got here, you were fighting and yelling. You must be exhausted. Running around like this will wear you out." And Nan burst out laughing. "I was just sitting in a car. How could I possibly be more tired than you, the one flying a plane?" If Zhao Ping'an and Sister Pei were here, they'd definitely tease him for showing off their relationship again. Gujiu paused, as if he'd never even considered who would be more tired between the two of them. After thinking for a moment, he reasoned, "I'm a man. I should do more." And Nan shot him a sideways glance. "Sexist, are we?" Gujiu looked at her, trying not to laugh. "What are you talking about?" And Nan nudged him aside. Go. Go sit over there and wait. Don't get in the way. I'll be done soon." Seeing the look of disdain on Nan's face, Gujiu pressed his lips together and said nothing more. But instead of sitting down to rest, he just stood nearby to keep her company. And Nan turned around and continued running up and down the rows, packing things away. As she worked, her body, which had gotten a bit warm from moving around, suddenly felt a chill. She stopped in her tracks, alert, and stood still to sense it more carefully. Gujiu noticed something was off too. "It's getting a bit cold, isn't it?" No sooner had he spoken than the air temperature dropped sharply again. And Nan frowned. The extreme cold is coming. It had been just like this in her previous life. The air, originally comfortable, suddenly turned cold. Many people just grabbed a jacket and put it on, not realizing that a huge danger was about to descend. About 10 minutes later, the temperature, which had only felt a bit chilly, suddenly plunged below zero and then kept dropping rapidly. In just a few hours, it went from over 20 degrees Celsius to -20, a swing of more than 40 degrees. Then, heavy snow began to fall from the sky. In just 2 days, the world was blanketed in white, and the temperature dropped to -60 or 70 degrees. The bone-chilling cold became the new normal, and all survivors entered an unbearably harsh era of extreme cold. Many people, including Nan herself, hadn't survived that first wave of cold in her previous life. Back then, the cold had struck during the day, when everyone was awake, but even so, the sudden temperature drop killed a lot of people instantly. She hadn't expected that this time, the cold would arrive in the middle of the night. It looked like many people would freeze to death in their sleep, without even realizing it. And Nan frowned, thinking of Chu Pei and the others back in the villa district. Fortunately, before she left, she'd specifically warned them that after the fog cleared, a new disaster was very likely to strike, and told them to be extra careful. And in the disaster prediction list Zhao Ping'an had made, extreme cold was at the very top. He'd even reminded everyone to keep their cold weather gear right by their beds. So, they should be safe. And Nan didn't bother packing any more supplies. She quickly pulled out thermal suits, fur coats, and cotton boots from her storage space and handed them to Gujiu. "Put these on, quick." Then she called over the three little ones and dressed them in thermal suits, fur coats, and pet booties as well. After defeating the Zhenglong gang, she'd spent the past 3 months at home, organizing supplies for the extreme cold. She'd picked out the long white fur she'd collected earlier and even made 2 coats for Fugue. With the leftover scraps, she made 2 sets for Lord Rabbit and Laifu as well. As for the pet booties, Fugue and Lord Rabbit could fit into the ones she'd bought at the pet store, but Laifu's little chicken feet could only fit into the cotton booties she'd made herself. Their whole family, dogs and chickens included, had to be fully armed. Temperatures as low as -70 degrees were no joke. No matter how tough you were, you couldn't risk going out unprotected. Based on her experience from the extreme heat period, she knew that while thermal suits could help maintain body temperature, they weren't limitless. You still needed to layer up. Once she'd finished dressing the three little ones and put on her own gear, she looked up and saw Gujiu, now fully dressed. If a man didn't wear fur coats well, he could easily look ridiculous, but Gujiu looked completely different. With his natural air of refinement, he looked like a gentleman from ancient times in his fur coat. And Nan had never seen him in this style before and couldn't help but stare. Gujiu chuckled and pulled her into his arms. "You're getting love-struck at a time like this?" And Nan snapped out of it and coughed lightly. "Who's love-struck?" She quickly looked away, only to see the three little ones looking comically round and puffy in their new outfits, and couldn't help but laugh. She'd always fed them well, and now, bundled up in fur, they looked even rounder, especially Fugue, who was practically a big white ball. The three little ones, unhappy at being laughed at, started making noises. "Awo-awo-awo, cluck-cluck-cluck, squeak-squeak-squeak." And Nan grinned, about to say something, when she suddenly felt the temperature drop again on her exposed hands. This time, the change was much more dramatic than before. Her hands, unable to adapt, turned red and stiff from the cold. 10 minutes had passed. The extreme cold had officially arrived. And Nan took out a thermometer. The temperature had already dropped by more than 20 degrees, now below zero. Gujiu frowned. "This temperature drop is terrifying." And Nan sighed. "This isn't even the worst of it. Soon it'll be -20, and in 2 days, -60 or 70. As she spoke, she found 2 pairs of gloves, handing one to Gujiu, then turned to keep packing supplies. "In a few hours, a blizzard will start. Once I'm done here, we'll leave right away, find a place to stay in Chicheng before the snow hits. We'll wait until the storm passes before moving on." Gujiu nodded. "Okay." And Nan picked up the pace, storing the rest of the supplies in her space. Most of the supplies here were covered in dust, except for the food section and Gujiu's private antique collection, which were obviously kept clean by that little foreigner who visited often. Clearly, he really loved antiques. Even in the apocalypse, when these things couldn't even be traded for bread, he still came by to clean and admire them. Speak of the devil. As she was packing, the sound of a mechanism activating came from outside. And Nan and Gujiu exchanged a glance and hurried to finish packing up the last of the supplies. Soon, the entire warehouse was emptied. Not only were all the supplies gone, but even the bombs the other side had left behind were now safely in her storage. When Brother Laifu finally opened the last mechanism, shivering in his thin coat and blanket, all he saw was the 2 of them and 3 little ones looking at him with unfriendly eyes. Brother Laifu rushed in so hastily that he didn't even bring his gun. After all, the entrance to this warehouse was securely blocked by his tent, practically making it his own private room. Who brings a gun when walking from their own bedroom into another room? Especially since the sudden drop in temperature was so strange and abrupt, it had jolted him awake from his sleep, leaving him shivering uncontrollably. He had no time to think about grabbing a gun. His only thought was to get to the warehouse and find some thick clothes to put on. Having spent a lot of time surviving in the wild before, he knew that a sudden temperature drop while sleeping was extremely dangerous. If he hadn't been on guard against those 2 Chinese people all night and hadn't slept soundly, he might have ended up freezing to death in his sleep. But what he didn't expect was that, upon entering, what awaited him wasn't a warm, thick quilt or a down jacket, but the very enemies he'd been so wary of. Brother Laifu stared in shock at the empty warehouse. "Where are my supplies? Where are my bombs?" When he was unlocking the mechanisms layer by layer outside just now, he'd vaguely noticed that the bombs he'd placed seemed to be missing. But it was so cold at the time that he didn't have the luxury to think about it. He just rushed in, planning to find some warm clothes first and check things over later. Now, seeing Annan and the others, he finally snapped fully awake. Everything was gone. Absolutely everything. But he hadn't left his tent all night and hadn't even slept deeply. How on earth did they get in? Could there be another entrance to the warehouse that he didn't know about? And even if people got in, how did all those supplies disappear? The two of them had only been apart from him for a few hours at most, right? With that much stuff, even a professional moving crew would need half a day to haul it all away. How could everything just vanish without a sound? His mind was full of confusion and shock, but most of all anger. Despicable Chinese. I knew you had ulterior motives when you asked to stay the night. Give me back my supplies and my bombs. Annan looked at him coldly as he yelled, her attitude still arrogant and unyielding. What are you shouting for? What supplies? Everything in this warehouse belongs to us. She snorted. As for your bombs, they look pretty good. I'll be keeping them. Brother Laifu was about to explode with rage. What right do you have to take them? They're mine. What right do you have? Annan rolled her eyes at him. After eating so much of our food, of course I have to take some compensation. You're not my son or my grandson, so why should I feed you for free? Brother Laifu was stunned for a few seconds, then his eyes went red as he charged forward. Give me back my supplies. Give me back my bombs. He really had been frozen and angered to the point of stupidity. With no weapon and nothing to rely on, he just charged at them barehanded. Annan wasn't about to show mercy. Even though she was wearing a bulky fur coat, she dodged nimbly to the side and then kicked him, sending him flying. Gu Jiu, always mindful that his wife had been working hard all day, strode forward to take over. He grabbed the foreigner by the collar and landed a few punches, beating him until his face was swollen like a pig's head. He was very skilled. He made sure to hurt but not knock out, and dislocated his arms and twisted his legs so he couldn't resist anymore. Afterwards, he turned to look at Annan. Annan smiled and praised him. Nice job. Then she asked, does he have the bomb detonator on him? Since they'd taken the bombs, they naturally had to confiscate the detonator too. Gu Jiu was just about to search him when Fugue the dog bounded over excitedly. Let me do it. I'm the best at finding things. Gu Jiu patted the dog's head and made room for it to show off. The dog sniffed around Brother Laifu and quickly found the detonator in his inner pocket. The battered foreigner, his face swollen and aching, was furious. This woman called his little buddy a lackey, but clearly she had the most loyal lackeys herself. Annan took the detonator from Fugue and examined it. There were 6 buttons in total, a larger one in the center, and 5 smaller ones around it. The 5 small buttons probably corresponded to the 3 traps and the 2 sets of bombs inside the warehouse, while the big button was likely the master switch to detonate everything at once. It was quite a piece of craftsmanship. Annan shook the detonator in her hand and glanced at Brother Laifu. You made this? Before he could answer, she continued, not bad. Too bad though. Too bad about what? Brother Laifu was furious at her calm, indifferent tone. Aya, you bandit. Give me back all my things. So noisy, Annan said, digging in her ear in annoyance. Then she simply took a bag of bombs out of her space and tossed it into his arms. Here, take it back. I'm not a bandit. Brother Laifu stared, dumbfounded at the bombs that had appeared out of thin air in her hand. Then, as she threw them at him, he screamed in terror. What are you doing? Annan smiled at him. Just giving you your stuff back. She looked at the detonator in her hand. Now, which button corresponds to this bomb? Then she added casually, oh well, I'll just try and see. The rest of the bombs were in her storage space. Since they were in a different space, they couldn't be connected to the detonator. The only one that could actually be detonated was the one in Brother Laifu's arms. Brother Laifu's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he screamed, are you crazy? If you set off the bomb, you won't survive either. Annan smiled. No need to worry about that. With that, she swept up the 3 little ones and put them into her space. No one here will get hurt, except you. Seeing the 3 little ones vanish into thin air, Brother Laifu completely panicked. A wave of dread washed over him. He knew this time he was really done for. He was desperate to run, but with his limbs already broken by Gu Jiu, he couldn't move at all. All he could do was beg for mercy through his tears. Sorry. Sorry. Please. No. No. I told you, I don't understand foreign languages. Annan took Gu Zhiyu's hand and, very politely, bid Brother Laifu farewell. Goodbye. The next second, the two of them vanished from sight. Brother Laifu gaped in disbelief. East Asian sorcery. East Asian sorcery, ah. His screams echoed through the empty warehouse. Now, the only thing left to keep him company was a bomb he couldn't escape from. And Nan took Gu Zhiyu and blinked several times in succession, smoothly appearing inside Brother Laifu's tent. The next second, she decisively pressed the detonator in her hand. With a loud boom, the bomb deep in the cave exploded successfully, shaking the ground. The white tiger, who had been sleeping in the tent, hadn't noticed the two who had quietly teleported in. But the explosion jolted it awake in an instant, and it sat up with a start, warily eyeing the suddenly appeared Nan and Gu Zhiyu. The next moment, it shivered. Huh? Why did it suddenly get so much colder? Luckily, it had a thick coat and was a wild tiger. This temperature wasn't enough to make it uncomfortable. It quickly adapted and regained its composure. And Nan kept her eyes on the tiger, put the detonator away into her storage space, and at the same time pulled out an assault rifle, cautiously aiming it at the tiger's head. She also let the three little ones out again. As soon as Fugue appeared, the white tiger's previously imposing aura immediately deflated. In the animal world, might makes right. The white tiger had been knocked out cold by Fugue before, so seeing him again inevitably made it nervous. Especially since this chubby dog had just materialized out of thin air. Looking at Fugue's round, sturdy body, now wrapped in a mink coat, he looked even fatter and stronger. He was several sizes bigger than the tiger. Remembering that deadly triple head, but the white tiger couldn't help but lower its head and retreat a few steps. And Nan raised an eyebrow at the sight of the tiger backing away step by step. She'd thought there would be a fierce fight. But the tiger just gave in like that? As for Fugue, ever since he came out, he'd been putting on a show, baring his teeth fiercely at the white tiger. Now, seeing the tiger obediently back off, he immediately lifted his head in satisfaction. That's more like it. The white tiger lowered its gaze and quietly crouched in the farthest corner of the tent. A wise man doesn't fight with a woman. How is this big, chubby thing a dog? It was clearly a tigress. And the mean, unreasonable kind at that. Seeing the tiger behaving itself, showing no sign of looking for its master or seeking revenge, and Nan ignored it and instead searched under the pillow for the AK rifle. This was a good find. She put the AK into her storage space, found a decent amount of ammo, and then left the tent with Gu Zhiyu. The two black men who had been standing guard outside were nowhere to be seen. They'd probably gone back to get more clothes after being unable to stand the sudden drop in temperature. The camp was eerily quiet. Who knew if the others were still sleeping or had already passed out from the cold? By now, the temperature had dropped even further. The two of them and their three pets were fully equipped, so they didn't feel uncomfortable. And Nan casually lifted a few tent flaps and quickly found Scarface. It was unclear whether he was still unconscious from her earlier blow or if he'd simply frozen after falling asleep. His eyes were tightly shut, and a thin layer of frost had formed on his eyelashes. And Nan grinned. For such an ugly guy, his eyelashes were pretty long. She pulled out her three-edged dagger and stabbed it straight into his chest. Ugh. Scarface's eyes snapped open, his pupils focusing as he gradual. Why made out in Nan's beautiful yet icy face? Goodbye, you little baka. You. He didn't even finish his sentence. His eyes bulged, his head lolled to the side, and he died on the spot. And Nan wiped the blood from her dagger disdainfully on his clothes. Just as she stood up, she saw the two black men from earlier, now bundled up in several layers, crawling out of a tent and running toward them. What are you doing? And Nan clicked her tongue. They would have been fine if they'd just stayed put, but they had to come looking for death. As they ran up, and Nan and Gu Zhiyu each took one and quickly dealt with them. Afterward, and Nan put away her dagger, pulled out a thermometer, and saw that the temperature had already dropped to nearly -20 degrees Celsius. Gu Jiu was surprised. It dropped another 20 degrees in such a short time? Wearing his thermal suit and heavy coat, he hadn't even noticed. And Nan nodded, her expression serious. The temperature is dropping even faster than in my previous life. In less than an hour, there's already a 40-degree difference. She glanced around at the tents. Still no sound or movement. Despite all the commotion they'd just caused, no one reacted. She lifted a few more tent flaps. Inside, everyone was lying there, completely still. A 40-degree temperature drop in such a short time, and now it was -20. Cold enough to feel it even in a regular cotton coat. Yet these people were all in thin clothes, lying motionless. They were still breathing, but it was clear they'd already passed out from the cold. She stood up and said, "They're beyond saving." Even if they could be saved, with so many people here, she wouldn't bother. As soon as she finished speaking, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. Gu Jiu looked up. "Let's go." And Nan nodded. "Let's move." While the snow was still light, they needed to hurry to Qincheng to find shelter. Once the blizzard started in earnest, they wouldn't even be able to see the road. During a blizzard, neither planes nor cars could operate. They'd have to wait for the snow to stop and the roads to clear before they could leave. The group quickly made their way out of the camp, with the white tiger silently following not far behind. Fugue turned his head and barked fiercely at it, making it stop in its tracks. Once they were out of the camp, and Nan immediately took out an armored vehicle. The two of them and their 3 pets drove straight toward where the helicopter had landed. The white tiger stayed where it was, silently watching their car disappear into the distance. When they reached the helicopter, and Nan put the armored vehicle away. "The snow's still light. If we take the helicopter, we'll get there faster. It'll only take 2 minutes. Gu Jiu nodded. "Okay." The helicopter was indeed fast, but the blizzard came even faster. Just as they flew over Qincheng, the light snow suddenly turned into a heavy blizzard. Visibility at night was already poor, and with the swirling snow, the helicopter's searchlight was almost useless. The wind was picking up too. Gu Jiu quickly spotted a large open area in Qincheng and hurriedly landed. The open space was fenced in, next to a 3-story building. The sign outside was just visible, "In." And Nan put the helicopter away and shouted over the howling wind and snow, "Let's go in here." She strode forward and tried to push the door, but it was locked tight. Earlier, the temperature hadn't been too low, and since they were wearing thermal suits, they'd forgotten to bring scarves or cover their faces. Gu Jiu saw in Nan's face, her nose already red from the cold, and grew anxious. He rushed forward and kicked the door open. As soon as the two of them and their 3 pets entered, voices shouted from inside. "Who's there?" As soon as the inn's door opened, the blizzard rushed in behind them. Gu Jiu turned around and closed the door tightly again, while Nan pulled out a powerful flashlight and cautiously swept it around the room. The door they entered faced another, even larger door on the opposite side, most likely the inn's main entrance. To her left was a staircase. At that moment, 2 girls, looking to be in their early 20s, were standing at the bend at the top of the stairs. They were shivering, thin and frail, each gripping a large cleaver, their faces full of wariness. "How did you get in through the back door? How did you get into the yard?" they demanded. Their shock was understandable. The courtyard wall outside was especially high, not something ordinary people could easily climb over. And Nan didn't reply. She'd already stowed the helicopter away in her storage space, so there was no way she could admit they'd flown in. When she and Gu Jiu landed, the sky was filled with a blizzard like never before. Coupled with the darkness and howling wind, it was like being in a thick fog. Visibility was nearly 0. These 2 probably hadn't seen how they arrived at all. Seeing that the newcomers weren't answering, the girls seemed even more nervous. Raising their voices, they shouted upstairs. "Boss! Boss lady! There's a thief! Wake up! Come out, quick!" They shouted as they brandished their cleavers and took a defensive stance, keeping a close eye on Nan. They'd been sleeping deeply just now when a loud roar woke them. At first, they thought they were dreaming, but when they heard the door being kicked in, they forced themselves awake. In the apocalypse, they never slept soundly, but for some reason, tonight they'd been out cold. There was no time to think about it. They'd just grabbed the weapons by their beds and rushed out to check. And now they saw 2 people in fur coats and 3 mysterious, heavily bundled up figures. It was all very strange. And it wasn't just them who thought so, and Nan found it odd too. "Aren't you cold?" she asked. The girls were only wearing sweatshirts and thin pants, with bare feet in open-toed slippers. Their exposed skin and faces were already turning purple from the cold. Huh? The 2 girls, tense to the extreme, shivered and finally realized how cold they were. Achoo! Achoo! After a string of sneezes, they hugged themselves and cried out, "Oh my God, why is it so cold? Quick! Go back and put on more clothes." Without another thought for the sudden strangers, they dashed upstairs as fast as they could. Gu Jiu fixed the door and made sure it was tightly shut. Then he turned and asked, "Are you all right?" "Still cold." And Nan smiled at him. "I'm fine. I'm wearing a big coat. How cold could I get?" Anyone who's worn mink knows, no matter how fancy the brand, no down jacket can match a good mink coat for warmth. Especially since she was wearing a long mink coat that nearly reached her feet and, underneath, a temperature-regulating suit. Even without the suit, it would be more than enough for -20 degrees. She stroked the soft fur. Sure, fur was a bit cruel, but when it came to staying warm, never mind mink. Many survivors would kill for supplies to keep warm. During the extreme cold, most people didn't hesitate to tear their homes apart. Wardrobes, floors, tables, chairs, anything that could burn was used for heat. In her previous life, she'd nearly died of carbon monoxide poisoning from burning things for warmth in a sealed room. Later, covered in frostbite, she watched Lu Xiulian and In Xiao Bei strut around in their luxurious, warm fur coats. This time, she swore she'd never freeze again. Gu Jiu saw her absent-mindedly stroking her coat. He took off his gloves and put them in his pocket, then stepped forward to touch her face. "Facial skin is delicate and sensitive. Your nose is all red from the cold. I was careless. Next time, remind me to make sure you've got your scarf on." And Nan chuckled, about to reply, when a woman's voice came from the stairs. Well, what a lovely couple. Are you here to stay at the inn too?" They turned to see a beautiful woman in her 30s, swaying her hips as she came down the stairs, holding a lit candle. Behind her was a short, shifty-looking man. And Nan stared at the woman, puzzled. She was bundled up in layers, looking like a dumpling, yet you could still see her swaying hips. To pull that off, you'd need a perfect waist-to-hip ratio and some serious hip swaying. Clearly, this woman had both. But to be honest, she moved so naturally, it didn't look cheap at all. In fact, it was quite charming. If you ignored her face, purple from the cold, she'd be a real stunner. And Nan was a bit mesmerized, but Gu Jiu didn't react, his expression unchanged as he asked, "Are you the owners of this inn?" "You could say that." The woman winked at Gu Jiu. "The original owner died during the heat wave. My husband and I took over, offering shelter to travelers from time to time." She glanced over their outfits. "Of course, we do charge some food as payment." And Nan didn't respond. She found the woman odd. Beautiful, yes, but that was exactly what was strange. The apocalypse had been going on for nearly 3 years. Where would you find a plump, curvy beauty these days? If you weren't skin and bones, you were already doing well. Yet this woman didn't look like she'd ever gone hungry. Gu Jiu clearly thought the same, watching her warily. At that moment, the shifty-looking man behind the woman grabbed the cleaver at his waist and barked. "Hey, listen up. You can stay, but don't try anything funny. Especially you." He pointed at Gu Jiu. "Don't you get any ideas about my wife?" Gu Jiu frowned but ignored him. He turned to Nan. "Should we stay?" And Nan nodded. "Let's stay." The blizzard outside was raging. It would be foolish to go back out now. Concealing her actions with her coat pocket, She pulled a handful of chocolate from her storage space as payment. The man glanced at it and immediately shouted, "Not enough." And Nan raised an eyebrow. "We're only staying one night." The situation in this inn was still unclear, so she wasn't about to reveal she planned to stay for 2 or 3 days. The man eyed the brand-name chocolate in her hand, clearly excited, but insisted, "Not enough." The alluring proprietress said nothing more. Instead, she took the candle in her hand and went around lighting the other candles scattered throughout the first floor. The room instantly became much brighter. And Nan turned her head, taking in the entire scene on the first floor. Before the disaster, this floor must have been a lounge. On the east side was a bar counter, the west side had a few sofas, and there were plenty of tables and chairs, probably for guests to drink tea or coffee and chat. Besides that, there were board games, a pool table, arcade machines, and even a few guitars tossed in the corner. Now, everything was covered in a thick layer of dust. Only the tables, chairs, and sofas looked clean and seemed to still be in use. The man noticed her looking around and stepped forward, trying to block her view. "Hey, hurry up and pay the lodging fee. Otherwise, go find somewhere else to stay." And Nan sneered. "Aren't you greedy?" Even in the apocalypse, chocolate and candy were rare treasures. Even before the disaster, this handful of high-end chocolates would have been enough to pay for a night at a regular hotel. "Hey, young lady, watch your mouth. I haven't even made a fuss about you breaking in the middle of the night. Normally, I should be charging you for repairs and emotional damages." And Nan narrowed her eyes at him. Not far away, the observant proprietress hurried over, tugged the man back, and smiled at Nan. "Don't mind him, sis. My husband's just got a temper. No need to pay for repairs, just the lodging fee is fine." She looked gentle and spoke softly. "It's not easy to find a safe place to stay these days, especially with that sudden blizzard outside. Naturally, the price is a bit higher. You know how it is, times are tough, and taking in guests is a risk for us too. Judging by your clothes and bearing, you two aren't ordinary people. You won't haggle with your big sister over a little bit of this and that, right? See, now that's how you treat people, so warm and polite. Not like a certain someone who's ugly inside and out." And Nan shot the male owner another glare, then pulled out 2 cheap cigarettes. "This is all I've got." If that wasn't enough, she'd just force her way in. "That's plenty." The man's eyes lit up. He immediately put away his kitchen knife and happily took the cigarettes from Nan. "Welcome to the ancient city Cloud-Hidden Inn." He even joked, "If you extend your stay, I'll give you a 20% discount." And Nan snorted and said nothing more. The man, now in a great mood after getting the cigarettes, said, "Don't worry, you're getting your money's worth." The proprietress was also clearly pleased and continued with pleasantries. "You two must be generous people. Even your pig is wearing mink, so impressive." Pig? Fugue was not pleased. At first, it had admired the pretty lady, being a sucker for good looks, but now it realized she was blind. It bared its teeth and started barking at the proprietress. "Ah, ah, ah. Ah, 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 ah. Ah, 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 ah. Ah, ah." The beautiful proprietress was sprayed with spit, her smile almost slipping. She wiped her face, her mouth twitching as she asked, "This pig is really something. Is it cursing me?" And Nan glanced at Fugue, amused. She could always tell when her dog was being fierce or just cursing someone out. "Yes. It says you can't tell a pig from a dog and your eyes must be on your butt. The rest is too rude, I won't translate." The proprietress, of course, didn't know that after drinking a whole bottle of spring water, and Nan could now understand her dog. She just assumed Nan was upset and using the dog as an excuse to insult her. She awkwardly smoothed her hair and forced a laugh. "Sorry, I didn't realize it was a dog." Then she muttered, "Don't dogs bark? Why does this one howl?" But she didn't say anything more. Instead, she stepped aside, looked out the window at the swirling snow, and changed the subject. "Looks like we won't be short on water anymore." Gujiu, who had been silent all this time, glanced at the shifty-eyed male owner sizing up the 3 little ones and said coldly, "Can we go upstairs now?" The male owner immediately perked up, grinning. Of course. I'll give you the biggest, cleanest room, right next to ours. It's the most comfortable room in the whole inn. Gu Jiu stared at him for a few seconds, then refused. No need. We'll pick our own. The owner tried to persuade him. The one I'm recommending really is the best. Gu Jiu just looked at him without replying. The man glanced at the proprietress, then said, "Come upstairs with me and have a look." He added, "You'll see, it really is the best room. You've got 3 pets. If the room's too small, you won't all fit." And Nan cut in small. "L is fine, it's warmer. If you're willing to give us the best room, then there's no problem if we pick another. It's not like you have to refund the difference." The man said nothing more and pointed at the stairs. "Follow me." The proprietress, as if worried he'd mess things up, said, "Let me do it. You go make some hot water for the guests." She shivered. Ugh, this weather is ridiculous. How did it suddenly get so cold? The male owner grinned lewdly, slapped her on the butt, and said, "I'll warm you up later." Then, wrapped in his bulky clothes, he waddled off to the kitchen, still grinning. And Nan felt a chill at the sight, but the proprietress didn't seem to mind, as if she was used to such behavior even in front of strangers. The 2 of them and their 3 pets followed the proprietress upstairs. As they reached the second-floor landing, they ran into the 2 girls from earlier. The girls were bundled in layers of clothes, each with a blanket draped over their shoulders, and eyed Gu Jiu and Nan warily. "Proprietress, they..." The proprietress glanced back at Nan and Gu Jiu, then smiled reassuringly at the girls. "Don't worry, these 2 are just guests here for a room." The girls were surprised. Guests? With all that commotion, they'd thought it was a robbery. The proprietress, worried about conflict, quickly changed the subject and thanked the girls. "Thanks for shouting earlier. If you hadn't, who knows what might have happened if we'd just slept through this cold." The smaller of the 2 girls waved her hand shyly. "It's nothing. We overreacted." The proprietress smiled and said no more, leading Gu Jiu and Nan up to the 3rd floor. Just as they passed, the taller girl suddenly called out to Nan, "Hey, wait a second." And Nan turned her head, looking at her expressionlessly. The girl wore a tsundere look, fidgeting awkwardly for a while before finally saying thanks. And Nan was momentarily taken aback. The other girl didn't quite get it either. "Shengxia, why are you thanking her?" The girl called Shengxia turned to explain, "Yao Yao, if they hadn't suddenly barged in and startled us just now, we might have frozen to death in our sleep." Yao Yao pouted and muttered, "It's not like they saved us out of kindness." And Nan curled her lips and, borrowing her words, replied bluntly, "That's right, I didn't intend to save you. No need to thank me." With that, she led the 3 little ones upstairs with Gu Jiu. Yao Yao stomped her foot in frustration at Nan's icy attitude. "See, Xia Xia? I told you she's not a good person. What kind of attitude is that?" Shengxia smiled and soothed her, "It's fine. I've already expressed my thanks, that's enough. Come on, let's go back to our room." The petite girl called Yao Yao gave a little but couldn't help glancing up at the stairs again and whispered, "But honestly, that guy is really handsome." Hearing this, Shengxia instinctively looked up as well. By now, Nan and Gu Jiu had already reached the 3rd floor and disappeared from sight. She gently covered her friend's mouth. "Fang Yao Yao, don't start swooning at a time like this. Those 2 look like trouble, don't get involved with them." Not to mention their intimidating aura, even their pet, whatever it was, pig or dog, was so fat it clearly hadn't missed a meal. In such a dangerous apocalypse, for them to keep their pet safe and so well-fed, their strength was obvious. And now that the temperature had just dropped, they were already wrapped in mink coats. Even their pet wasn't left out. That spoke volumes about their resources and power. People like that, so long as they don't harm you, you'd better not start any conflict. Besides, those 2 are clearly a couple. If Yao Yao really was dumb enough to make a move on that man, wouldn't that cold woman chop her to pieces? Fang Yao Yao pried her hand away. "Oh, come on. I know. I'm not stupid, I was just saying." She hooked her arm through Shengxia's as they walked down the corridor to their room. I've never seen such a handsome guy. He's even better looking than celebrities. So good looking. Xingxia shook her head with a smile. No matter how handsome, he's already taken. Then she added, honestly, I think that girl is even better looking. If she were a guy, I might actually fall for her. Fang Yao snorted, so what if she's pretty? She's so fierce, always putting on airs. I think the landlady looks much more pleasant standing next to her. She grinned. And you're prettier than her too. Xingxia quickly waved her hands. Don't compare me to her, I can't compete. Fang Yao pouted, why not? In my eyes, you're prettier than her. She's just a bit more fit and healthy, that's all. If it weren't for the disasters and we hadn't gotten so skinny from hunger, you'd be way prettier than her. She paused, then added, I'm prettier than her too. Xingxia just smiled and said nothing. The two of them reached their room. Before they could go in, Fang Yao suddenly said, huh? With all the noise outside, how come Shin Ao hasn't made a peep? At the mention of Shin Ao, Xingxia's smile instantly faded. Forget about him. Even if he dies, it's none of our business. This isn't the time to be stubborn, Fang Yao said, glancing nervously at the door next to theirs. It's been quiet in his room all this time. What if he's already frozen? Xingxia's hand paused on the doorknob, her attitude softening a little. No way, right? If the two of us girls are fine, there's no way a healthy guy like him would be worse off than us. She said that, but her eyes drifted toward the neighboring room. Fang Yao, knowing Xingxia was all talk and no bite, pulled her along a few steps to stand in front of the next door. No matter how mad you are, you can't really let him freeze to death. Xingxia clenched her fists, then relaxed and sighed. She, Fang Yao, and Shin Ao were all college students from the neighboring province. Since they were from the same hometown and all members of the martial arts club, they'd become friends. Later, after Shin Ao's persistent pursuit, she naturally became his girlfriend. When disaster struck, they'd just finished their final exams and were planning to take the train home after the last test. But then the global torrential rains hit out of nowhere. All trains and flights were cancelled, trapping them at school. Luckily, the campus was safer than outside. Under the guidance of teachers and school leaders, the students banded together to fend off hostile outsiders and survived for a while. But good times didn't last. With resources running low, students and teachers started fighting among themselves, battling over supplies with heavy casualties. She, Fang Yao, Shin Ao, and 7 other hometown friends decided to stick together and head back to their hometown, Laces City, to look for their families. After surviving several disasters, the 10-person group lost members one by one. By the time they finally reached Xinjiang, only the physically fit and skilled Fang Yao, Xingxia, and Shin Ao were left. The 3 of them took shelter at this old city inn, planning to rest up before continuing to Laces City. But unexpectedly, Shin Ao and Xingxia, who'd always gotten along well, suddenly fell out. The reason? The usually honest and loyal Shin Ao, for some reason, became obsessed. Almost bewitched by the landlady here. He practically drooled over her in front of his girlfriend Xingxia. Xingxia, barely holding back her anger, wanted to end their rest and leave as soon as possible. But Shin Ao refused to go, acting like he couldn't bear to leave the landlady and insisting on staying longer. Unable to take it anymore, Xingxia had a huge fight with him and kicked him out of the room they'd been sharing. She planned to leave with Fang Yao the next morning, ditching him. But after being kicked out, Shin Ao didn't seem upset or ask for forgiveness. Instead, he happily went to the landlady, asking if he could stay in the next room. That look of finally finding an excuse to cozy up to the charming landlady nearly drove Xingxia mad. Still, though furious, she saw that the landlady hadn't done anything inappropriate. It was just Shin Ao making a fool of himself. So she didn't blame the landlady, just found Shin Ao disgusting and infuriating and wanted nothing more to do with him. If the sudden cold snap hadn't happened today, they probably would never have seen each other again in this lifetime. But given the situation now, there's no way they could just stand by and watch him die. After so many years together, even if they couldn't be lovers or friends anymore, at the very least, they still shared the kind of bond forged through life-and-death experiences. Shang Xia gritted her teeth and, together with Fang Yaoao, knocked on Shen Ao's door. "Shen Ao, are you still sleeping?" They knocked for quite a while, but there was no response from inside. Could he really have passed out from the cold? Shang Xia, who had still been feeling a bit awkward about everything, couldn't care less about his betrayal at this point. She started pounding on the door anxiously. "Shen Ao, don't sleep. Get up now." Fang Yaoao was just as worried. "Shen Ao, the temperature's dropping. Wake up." It was dead silent inside, as if no one was living there. But before they went to bed, they'd clearly heard Shen Ao happily coming upstairs and moving into the room right next to theirs. He hadn't left again before they fell asleep. Now the temperature had dropped even further. The two of them were bundled up in layers of clothing, still shivering. If Shen Ao was still asleep in there a little longer and things could get really bad. In her panic, Shang Xia kicked the door open. Only then did she realize the door hadn't even been locked. The two of them rushed in, one after the other. But when they got inside, they found the bed was empty. Fang Yaoao's eyes widened. "Where's Shen Ao?" Shen Ao had definitely gone into the room next to theirs. They couldn't have been mistaken. The place wasn't big. Besides two beds, there was only a small wardrobe and a filthy bathroom. They checked both the wardrobe and the bathroom, nothing. Shen Ao wasn't in the room. Shang Xia let out a sigh of relief, at least he hadn't frozen to death. But then she felt a little embarrassed. He'd already betrayed her, hadn't even bothered to say goodbye before leaving, and here she was, frantically worrying about his safety. She tightened the blanket around her shoulders, heading out as she spoke. "Well, since he's not dead, it's none of our business. Let's get back to bed, it's freezing out here." Fang Yaoao grabbed her arm. "Shang Xia, something's not right. It's the middle of the night, where could he have gone?" Shang Xia was losing patience. "He can go wherever he wants. We're not together anymore. Maybe he's already on his way home." Fang Yaoao shook her head. How could that be? Before, he was so determined to stay, even if it meant breaking up with you. Why would he suddenly leave like this? She pointed at the battered backpack in the wardrobe. "And look, his luggage is still here." If his things were still here, there was no way he'd gone back to Lace's city. But Shang Xia still didn't want to get involved. "He's an adult, and we've broken up. Wherever he goes, it's none of my business. You shouldn't worry either. Maybe he just went into the old town to look for supplies. Anyway, it has nothing to do with us." "No, something's off." Fang Yaoao's expression grew serious. "Remember, those two people earlier broke in, which means the inn's door was locked from the inside. If Shen Ao snuck out in the middle of the night, how could he have locked the door from the inside?" Shang Xia frowned. "Those two came in through the back door. Maybe Shen Ao left through the front." Fang Yaoao was quick to act. "Let's go check downstairs. I won't be able to rest otherwise." She dragged Shang Xia out and hurried downstairs. When they got to the first floor, they saw the front door was indeed locked tightly from the inside. Shang Xia was surprised. Fang Yaoao was extremely anxious. "Xia, the doors are all locked tight. There's no way Shen Ao could have left. But how could he just vanish into thin air? Is there something wrong with this inn?" Shang Xia thought for a moment. "The landlady seems nice." "I don't think so." At the mention of the landlady, Fang Yaoao immediately agreed. "Yeah, she really is nice." For some reason, they both had a good impression of the landlady. Even Shang Xia, whose boyfriend had been swayed because of her, couldn't bring herself to dislike her. Fang Yaoao thought for a moment and continued, "The landlady's nice, but the boss doesn't seem like a good person. Besides us and those two newcomers, there aren't any other guests. What if?" Before she could finish, a man's voice suddenly sounded behind them. "What are you two doing up, standing around here instead of sleeping?" Shang Xia and Fang Yaoao jumped, spinning around to see the boss standing behind them. His expression was stern, his features looking a bit sinister in the candlelight. Fang Yaoao, having just badmouthed him, felt a little uneasy and stepped back. Shang Xia tilted her head and asked, "Sir, when did you lock the door?" The boss glanced at the door. Before it got dark. Shengxia swallowed nervously. And you haven't opened it since? If Shin-Ao had left after they'd fallen asleep, the door would have needed to be locked again. But the boss shook his head. No. Shengxia let out a quiet "oh," then nervously said goodbye. Got it. We'll head back upstairs. They hurried back up to the second floor, huddling together in anxiety. Shengxia said if the front door's been locked the whole time, Shin-Ao definitely didn't go out. So where is he? All the other rooms are locked, he couldn't have gotten in. He couldn't have just vanished into thin air, right? Fang Yao thought for a moment. Or maybe the boss lied, maybe he did relock the door. Either way, it meant something was wrong with this inn. But when they thought of the charming, kind landlady, both of them felt a strange sense of security, convinced she wouldn't hurt them. Shengxia said, maybe after Shin-Ao went out, the landlady noticed the door wasn't locked and locked it herself, so the boss didn't know? Fang Yao nodded. Let's go ask her. Meanwhile, Nan and Gujiu had already chosen a room. This one, Gujiu said. The landlady was taken aback. This is the smallest room in our inn, no one ever picks this one. Gujiu's face was expressionless. We do. The landlady's smile froze for a moment, but she quickly recovered. All right then. Why don't you two wait in another room for a bit? This one hasn't been cleaned yet, I'll tidy up and you can move in after. And Nan waved her off. No need, we'll clean ourselves. Both the boss and landlady had been very insistent that she and Gujiu stay in the room next to theirs. Who knew what tricks might be waiting there? She deliberately chose a room they wouldn't expect, so they wouldn't even have the chance to pull anything. The room was small, but that made it warmer. With the temperature expected to drop another 40 degrees, the two of them and the three little ones could huddle together, sharing body heat and staying comfortable. The proprietress put on the air of a warm, understanding older sister and said, Oh dear, girls, you've already spent so much money. Never mind staying in a small room. How could I possibly let you tidy up yourselves? Let me do it. I'm quick with my hands, I'll have it done in no time. And Nan wasn't buying it. If you're worried we're getting ripped off, you can just refund us the difference. The proprietress gave an awkward laugh. What are you saying, little miss? It's not easy running this place. Halfway through her sentence, she noticed Nan's face growing impatient, so she had to compromise. All right, I won't bother you anymore. I hope you enjoy your stay. If you need anything, just let me know. And Nan waved her hand, signaling for her to leave. The proprietress was just about to turn and go when two female voices sounded from outside the door. Boss lady, have you seen Shin-Ao? Boss lady, did you relock the door on the first floor? Holding her candle, the proprietress turned around and found herself facing Shengxia and Fang Yao, both looking a little anxious. She gave Nan an apologetic smile, then said to the two girls, let's talk outside, these two guests need to rest. But, Nan suddenly spoke up, you can talk here. What's going on? The proprietress glanced at Nan. Fang Yao and Shengxia tugged at the proprietress and repeated their questions. The proprietress replied, earlier, Shin-Ao came to the bar downstairs and asked if he could stay in the room next to yours for the night. I agreed, and he happily took the key and went upstairs. I haven't seen him since. As for the downstairs door, I haven't touched it. Your big brother locks it himself every day. I don't deal with that. After answering, the proprietress looked at them, a little puzzled. What's wrong? Did something happen? Fang Yao frowned and muttered, that's really strange. Shengxia answered, Shin-Ao has gone missing. The proprietress looked shocked. Missing? How could that be? Shengxia frowned, there's been no sound from his room all this time. We were worried he might have frozen to death, so we went in to check. The door wasn't locked, but he was gone. The proprietress thought for a moment, then tried to reassure them, don't worry yet. Maybe he just went to another room. Fang Yao said, aren't all the other rooms locked? The proprietress looked a bit embarrassed. All our doors are wooden. If you kick hard enough, they'll open. Then she quickly added, but please don't actually kick them. If the doors break, I'll have to fix them. Come on, I'll take the keys and help you check each room. Shengxia gave her a grateful look. Thank you. Sorry for the trouble. The proprietress helped and Nan closed the door, and the three women quickly left. And Nan took out a camping lantern and lit up the room. She mused, those two girls really trust the proprietress. Normally, if a companion disappeared in an inn like this, the first person you'd suspect would be the owner. Not only were they not being cautious, they even went straight to her for help. Gu Jiu frowned. It's probably because she has some kind of inexplicable affinity about her. And Nan raised an eyebrow. You noticed it too? Gu Jiu nodded. He usually disliked women who acted coy or flirtatious, but for some reason, he didn't find this rather seductive proprietress off-putting at all. That was odd. And Nan thought for a moment. Let's be careful. Don't fall for her tricks. Gu Jiu grunted in agreement, then specifically warned the dog, Fugue, Fugue, you be careful too. And Nan couldn't help but laugh. Fugue's reputation as a sucker for good looks was well established. The dog, seeing them laugh at him, was immediately displeased, cocking his head and grumbling. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. What kind of beauty is she? Who has eyes on their butt? I'm not stupid. She called me a pig, how could I get along with her? And Nan couldn't help but smile at his indignant look. All right, that's enough. The spring water's effect has worn off. We can't understand you anymore. Gu Jiu pressed his lips together. I caught about half of that. He added, your cursing skills are as steady as ever. And Nan stifled a laugh, then turned to remind Lai Fu and Lord Rabbit, you two as well, be careful and don't wander off. Lai Fu flapped his wings, assuring his master she could rest easy. Lord Rabbit, as usual, flexed his muscles and struck a keep-away pose. And Nan twitched her lips. She probably had the least gentle pet rabbit in the world, always ready to beat someone up. Just then, there was a knock at the door. It was the male owner's voice. Bosses, here's your water. And Nan glanced at the door. She had no intention of drinking water given by outsiders and was about to send him away, but after a moment's thought, she opened the door and accepted the water. Thanks. He handed over a tray with a hot kettle and 2 cups. The owner smiled. You're welcome. It's cold out, so I boiled water for you. Drink some to warm up and you'll sleep better. And Nan set the tray on the table, then went to close the door, adding, we don't need anything else. Please don't knock or disturb us again. She paused, then added, even if something comes up, don't come over. The owner was momentarily stunned, then gave a sleazy smile. I get it, I get it. He glanced inside and winked at Gu Jiu. Don't worry, brother. I won't disturb you too. Gu Jiu saw his I know what you're up to, man expression and felt a little sick. And Nan rolled her eyes at the owner. You know nothing. Not just at night, don't come near our room during the day either. If we need to extend our stay, I'll come find you. The owner looked surprised. During the day too. I get it, I get it. And Nan. What she meant was, don't come near their room at any time, day or night. But why did this disgusting man seem to be getting the wrong idea? Gu Jiu glared at the owner and said coldly, get out. The owner's face darkened at the blunt dismissal. Before he could say anything else, and Nan had already slammed the door in his face. The man stared at the door, clenched his fists, then sneered and slowly walked back to his own room. When Nan turned around, she saw her 3 little companions standing around the table, staring at the kettle. She immediately frowned. What have I told you before? Never eat or drink anything given by strangers. Go on, Shu. I'll get you our own water in a bit. But for once, the 3 little ones weren't behaving themselves. Fugue kept standing there, tilting his head and staring intently at the transparent water jug in front of him. Master Rabbit was clinging to the edge of the table, standing on tiptoe to peer into the jug. Lai Fu went even further, flying straight onto the tabletop, his beady eyes darting around. Gu Jiu pointed at the jug. It doesn't look like they want to drink the water. They're observing something. And Nan caught on too. Is there something wrong with the water? As she spoke, she bent down to take a look inside the jug. The water was clear and clean, still steaming hot. She couldn't see anything unusual. But since the three little ones were reacting this way, something was definitely off. So Nan waved her hand and swept the tray, cups, and jug straight into her storage space, just in case someone picked it up and drank it by accident. She didn't expect that, as soon as she did, a few transparent, rice grain-sized things suddenly appeared on the tabletop. And Nan rubbed her eyes. Were these things on the table just now? Gu Jiu frowned slightly. No. And Nan took a deep breath. Then these must be living things. Her space only allowed living creatures into the manor area. The storage section couldn't take in anything alive. She'd just put the jug into the storage area, and these things had been ejected. So they had to be living organisms. They'd been hidden in the water before, so she hadn't noticed them. Now, forced out by her space and lying on the dark wood grain table, they were much more visible. And Nan felt a bit grossed out. What are these? Bugs. As soon as the transparent little bugs appeared, the three little ones acted even stranger. Fugue and Master Rabbit, who'd just been crowding around, both jumped in fright and took a step back. Even Laifu, the rooster who usually gobbled up any bug he saw, didn't peck at them this time. Instead, he flapped his wings and flew off the table, keeping a cautious distance. And Nan became more alert. Animals were always the most sensitive. Judging by the three little ones' reactions, these bugs were definitely bad news. She also backed away a bit. Then she wondered aloud, what exactly are these? They survived being in boiling water. Gu Jiu thought for a moment, then turned to Nan. Have you ever heard of goo poisoning? And Nan was taken aback. You mean, these things are goo worms? In Chinese folklore, there were people who specialized in raising and controlling goo worms, using them to curse or manipulate others. And Nan had heard plenty of stories and seen TV dramas about Miao women skilled in goo, but when she'd traveled to a Miao village, the locals had debunked those tales, saying it was all nonsense and nobody actually practiced such mysterious arts. So she'd always thought it was just a myth. She never expected to see something that looked suspiciously like goo worms right here and now. She thought of that plump, charming shopkeeper, no wonder, even after years of the apocalypse, the woman still looked so youthful and untouched by hardship. So the lady was a real expert after all. Gu Jiu looked at the transparent little bugs and said, I can't say for sure if they're goo, but if they just wanted to poison us, regular poison would do. There's no need to use bugs. And for a bug to survive boiling water, that's just unnatural. Other than goo worms, I can't think of anything else. And Nan suddenly remembered the two girls who'd come looking for someone earlier. It must be goo. Those two girls looked exactly like they'd been affected. Anyone who'd survived this long in the apocalypse was bound to be wary. Normally, there's no way they'd trust that shopkeeper so blindly after their companion disappeared. But if goo poisoning was involved, everything made sense. And Nan looked at the transparent little bugs and couldn't help twitching her lips. Seriously, even if that lady wanted to use goo, did she have to put so many in the water? It's like she was afraid Nan and Gu Jiu might miss out. And Nan had read plenty of novels about goo sorcery. She guessed the shopkeeper might be raising some kind of mother-child goo that could control people's minds. These transparent bugs were the child goo, meant for victims, while the mother goo was inside the shopkeeper herself. The shopkeeper could use the mother goo to control the child goo inside others, making them trust her, or maybe there were other unexpected effects. Either way, she'd have them in the palm of her hand. And Nan clicked her tongue. Should I just go grab that couple and kill them? Gu Jiu looked at the transparent bugs, thought for a moment, then shook his head. This stuff is pretty sinister. Let's not alert them yet, see what they're up to first. They didn't know if the couple had accomplices or other tricks up their sleeves. Right now, Nan and Gu Jiu were in the open, while the enemy was in the shadows. Acting rashly would only put them at a disadvantage. And Nan nodded. Let's play along then. But there was no way they could leave these goo worms here. Gu Jiu pulled out his gloves and put them on. I'll take care of them. And Nan quickly stopped him. Wait, you're not planning to just squish them with your hands, are you? Gu Jiu nodded. Whatever kind of bug it was, crushing it should do the trick. But Nan wasn't reassured. Don't touch them. Who knows if you'll get infected just by contact. Goo sorcery was nothing to take lightly. Seeing how anxious she looked, Gu Jiu laughed. If it was that easy to get hit by goo, they could have just tossed the bugs on us. They're transparent, after all. Why go to all the trouble of hiding them in water? He had a point, but Nan still didn't want him to touch them. Why not just throw them outside? Gu Jiu glanced at her. Aren't you worried they'll crawl back in at night? If they can survive boiling water, they might be able to withstand the cold too. Nan thought about it and agreed. The bugs were transparent. If they crawled back in, they'd never notice. And maybe water was the key to the goo working. If the bugs got covered in melted snow outside, then crawled inside and up her nose or ears. The thought made Nan shudder. She made a decision. Let's use strong acid. With that, she took out concentrated sulfuric acid from her space. Even if the bugs could survive heat, surely they couldn't withstand strong acid, right? As long as they were carbon-based life forms, concentrated sulfuric acid would carbonize them for sure. She had Gu Jiu and the three little ones back away, put on protective gear, and started pouring the acid. Forget the bugs, even the tabletop was getting corroded. She watched as the transparent rice grains turned into black sesame seeds. Nan took a deep breath and swept the bugs and the table into her space again. This time, the bugs didn't get ejected. Nan let out a sigh of relief. They're dead. She took the table back out, then, wearing gloves, carefully wrapped up the charred bug corpses and tossed them out the window. The blizzard was still raging outside, and the temperature had dropped even further. Nan closed the window tightly and began to carefully inspect the room together with Gu Jiu. The innkeeper had been reluctant to let them stay in this room, and had even tried to come in and clean up afterward. It was obvious she hadn't had time to plant anything harmful here yet. Still, to be cautious, they gave the place a thorough search. The room wasn't big, and with so many people and a dog with a keen nose on the job, it didn't take long to turn the place upside down. They found nothing dangerous, nor any surveillance or recording devices. Nan breathed a sigh of relief, but she still didn't plan to sleep directly in the room. Instead, she packed away the bed, table, and other furniture into her storage space, clearing a large pen area in the room. Then she took out the RV. Let's sleep in the RV tonight. She had gotten this RV from a rental company before the flood, and had barely used it until now. Finally, it was coming in handy. Gu Jiu nodded in agreement. Sleeping in the RV was a great idea. First, everyone could stay together and keep warm. Second, it was their own space, which felt much safer. The RV had beds and a sofa, making it quite comfortable. There were 3 beds in total. A double bed at the back for Nan and Gu Jiu, a fold-out single bed from the sofa in the middle for the dog, and another single bed above the driver's seat, just right for Life-Fu and Master Rabbit. Once the beds were all made, Nan took out the doorstop alarm she'd bought earlier and had Gu Jiu wedge it under the in-room's door. If anyone tried to sneak in, the alarm would go off loudly. Now they could finally sleep soundly. Once everyone was inside the RV, Nan brought out a heater, electric blankets, and down comforters to make sure everyone would stay warm and cozy, even in temperatures below -20 degrees. After making sure everything was in order and locking the RV door carefully, Nan couldn't help but sigh. This life, I have a man, a guard dog, and all the gear I could need. It's nothing like my last life. Gu Jiu, hearing this, hugged her with a hint of heartache. In her previous life, she'd been a girl living alone. It must have been so hard to survive the apocalypse. Well, not exactly alone. She'd had those 2 jackals, Qian Inger and Bai Wenbin, with her. Seeing his expression, Nan gave him a playful shove. No feeling sorry for me. Gu Jiu grunted, She pouted. I'm not some weakling. I don't need your pity. Gu Jiu's eyes curved with a smile. Of course, you're the strongest, our big boss. Nan lifted the corners of her mouth. Otherwise, how could you have married me? You sure know how to talk. Gu Jiu pulled her into his arms. Well then, wife, shall we go to bed? Nan looked up at him for a couple of seconds and warned, With the dog and the others sleeping here these days, you'd better behave yourself. Gu Xiu was stunned for a moment, then frowned. Or we could sleep in the RV and set up another bed for them outside. Fugui, the dog, suddenly lifted his head from his cozy bed, staring at Gu Xiu in disbelief. Woof 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 woof. Even though she hadn't drunk the spring water lately, and Nan could still understand what her dog meant. She couldn't help but laugh as she translated, "He's asking where your conscience is." Fugui, seeing his owner translate so accurately, snuggled up to her affectionately, then turned back to glare at Gu Xiu, tilting his head and barking more complaints. Woof woof woof. Woof woof, woof woof woof. Gu Xiu was amused by the dog's scrunched-up face, all his features squeezed together, and remarked, "Fugui's face is starting to look more and more like a wrinkly little old lady." Fugui stared at him with wide eyes, as if he couldn't believe such cold words could come from his handsome, warm-hearted brother. Woof. And Nan rolled her eyes at Gu Xiu. "Stop it. The dog's sensitive, he'll die of anger if you keep teasing him." Fugui immediately turned his accusing look from Gu Xiu to Nan. "Who's sensitive? Huh? Who's sensitive?" Lai Fu turned away and snickered quietly. Master Rabbit, though always loyal to his boss, knew the owner outranked the boss, so he kept silent, just sneaking glances at Nan. He was trying to gauge from her expression whether he'd be allowed to sleep inside the RV with her. Since joining the family, Lai Fu and Master Rabbit had never gotten to sleep in the same room as their owner. Only Fugui had that privilege, and after the man of the house arrived, even Fugui got squeezed out. This was their first time sleeping in the same room as their owner. The 2 humans and 3 pets made a racket for a while before Nan finally turned off the lights. Everyone sleep. She left Gu Xiu and the 3 little ones where they were and slipped into her storage space. After a whole day of running around, with dawn almost breaking, she desperately needed a bath and a massage to relax and unwind. After a long, soothing soak, Nan washed everyone's thermal suits. The material was special. It barely picked up any dirt and was easy to clean. It was as thin as a cicada's wing, and after washing, she hung them up in the manner. 10 minutes later, they were completely dry. Once she'd finished with the laundry, put on a face mask, and changed into pajamas, she slipped comfortably out of her space, only to come face to face with a pair of deep, watchful eyes. And Nan jumped. "You're still awake?" Fugui was already snoring, and Lai Fu and Master Rabbit were sleeping soundly too. Only Gu Xiu was still awake, staring at her without blinking. And Nan gave him a little push. "The 3 of them are here, so don't get any ideas." Gu Xiu hugged her and murmured, "I won't." And Nan was about to say more, but saw he'd already closed his eyes, his chest rising and falling gently with his breathing. "Asleep? That fast?" She tucked the blanket around him. Come to think of it, he'd had a long, exhausting day too, flying for hours. He really did need a good rest. But for some reason, these days he wouldn't fall asleep unless she was there, holding her in his arms. "It's not like I'm some new plush toy." And Nan tried to wriggle out of his embrace, but couldn't manage it. Not wanting to wake him, she gave up and closed her eyes, drifting off to sleep. The next day, when Nan woke up, it was already noon. The bed beside her was empty. She stretched, but as soon as she reached out, she quickly pulled her arm back under the covers. The temperature outside must have dropped again. Even with the heater on, the moment her arm left the blanket, she felt a chill. And Nan snuggled deeper into the warm covers and turned her head, only to see that the sofa, which had been folded out into a bed last night, was back to normal. Gu Xiu was sitting there, engrossed in a book. The scene was so beautiful, it looked just like a painting. Fugui, Lai Fu, and Master Rabbit all obediently stayed by his feet, huddled together in a little group. As soon as Annan woke up, the dog was the first to notice. He immediately grinned, wagged his tail, and rushed over. "Woof woof, woof woof woof. Woof woof. Sister Nan, you're finally awake. That handsome guy wouldn't let me wake you. I almost exploded holding it in." Gu Jiu put down the book in his hand and looked over at her. You're awake. Anan responded with a hum. Fugue's been going on and on, what's he saying? Gu Jiu glanced at the dog. No idea. Fugue. He just wanted to snuggle up to his owner, but in the blink of an eye, she disappeared. He turned his head and barked at Gu Jiu. Gu Jiu explained, it's cold outside. Your sister Nan went into the space to change clothes. He guessed right. At that moment, Anan was lounging comfortably on the sofa in the villa inside her space, stretching lazily. It was so much better inside the space. Not too hot, not too cold, perfect all year round. Too bad she could only stay for 6 hours a day. If there were no time limit, she could happily laze around in there for a lifetime. After washing up, Anan put on her temperature-regulating suit again and slipped out of the space. As soon as she came out, she saw that Gu Jiu had already set out breakfast for her on the table. Anan looked in surprise at the table: steamed sweet potatoes, egg burgers, shrimp ball soup, and stir-fried lettuce stems. Where did you get all this delicious food? Gu Jiu tested the temperature at the bottom of a plate with his hand. I made it. I got up early and already ate. This is what I saved for you. He pointed to the kitchen area of the RV. There's plenty of ingredients and equipment. I didn't want to wake you, so I took the stove and pots outside to cook. Anan suddenly remembered, back when her space hadn't been upgraded, she'd stored a lot of things in the RV. When she took the car yesterday, she'd only cleared out the supplies from the main compartment, not the cupboards or fridge. Looking at the delicious and well-balanced breakfast in front of her, Anan smiled. Thanks for the effort. She picked up a spoon and took a big sip of the fresh shrimp ball soup, making Fugue drool hungrily at the side. Anan glanced at the 3 little ones watching her eagerly. What about them? Gu Jiu replied, already fed. Don't worry, just eat. Anan nodded, thinking to herself how lucky she was to have found this man. Never mind his looks. Just his attitude alone made him the perfect snail lady, or rather, snail gentleman. She took a bite of the crispy egg burger, then patted Fugue. Shoo shoo. You've already eaten and you're still staring at me. Aren't you afraid your belly will burst? The dog grumbled and turned his head away. After eating her fill, Anan decided to go downstairs for a walk to digest and check out the situation. Seeing this, Gu Jiu immediately put down his book. I'll go with you. Anan waved him off. No need. You keep reading, I'll be right back. If anything comes up, I'll call you. Gu Jiu thought for a moment, then nodded. All right. Downstairs. The innkeeper couple and the 2 girls were gathered together eating breakfast. All 4 were bundled up tightly, each wearing a down jacket from who knows where, clutching bowls of hot porridge. The food on their table wasn't as lavish as Anan's, but with a plate of cured meat to go with their plain porridge, it was still a pretty good meal for the apocalypse. The sleazy-looking male innkeeper quickly finished his bowl, then sat at the table chatting and pawing at his wife, completely ignoring the 2 girls at the table. The innkeeper's wife didn't even bother to spare him a glance. She calmly drank her porridge and gently picked food for the 2 girls. I noticed you barely touched your chopsticks. Most of this cured meat ended up in our bellies. Come on, don't be shy, eat more. You need food in your stomach to withstand this cold weather. Thank you, sis. Fang Yaoao and Sheng Xia put the meat into their mouths, but glanced awkwardly at the innkeeper. What is wrong with this man? Is that all he ever thinks about? He's always groping his wife right in front of them, so gross. Fang Yaoao stabbed at her porridge a couple of times in frustration. The innkeeper's wife is beautiful and kind. Marrying him is like a flower stuck in a pile of cow dung. Sheng Xia couldn't stand it either. She wasn't as obvious as Fang Yaoao, but she was so disgusted she could barely eat. At that moment, footsteps sounded on the stairs. This inn was old, and the stairs were wooden, creaking with every step. Everyone turned to look, and saw the new girl who'd checked in yesterday, coming down the stairs at a leisurely pace. She was dressed in a pure white mink coat, her hair draped casually over her shoulders. The coat was long on a shorter person it would reach the ankles, but on her tall, well-proportioned frame, it revealed a bit of toned calf, giving her a healthy beauty. Her delicate features were as calm and indifferent as ever, her whole demeanor radiating a cold, unapproachable aura. Fang Yaoao clicked her tongue and lowered her head to keep eating. Shang Xia gave Annan a friendly nod as a greeting. Annan glanced at her but didn't respond. She set her tray and empty water jug on another table beside theirs. Seeing this, Fang Yaoao rolled her eyes at Annan and whispered to Shang Xia, "Why bother being friendly? Look at her putting on airs. What's so great about her?" Annan heard her but ignored it, instead casually observing the innkeeper and his wife. The innkeeper's lips curled up slightly when he saw the empty water jug, a hint of smugness in his expression. The innkeeper's wife didn't show anything on her face, just greeted Annan warmly, "You're awake? Come join us for breakfast. I'll get you some porridge." She glanced behind Annan. "Where's your husband?" "Still sleeping." Annan didn't answer, but raised an eyebrow. "You provide meals here?" Before the innkeeper's wife could reply, the innkeeper jumped in proudly. "I told you yesterday. The money you paid for your room is absolutely worth it." He lifted his chin slightly. "This cured meat, people outside would fight over it. Here, it's all included as a complimentary meal." Annan thought, "You might dare to offer it, but I wouldn't dare to eat it." She waved off the innkeeper's wife, who was about to get her porridge. "No need, I've already eaten." "Already eaten?" The innkeeper's wife was momentarily surprised, then slapped her forehead. "Look at my memory. I forgot to tell you yesterday that we provide meals here." She smiled at Annan. "No worries, we'll eat together tonight then." Annan didn't reply, just glanced at Fang Yaoao and Shang Xia eating at the table. Weren't their companions missing? Yesterday they were so anxious, but today they're calmly sitting here eating with the innkeeper and his wife. Could it be that they've already found the person? And Nan thought about it and found it unlikely. There weren't any extra bowls or chopsticks on the table after all. Seeing that she wasn't eating and just stood there staring at the table, the people sitting around it started to feel a bit uneasy. The proprietress assumed she was bored, so she cheerfully invited her, "Why don't you sit down and chat with us?" And Nan gave a brief and didn't refuse this time. The others were taken aback, as if they hadn't expected this eccentric woman to actually agree to sit and chat with them. The proprietress immediately nudged the boss, signaling for him to get a chair for Nan. The table was a square one, with the four of them each sitting on a different side. After the boss brought over a chair, he was about to place it next to the proprietress. But Nan suddenly pointed to the corner of the table between Shang Xia and Fang Yaoao. "Put it here," she said. The boss didn't say anything and set the chair down where she indicated. The proprietress, however, glanced at her thoughtfully. Both Shang Xia and Fang Yaoao were surprised. This woman had always been cold and distant toward them. Why would she choose not to sit next to the proprietress, but instead between the two of them? As soon as Nan sat down, the previously cheerful atmosphere instantly became a little awkward. Except for the boss, who continued to flirt with the proprietress as usual, the others all just buried their heads in their food. It felt like when a boss suddenly joins a company dinner, awkward and strange. It was Nan who broke the silence first. "Did you find your companion?" She was speaking to Shang Xia and Fang Yaoao. Both of them were momentarily stunned, as if surprised that the usually aloof Nan would suddenly show concern for them. Shang Xia looked up, a little flattered. "Not yet," she replied. After a moment, she added, "Thank you for asking." Fang Yaoao glanced at her, but didn't say anything, just kept eating her porridge, occasionally picking up a piece of cured meat. And Nan watched their calm demeanor and raised an eyebrow slightly. They were so anxious yesterday, but today their appetites seemed just fine. She didn't rush upstairs. Instead, she scooted her chair back a bit, sitting diagonally behind Fang Yaoao and Shang Xia, and kept watching them. The two of them felt her gaze and grew uncomfortable, especially Fang Yaoao, who suddenly found the cured meat in her mouth tasteless. In the end, it was Shang Xia who couldn't take it anymore and tried to make conversation. "How did you all sleep last night?" "Not great," and Nan replied, opening her mouth and starting to talk nonsense again. "It was too cold, I couldn't sleep well." Seeing that they finally had a topic in common, Shangxia quickly nodded. I know, right? The weather is just too cold. The temperature kept dropping all night, and when we woke up this morning, it was over 30 degrees below zero. Luckily, the proprietress gave us a few thick quilts, or we wouldn't have been able to sleep at all. The proprietress paused, chopsticks in hand, and smiled at her. There's nothing else we have in this inn, but we do have plenty of quilts. There aren't any other guests, so all the quilts in every room are for you all to use. If you still feel cold, just let me know and I'll bring you more. Then she turned to Nan and explained, I prepared extra quilts for you too, but since you told me not to disturb you, I didn't bring them over last night. I'll get them for you later. And Nan nodded, then steered the conversation back to Shineo. So, what's the situation with your companion? It took Shangxia a moment to realize Nan was talking to her, so she answered after a short pause, he probably went out. And Nan raised an eyebrow. Went out? In this freezing weather? The proprietress chimed in, that's right. Yesterday, I helped these two ladies search the entire inn, and there was no sign of Mr. Shin anywhere. He must have gone out. And Nan gave her a meaningful look. You searched everywhere? Shangxia nodded. Yes. We checked every room, even the proprietress's room and the kitchen. There was no trace of him anywhere. So he must have gone out. Then she added angrily, anyway, I'm done caring about him. First he acts all crazy, then he just leaves without a word. He can go wherever he wants. And Nan caught the key point in her words. What do you mean, acts all crazy? Shangxia opened her mouth, as if finding it hard to talk about, and after a long struggle, still couldn't get a word out. At that moment, Fong Yaoao, who had been silent, suddenly slammed her chopsticks down and glared at Nan. What's your problem? Why do you have to bring up people's sore spots? Shangxia hurried to stop her. Yaoao, she's just being nice and showing concern. Then she turned to Nan. Sorry, my friend's just worried about me. Fong Yaoao's voice was sharp. I don't see how she's being nice at all. And Nan ignored her and continued questioning Shangxia. What sore spot? Tell me in detail. Fong Yaoao was so angry at Nan's persistence that her nose was practically crooked. Shangxia shot her a look, signaling her not to get worked up, then briefly explained to Nan how her boyfriend Shineo had suddenly changed his attitude. After she finished, the proprietress seemed a bit embarrassed and hurried to smooth things over. Mr. Shin is still young and not very mature, that's all. Miss Shangxia, don't take it to heart. I'm sure your boyfriend was just. Shangxia waved her hand, cutting her off. Proprietress, I know this has nothing to do with you, so you don't have to feel awkward. And I don't need any comfort. I'm done with him. Shangxia was truly hurt. After all, this was a boyfriend she'd dated for years, and now he'd suddenly changed, yelling at her, calling her flat-chested, saying she was like a man, and even saying she wasn't as good as the proprietress's little toe. Who could put up with that? But she knew it was all Shin-Ao's own craziness. The proprietress and her husband had a great relationship, and the proprietress had never done anything inappropriate with Shin-Ao. So she kept reassuring the proprietress, telling her not to feel bad, that it was all because of that crazy man, and even apologized for causing trouble. And Nan watched her and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This parasite's effect is pretty strong, huh? She can really let it go that easily? But the one most affected was still Shin-Ao. Normally, even if a guy wanted to break up or cheat, he'd do it quietly, right? Who makes such a big scene about it? And Nan looked at the proprietress with a half-smile. You're quite the charmer, proprietress. Everyone present could hear the sarcasm in her words. Fong Yaoao was the first to lose her temper. Hey, don't try to stir up trouble. What does this have to do with the proprietress? And Nan shot her a look. When did I ever say it had anything to do with the boss lady? I was just saying she's attractive, can't you understand plain language? Fong Yaoao was fuming. You. Seeing the two of them about to go at it, Shangxia hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Hey, enough, both of you. This whole mess is Shin-Ao's fault anyway. Let's not talk about that unlucky guy anymore. But Nan insisted on bringing him up. She was here to gather information, not just to sit around eating with them. So she pressed on. Didn't you say all the doors in the inn were locked properly? How did he get out? Fang Yao glared at her, furious. They'd just agreed not to mention Shineo, so why did she have to bring him up again? Couldn't she just sit quietly and enjoy a nice bowl of hot porridge like the rest of them? Why did she have to bring up that scumbag? Shengxia, seeing her friend about to lose her temper again, quickly stuffed a piece of cured meat into her mouth, then explained to Nan. He might have left through the window. Nan, the window. Shengxia nodded. The boss lady chimed in. The ceilings on the first floor of my inn are low, and the windows on the second floor aren't very high either. It's pretty easy to open a window and jump out. Since Mr. Shin didn't leave through the door, he most likely went out the window. And Nan raised an eyebrow. He ignored the door and went out the window? Fang Yao slammed the table. Why do you have so many questions? If he didn't go out the window, did he run into a ghost or something? And Nan ignored her, turning her gaze to the innkeeper couple. But the boss lady didn't meet her eyes. Instead, she turned to comfort Shengxia and the others. Don't overthink it. Who knows, maybe he'll be back soon. Fang Yao echoed her, reassuring her friend. Yeah, Xia, don't worry. Shineo will definitely be back soon. Then she couldn't help but glare at Nan again. With the boss lady's thoughtful words, she and Shengxia had finally calmed down, but now, thanks to Nan stirring things up, they were getting anxious all over again. Shengxia smiled at them, sticking to her usual line, I'm not worried. Why should I care what that scumbag does? Whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with me anymore. She picked up another piece of sausage. Come on, let's eat. The boss lady quickly chimed in, yes, eat up before the porridge gets cold. Then she turned to Nan again. Are you sure you don't want any? And Nan shook her head. No, thanks. The boss lady nodded, glancing toward the stairs. Your boyfriend's not up yet? Should I save him some? There's still plenty of porridge in the pot. This was the second time she'd mentioned Gujiyu. And Nan looked her in the eye. He doesn't like porridge. Oh. The boss lady hesitated for a couple seconds, then asked, well, what does he like to eat? I'll try to whip up something he'll enjoy. Getting fed in the apocalypse was strange enough. Now you could even order off a menu? No one's this attentive for no reason. She must be up to something. And Nan replied smoothly, he likes braised pork knuckle, Buddha jumps over the wall, longding shrimp, pumpkin sticky rice, and matsutake chicken soup. Oh, and Alaskan king crab, too. When she finished listing the dishes, everyone at the table stared at her in shock. She was supposed to just name a dish or two. Did she think this was a Michelin restaurant? And Nan noticed them all staring and frowned. What? Why are you all looking at me? Fang Yao wanted to punch her right then and there. But reason told her that anyone who'd survived this long in the apocalypse had to be capable. Especially someone like Nan, with her healthy complexion and full cheeks, clearly not someone to mess with. Picking a fight would only backfire. So she stayed put, taking a few deep breaths. The boss lady, on the other hand, just smiled and said, we don't have any of those fancy things here, but I'll do my best to make your boyfriend something warm and filling. As she spoke, she casually brushed her hair aside. With the weather like this, it doesn't look like anyone's going anywhere soon. If you're free this afternoon, why not bring your boyfriend down to chat and play some games with us? It'll help pass the time. That was the third time. She really seemed eager for Gujiyu to come downstairs. And Nan couldn't help but think of the parasite and the missing Shineo. Could this parasite have a special effect on men? From what Shengxia had described, her relationship with her boyfriend had been stable until he suddenly went crazy. And Nan speculated that maybe the parasite affected women by making them trust the boss lady, but had a stronger effect on men, making them obsessively infatuated with her. But maybe it needed a trigger. Like meeting face to face? And Nan deliberately put on a half smile and tested the waters. Better not. I usually don't let my boyfriend hang out with other women. She emphasized, what if he suddenly falls for the boss lady too? Then what? At those words, a flicker of guilt flashed across the boss lady's face, which Nan caught instantly. She opened her mouth, about to say something, but Fang Yaoao suddenly slammed the table and stood up. That's enough. Do you get a kick out of humiliating us like this? Huh? And Nan was momentarily stunned. Humiliating them? Then she noticed Xingxia's eyes were a little red. Only then did she realize they must have misunderstood, thinking she was mocking Xingxia about her boyfriend's betrayal. She quickly apologized to Xingxia. Sorry, that's not what I meant. Xingxia looked up at Nan in surprise, as if she hadn't expected someone so cold to apologize. After a while, she waved her hand. It's fine, it's fine. Fang Yao pouted and muttered, Xia, you're just too kind. Xingxia shook her head slightly, signaling her not to say more. At this point, the boss seemed a bit fed up with the girls' bickering. He stood up, gathered their empty bowls and chopsticks, and took them to the kitchen, without asking if they wanted more porridge. When he returned, he sat back down and looked at Nan. Miss, with the snow coming down like this, you'll need to extend your stay, right? And Nan glanced at the swirling blizzard outside. Yes. She pulled 3 loose cigarettes from her pocket. We'll extend for 2 more days for now. The boss's eyes lit up at the sight of the cigarettes. Good stuff. He could trade these for a big bag of food from the old smokers.
We're diving deep today, and remember, on this channel, we never leave a story halfway, we always finish the novel. If you appreciate the full journey, please like the video, subscribe for the complete series, and share it with your fellow book lovers. Also, if you want to support the channel even further, we now have YouTube memberships available. If you're interested in signing up for exclusive perks and helping us keep these stories going, just click the join button below the video for all the details.
This girl was generous. But greed got the better of him. Miss, for 2 days, that's not really enough. And Nan met his gaze, her attitude firm. That's all you're getting. We don't need meals. The man was still greedy. Even without meals, that's still not. Before he could finish, and Nan slammed the cigarettes on the table and pulled out a pistol from her coat. I said, that's all. Got it. The room instantly fell silent. The heavy, pitch-black pistol was clearly real, just from the way it looked and felt. Not only was the innkeeper terrified with the gun pointed at him, but the 3 women at the table instantly fell silent in shock. The male innkeeper reacted the most. He immediately raised both hands and shouted at the top of his lungs. I understand. I understand. He stood up, nodding and bowing, and pushed the 3 cigarettes on the table toward Annan. No need for this. You can stay, you can stay. Stay as long as you want. He thought Annan would be pleased to hear this, but to his surprise, she frowned and snapped arrogantly. What are you thinking? I'm here to stay at the inn, not to rob you. Then she asked again, do you understand? Even in this cold weather, a thin sheen of sweat appeared on the innkeeper's forehead. Yes, I understand. He cursed silently in his heart. So noble. So impressive. You're just here to stay, not to rob me, just pointing a gun at my fragile head for fun. Annan snorted coldly and put away her gun. She stood up, turned, and walked upstairs at a leisurely pace. It was a long while before the 3 women at the table dared to move, each clutching their chest and taking deep breaths. Fang Yaoao, in particular, was trembling slightly from how tense she'd just been. She'd nearly rushed up to fight Annan earlier, even slamming the table and yelling at her several times. Thinking back now, she realized how lucky she was. She took back everything she'd said before. This woman wasn't arrogant at all. She had a gun, yet ignored all her provocations and even apologized to Xia. What a gentle and warm beauty. The most unusual reaction came from the innkeeper's wife. Though there was fear and nervousness in her eyes, there was even more excitement and longing. Only when the innkeeper squeezed her hand did her expression return to normal. You 2 young ladies must be scared, right? Don't worry, I think that lady isn't completely unreasonable. Meanwhile, Annan had gone upstairs and returned to her room. As soon as she walked in, Fugue came bounding over, tail wagging. Gu Jiu put down his book. You're back. The RV's door faced the room's entrance. Gu Jiu was lounging on the small sofa, head turned to look at her, his strong jawline and arm muscles even more defined. Annan's heart skipped a beat. She cleared her throat. Aren't you cold? Why didn't you close the door? Gu Jiu leaned his head back slightly, smiled at her, and said, I was waiting for you. Anan looked away. This man was getting more and more shameless. He seemed to have realized she had a thing for good looks, and lately he'd been showing off his appearance more and more. If it weren't so cold, she suspected he'd be wearing a bathrobe again, accidentally leaving the collar open. After being together for so long, she could see right through his little tricks. Seeing Gu Jiu about to get up and come over, Anan raised a hand to stop him. Wait here. I'm taking Fugue out for a bit. Huh? Gu Jiu paused. Where to? Anan patted Fugue's head. To check out that room they were so insistent we stay in. Gu Jiu stood up. I'll go with you. Anan shook her head. You shouldn't show your face these next couple of days. Gu Jiu stopped. Why? Anan explained what she'd just learned and her own suspicions. That bug definitely works better on men. But judging by how eager she was to see you, I think it needs a face-to-face meeting or some kind of direct contact to trigger. She smiled slyly. If you don't show up, I'll drive her crazy. Gu Jiu saw her mischievous expression and smiled too. All right. However his wife wanted to play it, he'd go along. He picked up his book again. Be careful. Come back soon. After a moment, he added to Fugue, if you need to bite, go ahead and bite. Fugue stood at attention. Woof. Protecting my master is my duty. Laifu and Rabbit, seeing the dog could go out with their master, started getting restless too, but Anan stopped them. Stay here and be good. Laifu glanced at the smug Fugue, flapped his wings twice, a little dissatisfied. Anan comforted him casually, we're just searching the room. When I need to catch bugs, I'll call you. Laifu turned around, copying Fugue, and pointed his butt at Anan. Anan laughed and gave him a light kick. You never learn the good things, only the bad. Though they were all on the 3rd floor, the innkeeper and his wife lived in the far west room, while Anan's group was in the far east. To get there, she had to walk down a long corridor. Passing the stairwell, she could still faintly hear the 4 people talking downstairs. Suddenly, Anan thought of something. Instead of heading straight to the room, she had Fugue sniff around to see if there was a 5th person hiding in the inn besides those 4. Unexpectedly, there wasn't. Shin Ao had truly disappeared from the inn. Anan frowned and took Fugue to the room the innkeeper's wife had so strongly recommended. She thought she'd have to use her teleport ability to get in, but when she reached the door, she found it wasn't even closed. Anan carefully pushed the door open and walked in. This was indeed the largest and most spacious room in the inn. Inside, gauzy curtains and antique decor, even the bed was a large, intricately carved solid wood piece. Unlike her own room, which just had a standard hotel bed and was barely over 20 square meters, after parking the RV inside, it was basically full. But this room was more than twice as big as hers, with a large, antique tea table as well. If it weren't for the innkeeper couple, she and Gu Jiu would have chosen this room in a heartbeat. The big wardrobe in the room was open and empty, and the bedding was gone too. It looked like the door was left open because the innkeeper had come in to get the bedding earlier. Anan looked around to make sure there was no danger, then began a careful search. She reminded Fugue. If you see any of those bugs from yesterday, stay away. Fugue barked in response, then lowered his head and started sniffing everywhere. Anan searched thoroughly, not missing a single corner. Cameras? None. Recording devices? None. Weird bugs? None. Weapons or traps? None. No matter how she searched, it looked like a perfectly normal room. Anan frowned. Since they were so insistent on having them stay here, there had to be something fishy. It couldn't just be for convenience, to eavesdrop through the wall, right? At that moment, Anan noticed the large Persian-style carpet under her feet. The carpet was huge, covering almost half the room. But on closer inspection, its style didn't really match the antique vibe of the rest of the room. And Nan edged over, grabbed a corner of the carpet, and lifted it up. Beneath the carpet, the floor was stained with dark, blackened patches of blood. Judging by the varying shades, and Nan figured the blood probably didn't come from the same group of people. Looks like her suspicions were right. This room definitely wasn't a good place. But with so much blood here, why wasn't Fugue reacting at all? That dog's nose was usually the sharpest. And Nan turned her head and saw Fugue staring intently at one of the walls, sniffing around from time to time. Was there something wrong with that wall? She checked the orientation. It was the wall shared with the next room. A thought struck her. She walked over and knocked around with her hand. One spot sounded distinctly different from the rest. She kept knocking, trying to figure out the boundaries of this odd area. After a few knocks, she realized the shape. It seemed like a door. And Nan carefully felt around with her hand and, sure enough, she could just barely make out a tiny, almost invisible seam. It wasn't obvious, but it was definitely a door. So that was the trick with this room. There was a hidden door connecting it to the next one. She tried pushing it, but it wouldn't budge. She searched nearby, but couldn't find any mechanism to open it. Makes sense. The door was for the owners to sneak in at night, so it could only be opened from their side. Smart couple. Sleeping and using the bathroom, those are the two times when people are most vulnerable. No matter how skilled you are, you're easy to ambush then. If you slept in this room, someone could sneak in through the secret door at night and kill you without a sound. But why hadn't the couple put Feng Yaoao and the others in this room before? Why did they want her and Gu Jiyu to stay here? Was it because the two of them looked harder to deal with? And what exactly were this couple up to? If it was just for money, they could have put Feng Yaoao and her friend in this room, killed them at night, and stolen their supplies. Why bother feeding and housing them? And where was Shineo? If he'd already been killed, why were the two girls still alive? Too many questions. As Nan was deep in thought, Fugue suddenly turned alertly toward the door, becoming restless. Soon, she could faintly hear the creak of footsteps on the stairs outside. Someone was coming up. And Nan quickly put the carpet back in place, stowed the dog into her space, and blinked herself back to her and Gu Jiyu's room. Since it was a bit far, she had to blink 3 times, passing through 2 empty rooms before finally returning. Gu Jiyu put down his book when he saw her suddenly appear. How did it go? You're not hurt, are you? And Nan shook her head. No. She finally got a good look at the cover of the book he'd been reading. After conquering the CEO, I gave birth to 7 babies in one go. And Nan. Where did he even find that book? She'd seen him reading so intently before and thought it was some poetry collection or essays. And Nan opened her mouth, about to say something, when footsteps outside slowly approached their door. Soon, the landlady's voice came. Miss, open up. I brought you a few more thick quilts. And Nan and Gu Jiyu exchanged a glance. A few thick quilts would be heavy work. Normally, the boss would do this kind of thing, but it was the landlady who came. Clearly, she was getting anxious. Since Gu Jiyu hadn't shown himself, she'd come in person. And Nan had wanted to refuse outright, but then remembered they hadn't brought any large luggage with them. In this cold weather, it would be odd if they didn't need extra quilts. So she said, "Thank you, just leave them outside. My boyfriend is still sleeping." The landlady was reluctant. "It's fine, just open the door. I'll bring them in for you and leave right away. I won't wake him." And Nan still refused. "No need. Just leave them at the door. We'll bring them in when he wakes up." The landlady hesitated for a moment, but didn't put the quilts down. "Then I'll just take them back for now. When your boyfriend wakes up, I'll bring them over again. If I leave them in the hallway, they'll get cold and won't be warm enough." What a flimsy excuse. But after this exchange, and Nan was even more certain of her suspicions. The parasite must require the landlady to meet the man she wants to infect. Judging by how desperate she was, she probably wished she could walk right through the wall to see Gu Jiyu. And Nan curled her lips and lowered her voice, saying coldly, "I told you to leave the quilts at the door. Did you understand?" That same, "Did you understand?" The landlady immediately remembered Nan pulling a gun downstairs earlier, bit her lip, and finally put the quilts down. "Fine, I'll leave them at the door." And Nan grunted in acknowledgement, then ordered coldly, "Don't come near our room again. If we need anything, I'll come to you." So she wanted to play mysterious? Two could play that game. She just wouldn't let her near, let her stew, let her get anxious and frustrated. The hallway soon fell silent. Once Nan was sure she'd left, she filled Gu Jiu in on what she'd discovered. After hearing her out, Gu Jiu guessed they probably have other accomplices. And Nan nodded. I think so too. This couple was probably in charge of tricking and capturing people, but there had to be others who handled the victims after they were caught. Shin Ao had disappeared last night and definitely wasn't in the inn. The couple hadn't had time to move or deal with him, so most likely, they had accomplices outside the inn. In the end, the two decided that Gu Jiu should stay holed up in the room, making the couple anxious enough to slip up. After all, they were safe in the RV. Even if something drastic happened, like the place being set on fire, she could just put the RV and everyone inside into her space. The rest of the afternoon passed quietly in the inn. When evening came, a strong aroma of braised meat suddenly wafted up from downstairs. The landlady came knocking again. Miss, tonight's dinner is soy braised meat. Come down and eat. Don't worry, no extra charge. She paused, then added, I heard your boyfriend likes braised pork knuckle. He'll love this meal. And Nan and Gu Jiu exchanged a look. Forget the cured meat. Where did this braised meat come from? There wasn't a working fridge in the inn. And Nan whispered, I'll go out and check the situation in a bit. Gu Jiu nodded. Be careful. After a moment's thought, he added, take Fugue with you. And Nan replied, okay. Lai Fu and Lord Rabbit immediately scooted closer, clearly wanting to come along too. And Nan nodded in agreement. After all, this wasn't some secret reconnaissance mission. Bringing them all was fine. If anything really happened, Lai Fu and Lord Rabbit's combat abilities were nothing to sneeze at. Outside the door, the landlady was still knocking. Sister? And Nan didn't open the door. She replied in a low, cold voice through the door, Didn't I tell you not to bother us? Don't you understand? The landlady laughed apologetically. Oh, it's just a special situation. I'm making braised meat tonight and thought of you guys since you love it. I couldn't just eat it all by myself, could I? There was no more sound from inside. The landlady hesitated, unsure whether to keep knocking or go downstairs and wait. Just then, and Nan's voice came from inside again. Don't let it happen again. Okay, got it. The landlady's face lit up. Shall we go down together? And Nan replied, We'll be down in a bit. You go ahead. The landlady cheerfully agreed and went downstairs, happy as could be. But Nan wasn't in any rush at all. She and Gu Jiu were still eating their meal. Braised pork ribs, kung pao chicken, garlic baby bok choy, spicy cabbage, tomato and egg soup. 4 dishes and a soup, meat and vegetables, balanced nutrition. Wasn't that way better than her mysterious braised meat? Only after they finished every last bite did Nan leisurely head downstairs with her 3 little companions. Downstairs, she found the 4 others sitting obediently at the dining table, not having touched their chopsticks yet. The landlord seemed hungry already. Hearing the creak of footsteps on the stairs, he immediately grabbed his chopsticks in excitement. Finally, time to eat. The landlady beamed, smoothing her hair and standing up enthusiastically. Oh, sister, you finally came down. As she spoke, she looked behind Nan. A dog that looked like a pig. A rabbit that looked like a child. A strange big bird that looked like a chicken. That was it. The landlady's smile froze on her face. Where's your boyfriend? And Nan gave her a look that said, what a pointless question. He's in the room. The landlady forced a dry smile. He's not coming down to eat? And Nan waved her hand. His stomach's not great. He doesn't want to eat greasy food. Doesn't want greasy food? The landlady glanced down at her carefully prepared braised meat, her mouth twitching. Didn't this girl say earlier that her boyfriend loved braised pork knuckle? Now that she's made braised meat, it's suddenly too greasy? Is she nuts? And Nan almost wanted to laugh at her expression. Serves you right. She then glanced at Xing Xia and Fang Yaoao and asked meaningfully, what's wrong? Landlady, you seem awfully eager to see my boyfriend. The 2 girls immediately glanced at the landlady, who had just jumped up from her chair. especially Xingxia, whose face changed at the mention of boyfriend, frowning in suspicion. The landlady awkwardly laughed and sat back down. Of course not. Oh. And Nan continued, you've mentioned my boyfriend several times today. I thought you were smitten with him. She added, without a hint of modesty, my guy is indeed the type everyone loves. Flowers bloom wherever he goes, and random women are always interested in him. But since you're already married, landlady, maybe you should focus more on your own husband. Stop thinking about my man. The landlady's usual warm, gentle smile almost slipped off her face. She hadn't expected this girl to be so blunt, not giving her any face at all. Don't most women like to compete in secret? Who talks like this? And when had she ever shown any interest in her boyfriend? Is this girl crazy? The landlady opened her mouth, wanting to defend herself. But Nan waved her hand dismissively, as if to say, I can't be bothered with you, and sat down at the table. Let's just eat. The landlady's explanation was stuck in her throat, like a fishbone she couldn't swallow. Infuriating. Absolutely infuriating. The landlord stiffened, about to stand up for his wife, but then remembered the feeling of having a gun pointed at him earlier that day. His bravado instantly deflated. He could only mutter under his breath, what kind of way is that to talk? And Nan turned to look at him. She seemed meek and mild, but there was a cold, ruthless glint in her eyes. The man, feeling a nah. N's icy stare, quickly looked away and raised his voice, come on, let's eat. You must be hungry. And Nan didn't move. Xingxia and Fang Yaoao immediately picked up their chopsticks. The landlord glanced awkwardly at the three little animals. Are they eating too? There was only one plate of meat on the table. If that fat pig, no, fat dog, wanted some, there wouldn't be enough to go around. And Nan glanced at her three companions. They're not eating. They'd already had dinner upstairs, and now sat quietly at her feet, bellies round and full. Fugue noticed the man's wary, protective look and raised his head disdainfully. You think your measly food is worthy of Dog King's stomach? Hearing that the three little ones weren't eating, the landlord happily grabbed a piece of meat and wolfed it down. Xingxia and Fang Yaoao, who had been silent, also dug in. Thanks for the meal. Braised meat with coarse grain rice. In times like these, it was as good as an imperial feast. They'd been sitting here, smelling the aroma and waiting for Nan and Gujiu to come down, growing hungrier and hungrier. Now that they could finally eat, the food was so delicious they almost wanted to swallow their bowls and chopsticks too. The landlady glanced regretfully toward the stairs, then picked up her chopsticks and started eating, her mind clearly preoccupied. And Nan watched her expression with interest. Sensing Nan's gaze, the landlady looked up, adjusted her expression, and said gently, Sister, why aren't you eating? Go ahead. And Nan still didn't move. The landlady assumed she also thought the braised meat was too greasy and explained, Don't worry, it's not oily. In times like these, who can afford real oil? I just used some packaged sauce and soy sauce. As she spoke, her eyes started quickly to the stairs, as if hoping Nan would bring Gujiu down after hearing her explanation. But Nan refused. I already finished eating when you came knocking. The landlady was taken aback. Already ate? She looked a bit regretful. If I'd known, I would have called you earlier. And Nan glanced at the plate of glossy, tempting braised meat. Landlady, you really went all out with this meat. These days, not only are ingredients hard to come by, but even seasonings are rarely seen. Judging by the color of this meat, they sure didn't skimp on the soy sauce. The proprietress smiled. Without seasoning, wouldn't it be a waste of good meat? And Nan raised an eyebrow. How would not using seasoning be a waste of meat? These days, even eating plain boiled meat is considered a luxury. Which survivor would use up both precious meat and seasonings at the same time? You could just eat the boiled meat, then use the leftover soy sauce to flavor noodles or dumpling soup later. Isn't that fragrant enough? This woman was obviously making this dish on purpose, after hearing her mention that Gujiu liked braised pork knuckle. But the proprietress seemed unwilling to continue the conversation. She lowered her head, focusing on her bowl, eating in silence. And Nan didn't give up and pressed on. Where did this meat come from? She looked around. There doesn't seem to be a fridge here, does there? Chewing her meat, the proprietress pointed at the boss and mumbled, "He just went out and bought it this afternoon." And Nan kept digging. "Where did you buy it?" The proprietress finally seemed to lose her composure, looking a bit impatient. Before she could say anything, Fang Yaoao, who had been quietly eating across from them, suddenly let out a shriek. Everyone was startled. Even the three little ones sitting idly nearby jumped up in alarm, standing defensively. Everyone turned to look at Fang Yaoao, only to see her staring in shock at her chopsticks. Clamped between them was a silver ring, still covered in braised meat sauce. Before anyone else could react, Xingxia suddenly shot to her feet. A ring. She snatched the silver ring from Fang Yao's chopsticks, hurriedly wiping off the sauce, staring at it over and over in disbelief. "This ring is..." Her hand trembled as she held the ring, her gaze slowly shifting to the plate of meat she had just been devouring. This meat. After staring at it for a few seconds, she suddenly bent over and began to vomit uncontrollably. Soon, the stunned Fang Yao snapped out of it, bursting into tears and vomiting as well. The boss across the table was nearly splattered by their vomit. He quickly stood up and backed away, looking in disgust at the mess on the table. "What the hell are you two doing? So disgusting. How is anyone supposed to eat now?" And Nan quietly pulled the three little ones further back. Although the two girls looked pitiful right now, that didn't stop her from being grossed out by their vomit. And Nan fixed her gaze on the boss and proprietress, searching their faces for any sign of guilt or other emotion. But both of them looked perfectly normal, showing only annoyance and surprise, nothing else. The proprietress even frowned and said, "Sorry. I didn't notice there was something in the meat when I was cooking." The boss, however, sounded reproachful. "Even if you found something in your food, did you have to throw up like that? Wasting food is shameful." He looked genuinely distressed. "I spent a lot of rations to buy that meat." As he spoke, he tried to salvage the food on the table. "Hey, stop throwing up on the table. Are you crazy? I haven't even finished eating yet." And Nan watched the couple, curling her lips. "Are you really clueless, or just pretending?" The proprietress looked up. "What do you mean?" And Nan nodded toward the ring. "That ring probably belongs to their friend." She paused, then emphasized, "The one who went missing." The proprietress looked shocked. "You mean this meat?" And Nan rolled her eyes. "Keep pretending. Go on, keep pretending." The two girls kept retching for a long time, until there was nothing left in their stomachs, not even bile. Fang Yaoao, traumatized, kept muttering to herself. "Shin'eo's ring. This is Shin'eo's ring. I ate Shin'eo. I ate Shin'eo. Sob, sob, I ate Shin'eo." At that moment, Xingxia suddenly threw the ring onto the table, then spun around and dashed upstairs like a madwoman. "No, this isn't Shin'eo. It can't be." Her footsteps pounded away, then quickly returned. And Nan saw that she was now clutching another ring, heading straight for the table. "This can't be Shin'eo's ring, it just looks similar. It's just a coincidence. Pure coincidence. Shin'eo's ring fits together with mine, this one doesn't." As she spoke, she pressed the two rings together. Back in college, Xingxia and Shin'eo had custom-made a pair of couples rings. One had a raised heart, the other a recessed heart. When put together, the two rings fit perfectly. Each of them had worn their ring for years, never taking them off. It was only after Shin'eo disappeared that Xingxia, heartbroken, took hers off. Now, as she tried to fit the two rings together, her whole body trembled with nerves. Suddenly, Fang Yao screamed, "Oh my god. It really is Shin'eo. This is Shin'eo's flesh." Seeing the two rings fit together perfectly, Xingxia instantly lost all strength and collapsed to the floor. Across the table, the boss and proprietress exchanged glances. Not far away, and Nan studied the shock and disbelief on their faces. It didn't look like they were faking. What were they so surprised about? Did they really not know it was Shin'eo? Weren't they the ones who served the meat? And Nan was done guessing. She pulled out her pistol and aimed it at the couple. Talk. What's going on? The two of them jumped, quickly raising their hands. It has nothing to do with us. And Nan sneered. Nothing to do with you? The boss bought the meat, the proprietress cooked it, how could it have nothing to do with you? The proprietress looked aggrieved. I really don't know what happened. I just cooked the meat as usual. At most, I was careless and didn't notice there was something inside. The boss chimed in, I really did just buy the meat this afternoon. How was I supposed to know? He glanced at the now mentally broken Sheng Xia and Fang Yaoao. It's got nothing to do with me. And Nan pressed, where did you buy it? The boss, hands still raised, answered readily, Qicheng Gang. Now, if any survivor in Qicheng wants something, they have to buy it at a high price from the Qicheng Gang. Qicheng Gang? And Nan pressed her pistol to his head. This Qicheng Gang, where are they? The boss gave a couple of nervous laughs. Heroine, why don't you put the gun down first? I'll explain everything slowly. And Nan frowned. Cut the crap. As she spoke, she made as if to pull the trigger. The boss immediately shouted, no, no, no. I'll talk. I'll talk right now. The Qicheng Gang was a faction that formed in the late stages of the Great Heat. They'd recruited nearly all the strong young men in Qicheng, making a name for themselves locally, powerful and intimidating. They monopolized all the survival resources in Qicheng. Ordinary survivors had no choice but to rely on the Qicheng Gang if they wanted to make it in the city. Unlike most gangs, they didn't have a single, unified base. Instead, they were split into 3 branches, each controlling its own territory independently. But these 3 branches were surprisingly harmonious and united. The boss grew animated as he spoke. You outsiders might not know, but we used to have a lot of foreigners in Qicheng. They all got chased out by the locals. At some point, those foreigners banded together and tried to come back to Qicheng to fight for supplies. There were hundreds of them, a whole swarm. Their leader, some pale pretty boy, even had a gun. Looked real tough. They set their sights on the weakest branch of the Qicheng Gang, thinking it'd be easy pickings since it was on the outskirts and had fewer people. But the Qicheng Gang stuck together. The other 2 branches rushed over to help, and when the fighting started, they didn't care about their own lives. They beat those foreigners back in no time. After that, those bastards never dared show their faces again. And Nan realized he was talking about Brother Lai Fu and his group. She'd thought Brother Lai Fu and Scarface had led those foreigners up the mountain just to guard the warehouse supplies. Turns out, they'd actually tried to settle in the city. Makes sense, really, under such unpredictable disasters, it wasn't practical to survive out in the open on a mountain for long. She interrupted the boss. Didn't you say the foreigners had guns? How did they still lose? The boss glanced meaningfully at the pistol in her hand. The Qicheng Gang's got some real talent. Having a gun doesn't mean you're invincible or can do whatever you want. And Nan sneered. Are you hinting at me? The boss immediately bent over. I wouldn't dare. I'm just talking about the Qicheng Gang. And Nan snorted. Go on. The boss cleared his throat. Anyway, they're a really powerful gang. None of us locals dare mess with them. If you need anything in daily life, you have to buy it from them. And Nan raised an eyebrow. They sell goods too? The boss nodded. They set all the prices, and you can only buy through them. If you try to trade privately and get caught, the consequences are serious. And Nan nodded thoughtfully. This Qicheng Gang was nothing like the gangs she'd known before. Most gangs only cared about their own business, either ignoring outsiders or robbing them. But these guys wanted to control everything, like some kind of authoritarian ruling party. She glanced at the braised meat on the table. Did you buy this meat from the Qicheng Gang? The boss nodded. That's right. And Nan, where exactly? Boss, not far, just a 3 to 5 minute walk from here. But with the blizzard outside, it was impossible to walk. It took me nearly an hour to bring the meat back. As he spoke, he shot a glare at Fang Yaoao and Sheng Xia. And those 2 little girls wasted it all. And Nan smacked him on the head with her gun. Have you no conscience? You ate their boyfriend, and you're blaming them for wasting your food. The boss clutched his head, his bravado fading. How was I supposed to know? Anyway, I paid for it fair and square. I'm the real victim here. Then he tried to drag Nan into it. Wasn't it you who said your boyfriend liked braised pork knuckle? My wife's kind-hearted. She remembered you didn't get the food and lodging benefits, so she specially asked me to buy it for you. And Nan rolled her eyes. Should I kneel and thank you 1,000 times? He was obviously up to something, but made it sound like he was some great benefactor. The boss chuckled awkwardly. No need for that. And Nan found his greasy grin disgusting and took a step back before continuing. What's the background of the Chingcheng gang's boss? The boss and his wife exchanged glances. The boss's wife, who'd been silent, finally spoke. We don't know. He's very mysterious, never shown his face in public. All the external affairs are handled by the 3 branch leaders. Nan stared at the couple. From the way you talk, you seem to know and trust the Chingcheng gang quite a bit? The boss's wife froze for a moment, then forced a dry laugh. Not at all. And Nan watched their expressions. Do you think this meat is Shineo? The boss's wife was clearly annoyed by her interrogative tone. I've already said, whether this meat is Shineo or not, it has nothing to do with us. The boss chimed in, yeah. Maybe he was running around and offended the Chingcheng gang, so he ended up. Before he could finish, Sheng Xia suddenly jumped up, eyes wide, ran to the kitchen, grabbed a cleaver, and made for the door. She kept muttering, Chingcheng gang. Chingcheng gang. Fang Yao was startled, snapped out of her daze, and rushed over to grab her around the waist. Xia Xia. Are you crazy? You can't go. Sheng Xia shouted in grief and anger, don't stop me. I have to avenge Shineo. The boss's wife hurried over to stop her too. Don't be reckless. The Chingcheng gang is huge, you're just one girl, you can't take them on. Sheng Xia's eyes were red. But they killed Shineo. And they. She couldn't finish her sentence. After all, Shineo had been her boyfriend for years. They'd survived countless dangers together, not just lovers, but comrades in arms. She could accept him suddenly falling out of love, or the 2 of them parting ways, but she could never accept him being butchered and served up like livestock. Especially since she'd just eaten so much. Thinking of this, Sheng Xia retched again, then straightened up, gasping, determined to go to the Chingcheng gang for revenge. Fang Yao clung to her, refusing to let go. It's too dangerous, Xia Xia. You can't go. The boss watched them struggle like a pair of mad women and clicked his tongue impatiently. Who was it earlier that said she'd cut ties with Shineo, that whether he lived or died had nothing to do with her? Fang Yao nodded repeatedly from the side. That's right, Xia Xia. Didn't you say you'd never forgive him? Don't go looking for that Chingcheng gang. Let's just wait for the snow to stop and leave this place. Have you forgotten? You still need to go back to Lace's city to find your parents. She'd just overheard the boss and his wife talking. So many foreigners, even with guns, couldn't get the upper hand against that Chingcheng gang. Shineo was a grown man, stronger and more capable than the 2 of them, and he still fell into their hands. If Sheng Xia charged over there now, the outcome was obvious. Of their original 10-person team, only the 3 of them were left. Now even Shineo was gone. If anything happened to Sheng Xia, she'd be all alone. In times like these, a girl by herself, even if she knew a bit of self-defense, couldn't possibly survive on her own. Though she was heartbroken about what happened to Shineo, she had no desire for revenge. She just wanted to go home, to find her mom and dad. So she clung tightly to Sheng Xia, sobbing, Xia Xia, I'm begging you, please calm down. But Sheng Xia couldn't calm down at all. Death puts a filter on everything. If the person you once loved is still alive, maybe you really could grow to resent each other, go your separate ways, and forget. But once someone dies, all the old grudges and resentments vanish in an instant. All that's left in your mind are the good memories you shared, layered with nostalgia, impossible to let go. The temperature had dropped even lower. Sheng Xia shivered, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. She couldn't help but wonder, did Shineo feel this cold when he died? She shouldn't have argued with him. Maybe then he wouldn't have gone out in the middle of the night. Did it really matter whether he loved her or not? So, what if he was attracted to another woman? No one can guarantee they'll love someone for a lifetime. As long as he was alive, that was enough. Shang Xia let out 2 wailing sobs, then suddenly broke free from Fang Yao's grip and bolted for the door. Fang Yao was startled and quickly turned to the calmest person in the room, and Nan. For help. Please. Stop her. And Nan hadn't expected her to ask for help. Wasn't this girl always treating her like the villain? Who asks the bad guy for help? It was odd, but she still offered a word of comfort. Don't worry. She won't find it. Huh? Fang Yao was stunned. Find what? Find the Qicheng gang? What's so hard about that? That gang is famous, and it's close by. The boss said it's only 3 to 5 minutes away. It should be easy to find. Meanwhile, Shang Xia had already reached the front door, flung it open, and dashed outside. As she opened the door, a blast of icy wind swept in from outside. Everyone in the room shivered. And Nan pulled a thermometer from her coat pocket, strolled to the door, and stuck it outside to check the temperature. The numbers on the thermometer dropped rapidly before finally stopping at -50 degrees Celsius. And Nan tightened her coat. It's already -50 degrees? The male boss hurried over and slammed the door shut, grumbling, unbelievable. In this cold, you open the door and all the heat is gone. Fang Yao stood there in a daze, looking at Nan by the door, suddenly at a loss for what to do. Instinctively, she looked to the strongest person in the room. And Nan smirked and started counting 3, 2, 1. With a loud bang, the door, still unlocked by the boss, was flung open again. It was Shang Xia at the door once more. She was shivering uncontrollably, hugging herself tightly, her hair dusted with snow, her face deathly pale, as if she might faint from the cold at any second. And Nan glanced at her. Not bad. At least she knew to come back when it got too cold. Not completely hopeless. Fang Yao looked at Nan in surprise. She really called it. And Nan smiled faintly. Shang Xia coming back was inevitable. If the roads outside were passable, would she and Gu Jiu still be holed up in this weird inn? They would have left long ago. Even the boss, who knew the area like the back of his hand, took an hour to walk what should have been a 3 to 5 minute route. And Shang Xia, an outsider, thought she could find the Qicheng gang in this kind of extreme blizzard? Not a chance. Besides, the temperature outside was even lower than during the day, truly bone-chilling. Instinct for survival would drive anyone back to the relative warmth inside. No one could wander around out there for long. Seeing Fang Yao rush to Shang Xia, hugging her and crying while trying to warm her up, and Nan turned away and headed upstairs with her 3 little ones. She was just passing through and had no intention of getting involved. Whether Shen Ao was killed by the boss and his wife or by the Qicheng gang, it had nothing to do with her. She wasn't some battle-crazed maniac who had to challenge the local gangs everywhere she went. As long as they didn't mess with her, she'd stay here comfortably until the snow stopped, then set out, collect the supplies from the southern warehouse, and go home to relax. In weather this cold, the only thing to do is stay inside and sleep. The boss and his wife watched her leave, exchanging a meaningful glance. Back in her room, and Nan found Gu Jiu still reading that book. After conquering the CEO, I gave birth to 7 babies. She couldn't help but twitch her lips. Is it really that good? Gu Jiu put down the book and commented seriously, it's so cheesy. But I can't stop reading. And Nan burst out laughing. Sounds like it's pretty addictive. She sighed. Things are a mess downstairs, but up here it's so peaceful. Gu Jiu smiled. Just following my wife's orders, staying in the room, haven't taken a single step out. And Nan laughed. Well done. The temperatures dropped even more outside. Let's close the car door and save some heat. I've got plenty of warmers, let's stick them on before bed. Gu Jiu, okay? Meanwhile, the boss and his wife finally managed to coax Shang Xia back into the room with Fang Yao, then quickly tidied up the first floor and hurried to their own room. The temperature kept dropping. Staying in a small room versus the big hall made a huge difference, especially since Shang Xia had just let in a lot of cold air. It was no place to linger. Inside, the boss's wife lit 2 candles on the table, using them for both light and warmth. She muttered, "Tell me, That girl already drank my goo water, so why isn't she the least bit close to me? The boss frowned. Yeah. She even pointed a gun at you. The boss lady frowned deeply. Tell me, is it possible they never drank the water you brought them? The man shook his head. Impossible. Water's so precious. Who wouldn't drink free water? The boss lady countered. Food's even more precious. But they didn't eat the free meals we gave them, did they? The boss waved his hand dismissively. That's different. Look, they only have 2 backpacks between them. How much water could they possibly carry? Even if they've got plenty of energy bars and chocolate, they can't be carrying enough water. The boss lady thought for a moment. True. And we boiled the water before sending it over, so there shouldn't be any reason for them to be suspicious. The boss nodded. They've got 3 animals with them. They can use those to test for poison. I bet they let the rabbit or the bird drink first, and when nothing happened, they felt safe to drink it themselves. He pulled the boss lady into his arms. Don't worry. That crazy woman's got a wild and blunt temper. If she didn't want the water, she'd have refused it outright or given it right back to us. She wouldn't have bothered returning an empty bottle. The boss lady mulled it over, then nodded. You're right. That crazy girl never cared about saving anyone's face. Invite her to a meal and she'll say whatever harsh thing comes to mind. If she really suspected the water was tainted, she'd have made some sarcastic comment like, "No way I'm drinking your sketchy stuff." It's just not her style to sneakily pour out the water and return the bottle empty. But the boss lady's frown deepened, confusion written all over her face. Then why is she still so hostile towards me? The goo worms have never failed before. Just look at how normal Shangxia and Fang Yao act. Even after their boyfriend ditched them for her, they still respectfully call her sister. But that crazy woman? She never even cracks a smile. She's either sarcastic or cold, and sometimes she even waves a gun around. The boss thought for a moment, then said firmly, I think she's just not normal to begin with. Not normal? Yeah. Just look at her. She's clearly got an antisocial personality, quick to anger. For all we know, her current attitude is already the result of the goo worm working on her. The boss lady's mouth twitched. If this is her after the goo worm's effect, I'd hate to see what she's like without it. The boss recalled Annen's demeanor. A mad dog that bites everyone. Meanwhile, Annen, who was lying in bed watching a show on her tablet, suddenly sneezed several times in a row. She sniffled. Who's bad-mouthing me behind my back? On the sofa, Gu Jiu bent down and turned up the heater a few degrees. Are you cold? He put down his book. Want me to come warm up the bed for you? Annen shot him a look. Get lost. Just read your book. Gu Jiu smirked. It'd be so much warmer if we snuggled up together. Annen waved him off. No need. I just want to watch my show in peace. You read your book and don't bother me. Gu Jiu had no choice but to pick up his book again. After a moment, he asked, puzzled, is it really possible for someone to give birth to 7 babies at once? Annen, what do you think? Gu Jiu thought seriously. In theory, it's possible, but the odds are extremely low, and it would be very hard on the mother's body. Annen was speechless. Come on. You're reading a brainless romance novel, not a science documentary. Do you have to be so serious about it? Back with the boss couple, they were even more serious. The boss lady frowned. I still think the main issue is the dosage. Dosage? The man shook his head. No way. We usually use just 1 goo worm for others, but I put several in their water. The boss lady wondered, could it be that most of them ended up in those animals' stomachs? The boss thought it over and nodded. You know, that's actually possible. That fat dog looks like it could eat and drink a ton. He sighed. If only the goo worms worked on animals too. Those 3 look pretty tough, otherwise, those 2 wouldn't waste food keeping them around. The boss lady shook her head. The heartlink goo works by manipulating human emotions. Animals are too simple-minded for that. She made up her mind. I'll send over more goo water later. Doesn't matter if her willpower is strong or if the dosage wasn't enough. Just give her more. A moment later, she changed her mind. Forget it. I'll deliver it myself. I need to see that man in person. Otherwise, I can't trigger his feelings. The boss curled his lip. You seem pretty interested in that guy. A hint of insecurity flashed in his eyes. You're not planning to ditch me for that kid's looks, are you? The boss lady kept her face calm, but her eyes flickered with guilt. Of course not. The boss snorted. Don't forget who stuck by you, who was your first Heartlink Goo test subject, who helped you go from ugly duckling to swan. The boss lady stood up and hugged him, soothing him. Oh, come on. I know. I'm not heartless. Don't worry, I'll never abandon you. We've been married for years. We've got the certificate and everything. How could some guy under a gooworm's control ever compare to you? As she spoke, she gave him a suggestive look and pulled him toward the bed. The man loved this move, chuckling. That's more like it. Half an hour later, the boss lady pushed him away. All right, enough fooling around. I have to go deliver the water. If I wait any longer, they'll be asleep. The boss let her go reluctantly. Can't you go tomorrow? It's finally warm in here. Wouldn't it be nice to just sleep now? She rolled her eyes. All you think about is sleep. You'll have all the time in the world to sleep when you're dead. What's the rush now? She got up and straightened her clothes. I'll deliver the water, and you don't just sit around. Go knock those two girls out and put the beauty goo into their ears. The boss stood up obediently. We're not keeping them anymore? The boss lady replied, no, it's too much trouble. They're ready to die for a man. If they run off and freeze to death, it's a waste. Besides, I've found someone better now. Why bother keeping them? She thought of Annan's exquisitely beautiful face and couldn't help but smile. That crazy girl must be very nourishing. The boss chuckled. She really is a beauty. If you absorb her life force, you'll be the most beautiful woman in the world. The boss lady shot him a look. You mean I'm not already? He pulled her into his arms and said sweetly, of course you are. I just mean you'll be even better after absorbing hers. Then he suddenly looked worried. But you just absorbed someone a few days ago, and now you want to take two more. Can your body handle it? The proprietress gazed at herself in the mirror, gently stroking her cheek and admiring her reflection. It's fine. Becoming beautiful always comes with a bit of suffering. Isn't plastic surgery at the hospital even more painful? Besides, this kind of nourishment works from the inside out. It's not just about the surface. The boss grinned and took the opportunity to cop a feel. Exactly. My wife even breathes perfume now. All right, that's enough. The proprietress pushed him away. Don't get frisky at the wrong time and place. Let's get down to business. She turned around, rummaged through the bedside drawer, and took out a packet of powder, a small empty bottle, and a glass jar containing 2 red, soft-bodied worms. She instructed carefully, you have to remove the Heartlink goo first before you use the beauty goo. Otherwise, they'll fight inside the body. Sprinkle this powder on the girls' faces, and the Heartlink goo will crawl out of their noses on its own. Collect them in the empty bottle, then put the beauty goo by their ears. The little things will crawl in themselves. The man nodded, tucked the items securely on his person, and went to look for some knockout drugs. Meanwhile, the woman sat by the table, rested her chin on it, sprinkled some of the white powder on herself, then opened her mouth wide and waited quietly. After a while, a large, multicolored bug shot. Ped like a venomous spider slowly crawled out of her mouth. Once it was on the table, the woman straightened up and stroked it affectionately. Xiaohua, I have to trouble you again. The rainbow spider gave a little shake in response and soon laid several transparent offspring. The woman happily put the newborn goo into the small bottle, praised Xiaohua a few times, then bent down and opened her mouth, letting it crawl slowly back inside. Even though the man had seen this scene countless times, he still felt his scalp tingle. He clicked his tongue. Honestly, I'm always worried that when we kiss, it'll crawl from your stomach into mine. The proprietress didn't reply, afraid she might accidentally hurt her beloved goo. After a while, she straightened up and shot him a glare. Don't flatter yourself. Xiaohua recognizes me as its master. No one else can take it. Even if I die, it won't survive on its own. It's loyal. The man twitched his lips. I don't want your bug anyway. How terrifying. That big bug goes in and out, always through the mouth. Once everything was ready and they were about to head out, the proprietress suddenly sneezed several times in a row. She couldn't help complaining, "It's freezing out." She was already bundled up in layer after layer of thick clothing, looking like a round ball. She couldn't put on another thing, but still felt unbearably cold. The man felt the same. He pulled out 2 quilts. "Let's just wrap ourselves in blankets when we go out." The proprietress took the blanket from him and reminded, "Keep an eye on those 2 girls. The beauty goo takes time to work. Don't let them freeze to death before that." She shivered. "It's all that crazy girl's fault. Now I have to go through all this trouble again in this freezing weather." The boss grumbled, "Well, it's your Shawa that's not up to the task. As the mother goo, it can't even sense the state of its offspring. If it could, you wouldn't have to go feed them again." The proprietress, annoyed at his criticism of her precious pet, snapped back. "Shawa has so many offspring. If I could sense them all, I'd have conquered the world by now. Stop complaining. If it weren't for Shawa, would you be living so well now?" Seeing she was upset, the boss quickly tried to placate her with a sheepish grin. "You're right. It's all thanks to you and Shawa." Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he asked, "Hey, do you think maybe the effect is weaker because we've sent out too many offspring goo?" The proprietress tightened the blanket around her. "Who knows? Whatever the reason, I'll just send more. And she'd get to see that man again and take care of him." Thinking of Gu Jiu's handsome face, the proprietress was instantly motivated. She didn't feel cold anymore, and even started humming a tune, happily getting ready to open the door. Seeing her so cheerful, the man felt a pang of jealousy and blocked her way. "Looking forward to dealing with that pretty boy, huh?" The proprietress blinked and replied righteously, "What are you talking about?" "Of course not." He pressed, "Then why are you humming?" She cursed herself inwardly. Her mouth really couldn't keep a secret. Why hum at all? But outwardly, she maintained her composure. "You always think that way. I'm happy because we're about to make a big profit." The man paused. "What do you mean?" The proprietress explained, "Think about it. Those 2 obviously have never gone hungry. Even their 3 pets are plump and healthy. But with just those 2 backpacks, how long can they last?" The man nodded. "True. They must have more supplies hidden somewhere, just not with them here." The proprietress gave him a finally, "You get it" look and smiled. "As long as we take care of that man and make him fall head over heels for me, getting their hidden supplies will be a piece of cake." The man grinned from ear to ear. "Exactly." The proprietress scoffed, "See? You're grinning too. Why can't I be happy?" The man quickly tried to appease her. "My bad. I just care about you too much, that's all." With that, he opened the door. "I'll get to work downstairs." "You've worked hard, honey." Soon, the man went to Sheng Xia and Feng Yao's room on the 2nd floor, while the proprietress went to the 1st floor to boil some water, put the transparent heart-link offspring goo into it, and carried it to the door of Nan and Gu Jiu's room. She knocked. Inside, it was still Nan's voice that answered. "What is it?" The proprietress frowned. "Why is it always this woman answering? Did she secretly kill that handsome guy? Not a peep from him." "I brought you some hot water. It's freezing, have some to warm up, and you'll sleep better." After a while, the voice came again. "Just leave it at the door. I'll get it later." Great, she couldn't even see the man. She didn't even get to see the girl's face. Unwilling to give up, the proprietress asked, "Are you cold? Do you need more blankets?" "No." Shut out, the proprietress knew she couldn't push further, lest she arouse suspicion. At least they accepted the water. As long as they fell for the trick, everything else would fall into place. So she obediently set the kettle at the door. "Drink it while it's hot." After the landlady left, and Nan finally opened the door and brought the kettle inside. Gu Jiu glanced over. "Same old trick again?" And Nan brought the kettle over to the 3 little ones, watching their reluctant faces, and nodded. "Yeah." Gu Jiu put down the book in his hand. "She's probably getting suspicious since I haven't been going out." And Nan smiled. "Mostly, it's because of my attitude." Gu Jiu could easily picture her arrogant, unruly demeanor. He couldn't help but laugh too. "It's really not easy for you to pretend to be all obedient and docile." And Nan pouted. I'd never wrong myself like that. Honestly, she was already being merciful by not shoving their heads straight into the kettle. And now she was supposed to act like the landlady's little fangirl? No way. She dealt with the bugs the same way as before, then sighed. They really are getting desperate. They doubled the amount of these goo worms this time. Gu Jiu glanced at the dead bugs. They've had it too easy for too long. And Nan knew he was itching to stir up trouble, so she reminded him there's definitely more to their relationship with the Qingcheng gang than meets the eye. It's best not to act rashly. It was true that Brother Laifu had been driven up the mountain by the Qingcheng gang and didn't dare enter the city. She still didn't know how they'd managed it. That foreign guy was armed with an AK and a bunch of explosives. His gear was at least as good as hers, if not better, yet he'd still been beaten so badly he couldn't fight back. Since they didn't know the other side's true strength or trump cards, she didn't want to go head-to-head with them blindly. If they accidentally set off a landmine, it wouldn't be worth the risk. Anyway, once the snow stopped in a day or two, they'd be leaving. There was no need to risk a deadly conflict with the Qingcheng gang. Gu Jiu knew what she was thinking. Don't worry, I know what's at stake. The next day, and Nan had just finished breakfast when there was another knock at the door. Thinking it was that troublesome landlady again, she called out impatiently, "Didn't I tell you to stop bothering us?" To her surprise, it was Shang Xia's voice from outside. "It's me. Sorry to disturb you." And Nan paused. "What is it?" There was a brief silence. Then Shang Xia spoke in a very low voice. "I just wanted to warn you, be careful. There's something wrong with this inn." And Nan raised an eyebrow and exchanged a glance with Gu Jiu. What's going on? The landlady's loyal little fangirl had turned on her? Did she accidentally kill the goo worm inside Shang Xia yesterday when she poured concentrated sulfuric acid on the bugs? After saying her piece, Shang Xia heard no reply from inside, so she turned to leave. The landlord and landlady's room was also on the 3rd floor. Shang Xia's whole body was tense and on guard. After speaking to Nan's door, she immediately wanted to hurry downstairs. But unexpectedly, the door behind her suddenly opened. "Come in and talk." Shang Xia stopped in her tracks and turned around, looking at Nan in disbelief. "She's being so nice today? She's actually inviting me into her room?" And Nan looked at her, also a bit surprised, her eyes widening as if startled. She opened her mouth, hesitated, and looked at Shang Xia as if she wanted to say something but held back. Shang Xia asked, puzzled, "What's wrong?" "Just come in and talk. It's cold out here." And Nan's tone was noticeably softer. Shang Xia didn't really understand, but obediently walked into the room. As soon as she entered, she immediately felt much warmer. The furnishings were simple, much like the room she shared with Fang Yaoao, except for one thing. These two had actually set the inn's wooden table on fire for warmth. Shang Xia's mouth twitched. Why hadn't she thought of burning the wooden furniture when she was freezing before? And Nan saw her staring blankly around the room, but didn't guess that Shang Xia was marveling at her bandit-like behavior. After all, and Nan didn't think there was anything wrong with burning someone else's furniture. The table had already been corroded twice and was basically useless. Making use of it was just practical. She thought maybe she'd left something out and quietly checked to make sure there was nothing in the room that shouldn't be there. Once she was sure she hadn't missed anything, and Nan assumed Shang Xia was still cold, so she casually handed her one of the quilts the landlady had brought over. The heater and electric blanket had just been stashed away in her space, so the only warmth came from the makeshift fire. The three little ones weren't quite used to it and huddled close to the fire for warmth. Shang Xia looked up and saw the three strange pets, and next to them sat that serious-looking man. He, like Nan, was watching her with a strange expression. Seeing the odd looks on the couple's faces, Shang Xia couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" And Nan moved a chair for her, motioning for her to sit, then said earnestly, "My condolences. Grief is bad for your health." Shang Xia was a bit thrown by her sudden kindness, but quickly nodded. "Thank you for your concern." And Nan studied her expression, then got straight to the point. "What did you mean by what you said outside the door just now?" Shang Xia's eyes turned red as she replied, "After I got up this morning, the more I thought about it, the more I felt there was something fishy about Shin-Ao's disappearance. As she spoke, she looked down at the ring on her finger. She'd put her couple's ring back on. Shin-Ao suddenly became obsessed with the landlady, a complete stranger, and then vanished from this inn in the middle of the night. That suspicious meat was also brought back by the landlord. She bit her lip. I just can't believe all this is a coincidence. And Nan didn't say anything, but silently thought, you finally noticed something so obvious. Shangxia seemed to realize this too, and said, puzzled, I just don't know why, but before, I always thought the landlady was a good person, that she'd never hurt us. Maybe it was freezing last night that finally woke me up. The more I think about it, the more wrong it seems. Then I thought of you too, and figured I should at least warn you. And Nan didn't bother with pleasantries and asked directly, why warn us? After 3 years of the apocalypse, everyone was used to minding their own business, and she'd never exactly been friendly to Shangxia and Fang Yaoao. She expected Shangxia to trot out the usual gratitude for her and Gu Jiu saving their lives that night. But instead, Shangxia glanced at Gu Jiu, her eyes red, and said, I just don't want to see another couple end up like us. Her voice trembled with tears. Shin-Ao and I were just like you two, loving, stable. The day before we came here, he even told me that once we reached Lace's city and met our parents, our two families would live together from then on. I never thought that as soon as we settled in here, he'd act like he was possessed, tossing me aside like I was nothing. And I wasn't myself either. I actually trusted the innkeeper's wife so blindly. As she spoke, she glanced around nervously, then lowered her voice. That couple must have used some kind of trick. Maybe they've scattered some colorless, tasteless drug all over this inn that makes people lose their senses. And Nan didn't trust strangers, so she didn't go into detail about discovering the parasite, only giving a hint. Isn't it possible that the easiest thing to tamper with is the food and drink? Shangxia nodded, as if suddenly enlightened. You're right. Food and drink are the easiest to mess with. She looked a bit dejected. We were so stupid, trusting them for no reason. You two were the smart ones, better to hole up in your room eating biscuits than risk their food. Since Nan and Gu Jiu only carried 2 backpacks, she naturally assumed they were stuck in their room, miserably gnawing on dry rations. And Nan didn't say much more, just asked, so, what are you planning to do next? Shangxia clenched her fists. I have to avenge Shin-Ao. We can't let this Black Inn or the Qingcheng gang get away with it. And Nan was about to ask, and how exactly are you going to get revenge, when Shangxia let out a defeated sigh. But not now. And Nan raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Shangxia hunched her shoulders. I've thought about it. The Qingcheng gang doesn't even allow survivors to trade goods privately, but they let this couple run a Black Inn here. Their relationship must be special. Right now, they're in the dark while we're exposed, and they have the numbers. We're no match for them. If I tried to fight them now, it would just be a pointless sacrifice. She sighed again. Yao cried in my arms for a long time yesterday. I realized I can't be so selfish. Yao's had a tough time these past years. Her only wish is to get home as soon as possible. I can't abandon her just for revenge. I have to get her home first. Lace's city isn't far from here. In about half a month, we should be home. Once Yao is safe and I've seen my family, I'll come back and lie low, then take my revenge. When she finished, and Nan raised an eyebrow. You're telling me all this, aren't you afraid I'll tell that couple? Shangxia shook her head firmly. You won't. There was a brief silence. Shangxia stood up and said her goodbyes to Nan and the others. I just came to give you a heads up. I won't bother you any longer. Once the snow stops, Yao and I will leave right away. Saying goodbye in advance, wish you both all the best. And Nan watched her. Looking every bit the heroic woman, even cupping her fists in a martial salute to Nan and Gu Jiu before turning to leave. Unable to resist, and Nan called her back, wanting to get to the bottom of it. Why are you so sure I won't? Shangxia didn't catch on at first. She turned, puzzled. Huh? And Nan frowned slightly. I mean, why are you so sure I wouldn't betray you? Shangxia replied as if it were obvious. Because you're a good person. Hearing this, and Nan almost wanted to laugh. Someone actually called her a good person? She'd killed enough people to populate a small town. She'd only ever been called a demoness. This was the first time anyone had called her a good person. As if reading her mind, Shangxia explained earnestly, "Your eyes are very clear. You're not a bad person." And Nan opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. In the end, she spoke softly, for once offering comfort. "Don't be too sad about Shineo. I can tell you two were close, otherwise you wouldn't have turned white overnight, but..." Halfway through, Shangxia froze. Turned white overnight. And Nan nodded instinctively. Then she realized, judging by Shangxia's reaction, she didn't know yet. Because it was more convenient for the apocalypse, Shangxia had always kept her hair cut short, just to her ears. Without a mirror, she really wouldn't have noticed her hair. And Nan, using her coat pocket as cover, took a small round mirror from her storage space and handed it over. "Your hair's completely white. Didn't your friend tell you?" Shangxia shook her head blankly. "She's still sleeping. I didn't wake her." She reached out and took the mirror from Nan. The face in the mirror was both familiar and strange. It was definitely her, but just as Nan said, her hair was completely white. At first glance, she looked like an 80-year-old woman, frail and aged. Her face was still the same as before, but she looked terrible, her complexion haggard, dark circles under her eyes, and fine lines had appeared at the corners of her eyes. How could this be? She was only in her early 20s, how could she have so many wrinkles? Staring at her reflection, Shangxia burst into tears, unable to believe it. Seeing Shin-Ao's ring yesterday had devastated her. She'd never felt such pain in her life. But she never imagined her grief would change her so much. It was as if, overnight, her youth had been stolen away. Seeing her reaction, Nan reached out and patted her shoulder in comfort. She couldn't blame her. When Nan and Gujiu, both outsiders, saw Shangxia's hair earlier, they'd been shocked too. Yesterday, the girls still had black hair. After just one night, she'd become completely white-haired. They'd only ever seen this in novels and TV dramas. The protagonist loses their beloved and turns white overnight. She always thought it was an exaggeration, but now she'd witnessed it herself. It took a long time for Shangxia to calm down a little. Wiping her tears, she left. And Nan watched her go downstairs, then closed the door and sighed, "Poor thing." She added, "I didn't expect her to snap out of it so suddenly. I thought she'd stay under the innkeeper's wife's spell forever." Gujiu was puzzled too. Do those parasites have an expiration date? Did it wear off today? And Nan thought for a moment. Maybe the parasite could only handle heat, not cold? She went out in the freezing weather yesterday and killed it off. They speculated back and forth, but in the end, could only sigh. Such a good girl, and now she was like this. That couple running the Black Inn, truly despicable. At first, Nan thought the innkeeper's wife was up to some new trick, sending Shangxia over to play nice or spy on them. But the girl hadn't done anything. She just came, miserable, to say goodbye and even gave them a friendly warning. And Nan glanced at the empty water bottle by the door and clenched her fists slightly. That wretched couple really deserved payback. Around noon, the endless snowfall finally stopped. And Nan opened the window for a look, but the fierce wind made her sneeze 3 times in a row. Gujiu hurried over to close the window, looking at her with concern. "Are you all right?" And Nan shook her head. "I'm fine. I didn't expect the wind to still be this strong. Let's wait a bit longer. Once it dies down, we'll head out." Gujiu frowned at her thin clothes. "Put your coat on." And Nan waved it off. "No need, I'm wearing a thermal suit. Plus, there's a heater in here." Gujiu insisted, "It's still cold. You're sneezing already." And Nan replied, "That's just from the wind." The two stared at each other for a few seconds. And Nan averted her gaze and silently pulled out a coat to put on. Gujiu reopened the window and used a thermometer to check the temperature outside. -52 degrees. And Nan thought for a moment. Much better than last time. In my previous life, when the snow stopped, it was already -65. She poked her head out for another look. There's less snow than last time too. Judging by the depth, It's only up to my knees, didn't even reach my thighs. Last time, the snow was up to my chest. Everywhere you went, you had to clear a path first. A lot of people got trapped and died. Still, and Nan didn't believe a natural disaster would suddenly go easy on them. She pressed her lips together. Chances are it'll snow again. Gu Jiu nodded, seeking her opinion. Should we leave today? Or wait until the snow's completely done? And Nan thought it over. Let's go. As soon as the wind dies down, we leave. This place gave her the creeps, and the innkeeper couple clearly had ulterior motives. It wasn't safe to stay. Better to get on the road and find a new place before the next blizzard hit. Gu Jiu agreed. The sooner we leave, the safer we'll be. A few hours later, a little after 3 in the afternoon, the howling wind finally subsided. And Nan glanced at the tranquil, snowy world outside the window. Let's go. Time to head out. She'd been away for days and was starting to get homesick. She wanted to finish collecting supplies from the southern warehouse and hurry home to relax. In this freezing weather, nothing sounded better than gathering with Pepe and the others for a steaming hot pot meal. That would be perfect. The two of them quickly packed up all their supplies. As before, each carried a light backpack, with everything else stored in their spatial storage. Gu Jiu took care of dressing the 3 little ones in thermal suits and thick clothes, while Nan headed downstairs first. As soon as she reached the first floor, she ran into the male innkeeper, whose face was red from the cold. "Oh, miss. You're up early today. My wife and I have been shoveling snow all morning. We haven't even started dinner yet." He set down his snow shovel and complained, "There's just too much snow, and it's so cold. We've only just managed to clear the front door." And Nan waved him off. "I'm not here for a meal." Only then did the innkeeper notice the backpack on her shoulders. "Are you checking out?" And Nan nodded. His smile froze instantly. He quickly turned and shouted toward the bathroom, "Honey, this young lady is checking out." Soon, the innkeeper's wife came rushing out, bundled up so thickly she looked like a ball. "Leaving already?" And Nan was about to make a snide remark, but when she got a good look at the woman's face, she was momentarily stunned. The woman looked even more beautiful than yesterday. Both of them had red faces from the cold, but while the innkeeper looked like a monkey's backside, his wife looked as if she'd applied the perfect blush, vivid and striking. Her hair was tied up high for convenience, with a few loose strands framing her face, giving her an air of both competence and allure. It was as if she'd eaten some top-notch tonic overnight. Her complexion was glowing, her eyes sparkled, and she radiated a vibrant, healthy beauty. And Nan couldn't help but stare. She knew the woman wasn't a good person, but her beauty was truly mesmerizing, impossible to look away from. But the innkeeper's wife had no interest in Nan's admiration. Her face stiffened as she tried to persuade her. "Miss, the wind's only just stopped. Why rush off now? What if another blizzard hits while you're on the road? It's too dangerous." And Nan snapped back to reality and, seeing the scheming look in the woman's eyes, replied coldly, "I have things to do. I'm not staying." The woman bit her lip helplessly. Damn this snow, couldn't it have lasted another day? Why did it have to stop so soon? She hadn't even had time to use her beauty spell on this girl. Such rare beauty, she might never get another chance. And she'd just cast a new love spell last night, but hadn't even seen that handsome guy yet. Thinking of this, the innkeeper's wife craned her neck to look behind Nan. "Where's your man?" Hope flickered in her eyes. Right, there was still the man. If she could just see him, she could use the love spell to make him fall for her, and they'd have to stay. But Nan just looked confused. "Man? What man?" The innkeeper's wife was taken aback. "The one staying with you, your boyfriend." And Nan gave her a strange smile. "Boss lady, you must be mistaken. I came here alone." "What boyfriend?" The innkeeper's wife's face turned ugly. She cursed inwardly. No way. Was my guess last night actually right? This little beauty really killed her boyfriend? He was so handsome. And this crazy girl just killed him, just like that? No wonder she hadn't let anyone in for the past 2 days, and the man hadn't been seen since he checked in. So this crazy girl had been holed up in the room dealing with the body. How could she be so ruthless? Was she blind? How could she kill someone so good-looking? The male innkeeper glared at Nan and demanded, "Miss, don't joke around. We all saw you check in with your boyfriend. How could there be no man?" And Nan shrugged. "If I say there isn't, there isn't." "What, you going to call the cops on me?" The couple looked more and more sour. Reporting her was out of the question. There were killings everywhere in the apocalypse. The police couldn't even protect themselves and their families, let alone care about others. But just letting this go, they couldn't accept that either. The love spell was wasted, and the beauty spell couldn't be used. All their efforts for nothing, and now they had to watch this crazy girl swagger out the door. No way. Just as the innkeeper's wife was racking her brains for a solution, the wooden stairs creaked behind them. A tall, slender figure appeared at the top of the stairs, followed by 3 sturdy little tag-alongs. Gu Jiu walked straight over to Nan. "All 3 are dressed and ready. Let's go." He immediately felt the shocked stares from the couple nearby. "What's with them?" And Nan grinned. "Nothing, just joked around with the boss's wife a bit." Then she leaned back slightly and whispered, "They think I secretly offed you." Gu Jiu stifled a laugh. "You really know how to play." He curled his lips. "Had enough fun? Let's get going." And Nan nodded. "Let's go." At that moment, the stunned couple finally snapped out of it, realizing the girl had been messing with them. The boss's wife forced a smile, holding back her anger as she blocked their path. "You're such a cheeky girl." Then, like a dog spotting a meat bun, her eyes greedily locked onto Gu Jiu. "So, how has our young man been enjoying his stay here?" Finally getting to see Gu Jiu in person, her voice trembled with excitement. This man was like an unmarried maiden from ancient times, holed up in his room, never stepping outside. She'd nearly died of anxiety waiting to see him. Of course, he was worth the wait. Those refined features, flawless looks and figure. He was like a movie star stepping right off the screen. The boss, seeing his wife getting carried away, coughed lightly to remind her to rein it in. The boss's wife snapped back to herself, smoothed her hair, and asked again in a gentle voice, "Why aren't you saying anything, young man?" She was a little nervous. Please, don't let this handsome guy play the cold, silent type. For her love spell to work on a man, he had to speak to her face to face. Only then would the connection form and the spell take effect. She ran her fingers through her hair, trying to be as alluring as possible. After all, she'd just absorbed the youthful energy of 2 beautiful girls. She didn't believe any man could resist at least saying a word to her. Under her hopeful gaze, Gu Jiu finally spoke. "Ma'am, you're blocking our way." "Huh?" The boss's wife was taken aback, thinking she'd misheard. "What did he say? Ma'am?" Seeing her still standing there dumbfounded, Gu Jiu repeated coldly, "What do you mean, huh? Are you too old to understand? I said you're in the way." And Nan nearly burst out laughing. This man really had been corrupted by her. His insults were sharp as knives, every word stabbing right where it hurt. What woman could stand being called ma'am by a man her own age? And to top it off, he kept calling her old. He was practically dancing on a landmine for beauties. Sure enough, the boss's wife's face turned green with anger. What kind of way was that to talk? No one's perfect. Heaven gave him a face like a god, but paired it with a mouthful of poison. She took a few deep breaths, telling herself not to get mad, to focus on the bigger picture. At least he'd spoken to her. That meant the spell should have worked. From now on, he'd be her super simp, ready to do whatever she wanted. She'd make him use that foul mouth to lick her feet every day. Lost in fantasies of revenge and pleasure, the boss's wife smiled sweetly. Meanwhile, Gu Jiu frowned. Why couldn't this woman take a hint and stop acting all seductive? He reached out and shoved her aside. Caught off guard, the boss's wife fell to the ground with a scream of pain. Gu Jiu stepped right over her as if he hadn't heard a thing. He even stepped on her hand as he passed. The boss's wife was about to lose her mind. Whether from pain or rage, tears streamed down her face. The boss, who had been quietly waiting for his wife's spell to kick in, finally couldn't take it anymore and stormed over in anger. "What do you think you're doing?" Before he could finish, and Nan suddenly exploded. She shouted at Gujiyu, "I'm mad at you. You're my boyfriend. How could you suddenly be so nice to the boss's wife?" Huh? The boss and his wife were both stunned. What was that supposed to mean? And Nan shot them a glance, pouted dramatically, grabbed Gujiyu's arm, and whined in a cutesy voice, "Babe, you promised you'd only ever hit me. How could you push her?" Gujiyu was only surprised for a second before catching on and playing along. "I'll hit whoever I want. Stop getting jealous over nothing." As he spoke, he stomped hard on the boss's wife's hand again. "Ow, ow, ow. That hurts." The poor boss's wife cried out in pain, staring at the two in disbelief. What the hell? What were they up to now? The boss was just as confused. He trusted his wife's spell. The handsome guy must have been ensnared. But what was with this behavior? From what the girl said, did this guy have violent tendencies? The more he liked someone, the more he wanted to hit them. Just then, and Nan leaned in and whispered helpfully to the boss, "Listen, you'd better watch out. I think my boyfriend's got a thing for your wife." The man was still in disbelief. How is that possible? And Nan clicked her tongue. The more perfect someone looks on the outside, the more messed up they're inside. My boyfriend, you see, don't be fooled by his looks. He's a bit of a psycho. The more he likes someone, the more he wants to torment them. She kept her voice low, but just loud enough for everyone to hear. Trusting her own spell, the boss's wife was the first to believe in Nan's nonsense. Her face visibly darkened. What the hell? She'd finally bagged a handsome guy, and he turned out to be a lunatic. Like her all you want, but why hit people? Gujiyu didn't care what she was thinking. Catching in Nan's cue, he yanked the boss's wife up, aimed at her face, and punched her hard. It was also a way to get some payback for poor Shengxia. The punch left the boss's wife's face crooked. She sobbed and screamed, "Stop! Stop! Get away from me!" Her love spell had bewitched plenty of men before, and they always adored her, did whatever she wanted, never had one actually hit her. What kind of twisted way to show love was this? She was already regretting ever casting the spell on him. Meanwhile, and Nan kept up her act. "I'm really mad now. How could you betray me and hit her? Just try hitting me again and see what happens." The boss's wife looked at Gujiyu, who was cracking his knuckles at her, and cursed and Nan 1,000 times in her heart. "Shut up already. Damn you and your whole family." The male shop owner, who had been standing by in utter shock, rushed over as his wife screamed, trying to stop Gujiyu from throwing more punches. "Stop. Stop it right now. Are you two out of your minds?" And Nan, however, couldn't care less about his panic. She kept up her act, looking pitiful and aggrieved as she fanned the flames, continuing to taunt the battered shop owner's wife. "What's so special about you, huh? He just can't stop hitting you. Tell me, did you wink at him? Or did you slip him some kind of love potion? Shameless. Despicable. How dare you seduce him to the point he's beating you up like this?" The shop owner's wife was being beaten and scolded at the same time, both in pain and furious, nearly passing out. The heartbroken shop owner kept trying to block Gujiyu's fists. "Bro, let's talk this out. Put away your passionate affection. That's my wife you're hitting." But he was no match for Gujiyu in height, strength, or skill. All his bluster was useless. As soon as he grabbed Gujiyu's arm, he was thrown aside like a rag doll. Gujiyu had no intention of stopping. He knew full well that if he wanted to teach these two a lesson, all he needed to do was beat up the shop owner's wife. Just looking at the pained expression on the shop owner's face, it was clear. Hit her, hurt him. Two birds with one stone. So, with Nan's running commentary as background music, he treated the crooked shop owner's wife like a punching bag, working out his stress with a round of combat aerobics. As long as Nan kept up her chants, his fists didn't stop. It wasn't until Nan glanced out the window and decided it was time to leave that she finally went quiet, pulling a bottle of water from her backpack to soothe her throat. Gujiyu stopped as well, took the water Nan handed him, and rehydrated. The young couple were both in great spirits. Only the shop owner's wife suffered. Her nose was broken, her face was crooked, blood covered her features, and every bone in her body felt shattered. The shop owner, who'd been knocked aside by Gu Jiu, seized the chance to scramble over, dragging his bruised and swollen wife into his arms, his voice trembling with tears. "Honey, are you okay? Are you all right?" The shop owner's wife collapsed in his arms and burst into aggrieved sobs. She had never been humiliated like this before. This man's twisted affection was way too intense. She couldn't handle it. Seeing her crying so miserably, Gu Jiu added insult to injury, expressionless as he threatened. "I don't know why, but I just can't control the urge to hit you." The shop owner's wife shrank back behind her husband in terror. "Stay back. Stay away. I already have a husband. Please, just leave me alone." Oh, so she remembered she already had a husband? Then why did she try to put a spell on Shineo? Gu Jiu ignored the woman who had it coming and turned to a Nan. "Ready to go?" And Nan nodded. "Let's go." Who knew when the blizzard would start up again? They had to leave as soon as possible. But just as they were about to go, the shop owner's wife suddenly found her strength and shrieked, "You're just going to leave like this?" Gu Jiu glanced back at her. What? She hadn't had enough of a beating. Meeting his gaze, the shop owner's wife shrank back, her voice much weaker now. "How can you just leave, like this?" Gu Jiu raised an eyebrow. "Weren't you the one who told us to stay away from you?" 1,000 curses flashed through the shop owner's wife's mind. He really listened, huh? She wanted him to keep his distance, sure, but she never meant for that pretty girl to leave too. If the two of them just walked out, she'd be losing everything. Not only had she wasted a bunch of love spells, slaved away serving them and catering to their moods, she'd also gotten a beating for nothing. And now that her face was ruined, she had to capture that pretty girl and use the beauty spell to steal her looks. The shop owner's wife told herself to stay calm. Sure, the handsome guy's way of showing affection was a bit much, but his feelings for her under the spell were real. She could only use him to keep them here for now. So she quickly put on a pitiful act, her voice soft and aggrieved. "If you both leave, it'll just be the two of us here. It'll be so lonely." And Nan paused, then asked, "Sheng Xia and Fang Yaoao already left?" The shop owner's wife nodded. They left as soon as the snow stopped. And Nan didn't say anything more, thinking Sheng Xia was pretty decisive. When she said she'd leave, she left. She turned to Gu Jiu. "Let's hurry up and go too." Before Gu Jiu could reply, the couple across from them panicked. The shop owner tried to sound understanding. "You booked 2 nights, but you're leaving after just 1. Isn't that a waste?" And Nan raised an eyebrow. "Wow, I didn't expect you to be so kind, offering to refund me." She paused, then added meaningfully, "I thought this place was a crooked shop." The shop owner looked awkward. "When did I ever say I'd give you a refund?" And Nan rolled her eyes. "Then what are you going on about? Move it, good dogs don't block the way. Consider the extra night's room fee a tip." The shop owner's face turned livid at being treated like a dog. You. He stammered for ages, his blood pressure rising, but couldn't come up with a single retort. He was used to controlling people easily with his bugs, but when it came to a real fight, he couldn't win and he couldn't out-argue them either. The shop owner's wife ignored the two of them, gazing at Gu Jiu with longing. "Are you really just going to leave?" Gu Jiu frowned. "Is your eye twitching or something?" Shop owner's wife. Was this man made of wood? Couldn't he take a hint? She was about to try again when Gu Jiu said, "I'm getting the urge to hit you again." The shop owner's wife recoiled several steps in alarm. So much for using her feminine wiles. This guy only hit people when he was interested. Whoever he liked suffered. She scowled, deciding to go for brute force and cast the beauty spell on Nan directly. "Honey, hold that girl down." Then she ordered Gu Jiu, "Take her gun." She herself dashed upstairs to fetch the beauty spell bug. As long as she could shove the bug into Nan's ear and get a drop of her blood, she could steal her youth and beauty. With this crazy girl's looks, she'd definitely come out ahead. But while the plan sounded great, reality was harsh. Her husband obediently tried to hold Nan down, but the handsome guy didn't follow orders. Instead of grabbing Nan's gun, he kicked her husband flying. The shop owner's wife froze in place. She blurted out, You're not listening to me. And Nan looked at her like she was insane. Why would my man listen to you? The shop owner's wife ignored her, still staring at Gu Jiu and stubbornly ordering, Did you hear me? I told you to take her weapon. Gu Jiu's response was a heavy punch. The boss lady was struck again, stumbling and falling to the ground. After a bout of ringing in her ears, she finally realized the man hadn't been affected by her love parasite at all. No matter how someone expressed their affection, if a man was under her spell, there was no way he wouldn't obey her. She spat out a mouthful of bloody foam, gritting her teeth. Are you all just playing me for a fool? And Nan curled her lips. Idiot, you finally figured it out? The male boss crawled over to check on his wife, asking in disbelief, You didn't drink my water? And Nan shot him a look. I don't like eating bugs. The boss lady was stunned for a moment, then shouted unwillingly, How did you know? That's impossible. There was no way anyone could detect her parasite once it was dissolved in water. And Nan had no intention of explaining the tricks of her trade. She simply said, Because I'm not like you. I'm not an idiot. The boss lady instantly flew into a rage. You little brat. I'll fight you to the death. With that, she staggered to her feet and lunged at them. And Nan didn't underestimate her. Though the woman appeared unarmed, she knew witchcraft. Who knew if she'd unleash some strange bug and catch them off guard? So she cautiously stepped back 2 paces, drawing her gun and staying on high alert. Unexpectedly, the woman didn't charge in Nan's direction at all. Instead, she spun around, flung open the door, and bolted outside at lightning speed. And Nan and Gu Jiu were both stunned for 2 seconds. She'd shouted so fiercely, everyone thought she was about to risk her life. Yet she just ran away? Even the dog, who'd been watching the drama unfold, was amazed by her move. Sis, I'm not even human, but you're the real dog here. As soon as Gu Jiu and the 3 little ones snapped out of it, they all rushed to give chase. And Nan was about to blink forward and grab her, but unexpectedly, the male boss suddenly lunged, grabbing her in a bear hug and locking her arms tightly. At the same time, he shouted, Babe, run. The babe he was risking his life to protect didn't hesitate for a second. She ran without even looking back. And Nan was startled by the sudden move. She'd been about to slip into her space, but her body froze for a split second. Gu Jiu and the 3 little ones' expressions changed as well. To be fair, the man wasn't much, but he had a sharp eye. He instantly saw that Nan was the core of the group. This capture the king to catch the thieves move instantly controlled everyone. Gu Jiu and the 3 little ones immediately gave up on chasing the boss lady and focused all their attention here. Though he bought his wife a brief window to escape, he also drew all their fire onto himself. Gu Jiu's flying kick, Rabbit's iron fist, Fugue's gaping jaws, and Laifu the rooster's peck all landed on him almost simultaneously. His head, stomach, thighs, eyes, pain exploded everywhere at once. As he collapsed to the ground screaming, and Nan put a bullet in him. With a bang, the male boss's eyes went wide, and he stopped breathing for good. And Nan brushed herself off in disgust. Gu Jiu checked her over carefully. Are you all right? And Nan shook her head. I'm fine. Just a little grossed out. The man was so sleazy looking. After being hugged by him, she didn't even want her clothes anymore. Once they confirmed the man was dead, the 2 humans and 3 pets wasted no time and hurried out to chase the boss lady. But in the brief delay, the woman had already vanished without a trace. However, the snow on the ground betrayed her. Earlier, the couple had cleared the snow in front of their door, but only managed to clean their own patch. Everywhere else was still a vast expanse of white. Looking around, the snow was untouched and pristine, not a single footprint in sight. There was only one place the boss lady could have gone, to the 3-story house with a courtyard across the street. Only the snow between the inn and that house had been cleared. Since there were no footprints anywhere else, the woman could only have entered the courtyard opposite. She couldn't have gotten far in such a short time. The 2 humans and 3 pets immediately crossed the street. The main gate was ajar and opened with a push. The snow in the courtyard hadn't been cleared, and there were clear traces of someone running through. They entered cautiously. The house was silent and thick with dust, as if it hadn't been lived in for ages. Fugue led the way, sniffing around, and brought them to a bedroom on the first floor. Wet footprints, tracked in with snow, led straight here. The dog stopped beside a floor tile, looked at Nan and tapped it with his paw. And Nan immediately crouched down and knocked. It was hollow underneath. "She's here." Fugue nodded. And Nan and Gujiu exchanged a glance. Then Nan asked, "Is there anyone else in the building?" Fugue shook his head. And Nan cautiously raised her gun, while Gujiu stepped forward and carefully lifted the tile. But what greeted them wasn't the boss lady hiding below, but a deep, dark underground tunnel. Gujiu frowned, preparing to go down and take a look. And Nan grabbed his arm and shook her head, then pulled a handful of marbles from her space and tossed them down. The marbles clattered for a long while, the sound growing fainter and scattering in all directions. Gujiu frowned. "Looks like this tunnel is deep, with lots of branching paths." And Nan curled her lip. "That woman is cunning. She even left herself an escape route." She quickly made up her mind. "Forget it. Let's get out of here." The woman was treacherous. Chasing her into an unfamiliar tunnel was too risky. They could be ambushed, trapped, or even led straight into enemy territory. Better to cut their losses and leave. Though the couple had tried to trick them, they hadn't suffered any real harm, and they'd killed the male boss, so they'd broken even. As for the boss lady, even if she held a grudge, what could she do? This was the apocalypse. Was she going to scour the whole world for revenge? She'd be lucky to even cross a province, let alone the whole of China. Once they'd agreed, they quickly left with the three little ones, heading for the city outskirts. There were too many eyes in Qicheng, and they'd caused quite a commotion. On the Qicheng gang's turf, they couldn't risk using their space abilities. Luckily, they were already near the edge of town. And Nan decided to leave the city first, then take out the snowmobile and get away. But just as they hadn't gone far, people suddenly poured out from all the surrounding houses. A man's voice rang out loud and clear. "Shineo, you're the new deputy hall master. Time to show the brothers what you can do." When Nan saw those people rushing out from the various houses, she immediately felt relieved that she hadn't entered that labyrinthine underground tunnel earlier. Without any phone communication, for them to emerge so quickly and in such perfect coordination from different houses, it had to mean they'd used the underground passages. If she and Gujiu had gone into the tunnels earlier, they might have been ambushed, the enemy taking advantage of the terrain. Without hesitation, she pulled an Uzi submachine gun and her newly acquired AK rifle from her space. She handed one to Gujiu, each of them armed and ready for a fight. Anyone who could charge out in such numbers and with such swagger in Qicheng had to be from the Qicheng gang. She needed to be on high alert. But then, unexpectedly, she heard a name she never thought she'd hear. And Nan's finger paused on the trigger. "Shineo?" Gujiu was surprised too. After all, they'd heard from Shang Xia about the vows she and Shineo had made to each other. In their minds, Shineo had always been the victim. The two of them looked at the spirited man leading the group in the distance, and both couldn't help but think of that pot of stewed meat. Shineo wasn't dead? And now he was some kind of deputy hall master? The snow was knee-deep, making movement difficult. By the time the group struggled close to Nan and Gujiu, and Nan already had her gun trained on the leader, there was a stir among the crowd. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? When did they pull out submachine guns and rifles? Weren't they supposed to have only a handgun? How should I know? You're the one who always gets the intel from the inn, aren't you? I. And Nan ignored them, keeping her eyes fixed on the man at the front. He was tall and powerfully built, with striking, chiseled features, a rare, handsome face. "You're Shineo?" The man looked in Nan and Gujiu up and down, as if assessing their combat ability. "I am." And Nan continued, "Shang Xia's boyfriend?" Shineo frowned. "That's in the past." And Nan raised her eyebrows. "In the past? So Shineo really had moved on?" Was that boss lady's voodoo really so powerful that it could make someone change sides and become utterly devoted in an instant? She'd lived 2 lifetimes and had never seen such bizarre sorcery. It was hard to believe. She pressed further. Shangxia thought something happened to you. She already set off for Lace's city. Aren't you planning to go home with her? A strange look flashed across the man's face. Why would you think she went to Lace's city? Otherwise. And Nan's words caught in her throat, her expression darkening. Did you kill her? No, Shin'eo gave a strange smile. We just brought her back to the gang. Ah Feng still needs her. Who is Ah Feng? The boss lady? And Nan frowned deeply. From the look of Shin'eo, it was obvious something was off with his mind. For once, she spoke up for justice. Shangxia's hair turned white overnight because of you. Don't you feel anything at all? And you still brought her into the Qingcheng gang. Even if he'd fallen for someone new, shouldn't he have at least a shred of feeling for his old love? But Shin'eo just grinned maniacally. Catching her makes Ah Feng happy. And Nan's frown deepened. This was the man Shangxia had risked her life for? She thought again of Shangxia's white hair and felt a strange pang in her heart. Just then, a man behind Shin'eo shouted impatiently, Shin'eo, what are you wasting time talking for? Just kill them already. Aren't you supposed to be so tough? Shin'eo shot him an annoyed glare. What do you know? Ah Feng said she wants her alive. And Nan narrowed her eyes, aimed at the man who'd just spoken, and pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. That man, along with several others beside him, instantly collapsed, riddled with bullet holes. The crowd erupted into chaos. But instead of scattering, they all charged straight at Nan, throwing themselves at her without a care for their lives. And Nan was shocked. Were these people not afraid of death? Charging straight into gunfire? Gu Jiu also opened fire with his submachine gun. The two of them swept their guns across the crowd, but not a single person retreated. Armed only with axes, hammers, and other melee weapons, they still charged at them without fear. And Nan realized why that foreigner, even armed with an AK, had been forced to retreat. These people were lunatics. And this was just the group brought by one deputy hall master. If all 3 hall masters showed up with their men, what kind of scene would that be? Fortunately, the 2 of them had superior firepower, and with the help of their 3 little protectors, anyone who got close was immediately taken down. They didn't have to worry about their own safety, just keep shooting. After a long while, the gunfire finally ceased. On the battlefield, only Nan, Gu Jiu, and Shin'eo remained. Shin'eo's face still wore that fearless, even cheerful expression. It was as if the deaths of his comrades didn't affect him at all. He wasn't sad or scared. Seeing him about to charge at them, and Nan raised her gun and aimed at his head. Just as she was about to pull the trigger, a few snowflakes drifted down from the sky. A cold wind swept by, and Nan's hand paused. Heaven's will. She lowered her gun and looked at Shin'eo. Lead the way, Qingcheng gang. Shin'eo stopped abruptly, stumbling a little, as if he hadn't expected this woman, who'd been in control the whole time, to suddenly stop attacking. But he quickly shouted, all right. Let's go. Shin'eo was delighted. He'd successfully completed the task Ah Feng had given him. But Nan didn't move. On one condition. Shin'eo frowned. What condition? And Nan, I want to see Shangxia. Shin'eo was taken aback. Why? And Nan didn't explain. She just raised her gun. No reason. I say what goes. Shin'eo hesitated for a moment, then quickly nodded. This woman had a rifle which didn't match the intel they'd received. If he didn't agree to her demand, he obviously wouldn't be able to complete Ah Feng's mission. Fine. Whatever you say. And Nan shrugged and lowered her gun. It wasn't that she wanted to save Shangxia. It wasn't because Shangxia had sincerely thanked her or warned her to be careful or even called her a good person. She just wanted to take shelter from the blizzard in the Qingcheng gang. And maybe see her, that's all. And Nan glanced at the falling snow, then turned to the person beside her. Gu Jiu, it's snowing. Gu Jiu knew her best. He smiled without hesitation. Yeah, then let's not leave just yet. And Nan met his gaze and smiled too. He understood her best. Gang. In a dim basement. A plain-looking girl in a revealing outfit carried a tray, carefully balancing 2 bowls of fried rice and 2 bowls of hot soup, walking slowly forward. Beyond the dim corridor was a hall that was only slightly brighter. To call it bright was a stretch. It just meant a few candles had been lit, barely enough to see where you were stepping. Unlike the corridor, where a single misstep could easily send you tumbling. The girl let out a sigh of relief, her steps growing more confident. Scattered throughout the hall sat many women. Some had disheveled hair, some wore numb expressions, and some gave off a faint stench. The only thing they had in common was how utterly ordinary they looked. A few could even be called ugly. They huddled together in small groups, shivering and clinging to each other for warmth. The circular hall was lined with rooms on all sides, most with their doors open. The women gathered in the hall were the occupants of these rooms. From the rooms with closed doors, ambiguous female moans occasionally drifted out, mixed with the guttural cries of men in pleasure. The girl acted as if she saw and heard nothing, her expression unchanged as she walked further in. Just then, a woman sitting on a chair suddenly fixed her gaze on the girl and called out, "Hey, Liu, when's our food coming?" The girl stopped and turned to look at her. "I don't know. I'm not from the kitchen." The woman's eyes were cloudy and dull. "You're carrying food. Didn't you just come from the kitchen?" Liu flicked the stray hair from her cheek. "This food isn't for you. I didn't check if your meal was ready or not. Just wait. It'll be here soon enough." The woman wouldn't let it go. "Why do those 2 useless old hags get such good food? We work ourselves to the bone serving men, and all we get are leftovers." Liu glanced at her, a trace of pity in her eyes, but it quickly vanished as she replied coldly, "How should I know? I just do what I'm told." With that, she continued walking, tossing her hair again. Her hair was coarse, and she hadn't tied it up properly today. A lock on the right kept brushing against her ear, irritating her skin. With her hands full carrying a tray, she couldn't fix it, so after a few steps, she stopped, tilted her head, shrugged her right shoulder, and used it to scratch her itchy cheek. She was about to move on when the woman's mocking voice rang out behind her. "TCH. Look at her, acting all flirty. Wearing a short skirt over thick winter pants, afraid no one will notice her fat ass. Disgusting." Another woman beside her tugged her arm gently. "Keep your voice down. She's not in her room yet, she can hear you." The first woman glanced at Liu's back and raised her voice even more. "So what if she hears? Am I not telling the truth? Even when we worked together, she was always shameless. Now she's just letting herself go." Her voice grew shriller and more excited. "What's there to be proud of? Being a lapdog for those filthy men. Is that something to brag about?" Liu turned and looked at her. The woman met her gaze and, for a moment, seemed to lose her nerve, but quickly straightened her back and glared right back. "What are you looking at?" Just then, the stray lock of hair Liu had tucked behind her ear slipped down again. Annoyed, she bent down, set the tray on the ground, undid her hair tie, and redid her ponytail. Finally, she felt comfortable. Liu let out a breath, squatted down, and glanced at the tray, 2 bowls of rice and 2 bowls of soup. She hesitated, then picked up one of the soups. Even though she'd been told those 2 nearly dead old women had to be well-fed and allowed to die naturally, taking just 1 bowl of soup wouldn't starve them, right? Liu picked up the soup and walked slowly over to the woman, taking a sip from the steaming bowl. Seeing the woman swallow hungrily, Liu looked down at her and said, "Being a dog is better than being a mule, isn't it? Do mules like you get hot soup?" The woman, now being looked down on, felt her confidence waver and shot to her feet, shouting, "What did you say?" Liu raised her eyebrows and repeated, "Being a dog who knows how to please people means I get good food and warm clothes. That's a lot better than being a mule worked to death, ridden by any man who wants, don't you think?" Her words were blunt and crude. The woman trembled, whether from anger or cold, it was hard to tell. The contrast between the two was stark. One wore 2 thick cotton jackets and a pair of sturdy, if ill-fitting, winter boots. The other had only 2 thin coats, a blanket draped over her shoulders, and slippers on her feet. Her face was bluish-purple from the cold, her body shivering uncontrollably. After speaking, Liu casually splashed the soup in her hand onto the woman's face. The woman screamed. The soup wasn't even hot anymore in the cold air, but what made her scream was the humiliation. She lunged at Liu, but her companion grabbed her tightly. "Are you crazy? If you hit her, none of us will survive the day." Liu nodded approvingly at the woman who spoke, then turned back to the first woman. "See? She's much smarter than you. So what if I'm a tail-wagging dog? At least I have value. You're just a prostitute who could die any day. Try hitting the master's dog and see what happens." The woman, still restrained by her companion, couldn't lash out, but she held her head high and glared at Liu with contempt. "Puh, you really are a bitch, so happy to be a dog." Before the disaster, the two of them had actually been co-workers, both tour guides at Qingcheng Travel Agency. The only difference was this woman came from a wealthy family and had become a tour guide out of personal interest. Liu, on the other hand, was a poor girl from a small town, plain-looking, barely educated, forced to work from a young age. She'd chosen this line of work because, in a tourist city like Qingcheng, guiding tours paid well. She was quick to read people and had a silver tongue, making her the top employee at the agency and the envy of many, including this woman. The woman believed Liu only got ahead by flirting with the men in the tour groups, coaxing them into buying souvenirs and local products. She saw herself as someone who worked hard and honestly, unlike Liu. Liu, for her part, found this laughable. She used her skills to bring in business and make tourists happy. What was wrong with that? Besides, all she did was talk and make people happy. She never actually sold her body. Why should that make her inferior? Liu looked at the woman, who held her head high and curled her lip in disdain. "We've all ended up in this miserable situation, so stop acting like you're somehow superior. You're a prostitute now, getting used and abused by those low-level thugs every day. How are you any better than me, who's just a lapdog for the higher-ups?" The woman, her shameful reality exposed, shouted back in anger. "I was forced into this. You chose it. No matter what happens to my body, my soul is still clean and pure. But you, no matter how well you're living, your soul is filthy." Liu let out a mocking laugh, as if she'd just heard the world's funniest joke. "Oh, now you're talking ABO. UT souls? If you're so pure and noble, why are you always so jealous of me?" The woman snapped. "When have I ever been jealous of you?" Liu rolled her eyes. "If you're not jealous, then why are you always picking fights with me?" Before the woman could reply, Liu went on, "Now I've moved upstairs and have my own room, while you're still stuck down here in the basement, taking clients. That's the difference between us." She lifted her chin as she spoke. "Someone like me can thrive no matter the circumstances. But you can't, so you get jealous, you badmouth me, you hide in the shadows and curse me behind my back. I'm more virtuous than you, so I can't be bothered to stoop to your level." With that, Liu ignored the woman, whose hair was still wet and who was shaking with rage, and turned to pick up her tray again. The woman was so furious she looked like a wild bull gone mad, and her companions could barely hold her back. She was just about to rush at Liu, grab her hair, and slap her a few times, when suddenly a door not far away swung open. The woman froze, as if she'd seen something terrifying. She immediately calmed down, retreated to her seat in the corner, and tried to make herself invisible. It wasn't just her, the entire hall of women fell silent, each one trying to shrink their presence as much as possible. A man stepped out of the room, pulling his clothes tighter around himself. When he saw Liu walking over, he greeted her. "Hey, Sister Yu, what brings you here?" Liu smiled, lifted her tray, and nodded toward another tightly closed door. "Just bringing food over." The man paused. "There are people locked up in that room again?" Liu nodded. "And two of them." He raised his eyebrows. "Old ladies again?" Liu nodded. The man glanced at the food in her hands and clicked his tongue. What a waste of food. This man was a low-level member of the Qingcheng gang's Yunin Hall. Young and strong, he liked to come down to this basement for some fun whenever he had time. The basement was full of women, ranging from teenagers to women in their 40s. Whenever the gang's men needed to blow off steam, they could come here and pick any woman from the hall, then take her to a room for their pleasure. But there was one room that was different. There was no bed inside, no women either. Most of the time, it was empty, but every so often, a white-haired old lady would be brought in. These old ladies were treated like treasures, no one was allowed to touch them, and they were fed well. After 3 or 5 days, they'd die of old age peacefully. And soon enough, another old lady would be brought in. The man never understood where these useless old women came from or what purpose they served. He even suspected that maybe the gang leader and hall master, feeling guilty for their sins, were doing charity by caring for these old folks in their final days, hoping to earn some good karma. Liu just smiled. Orders from above. We just do as we're told. She was curious too, but she knew better than to ask questions she shouldn't. You had to keep the bosses happy, but never dig too deep into their business. That was the only way to survive. The man scratched his head and quickly agreed, right? Haha, I talk too much sometimes. Liu winked at him. No worries. I'm not the type to go tattling. He immediately grinned. Of course. Everyone knows Sister Yu is the nicest person here. They chatted a bit more, and the man's gaze couldn't help but drift to Liu's short skirt. But he only looked, he didn't dare to lay a hand on her. Liu had once been one of the women in this basement. There was no such thing as promotion here. For women who ended up in this place, there was only one fate, death. Either you'd be tortured to death or you'd get sick and starve. No matter how skilled you were at serving men, even if you'd been a professional before, there was no way out. Except for one person, Liu. She'd gotten out of here without a scratch, and her life kept getting better and better. That alone showed how clever and capable she was. She had all the higher-ups in the gang wrapped around her finger, willing to do anything for her. Even so, she still treated the regular gang members with a smile, made friends everywhere, and never made enemies. Everyone in the gang, from top to bottom, had a good impression of her. That's why, even though Liu was younger than him, the man still respectfully called her Sister Yu. He knew very well, someone like her was not to be messed with. If he dared to lay a hand on her, she'd just smile and say nothing, but the next thing he knew, the bosses would be quietly making his life miserable. So he only dared to sneak a glance or two, then said goodbye to Liu and prepared to leave. As he passed by the woman who'd just argued with Liu, he stopped for a moment. Well, all wet, trying to pull off the wet look, are you? He hooked her chin with his finger and looked her up and down. Soon, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes, but he still said, Don't worry, I'll remember you. Next time, I'll pick you. Be good and wait for me. The woman's face went deathly pale with fear. None of the men who came here before dark had any self-control. They'd usually leave a woman half dead. And this man was the worst of them all. He loved to get rough, and every so often, he'd kill one of the women for fun. Every woman here tried to avoid him as much as possible. If he'd set his sights on her, she was doomed next time. The man didn't care how terrified she was. He just turned and left, muttering under his breath. Seriously, where have all the beauties in Chicheng gone? Each one uglier than the last. As soon as he left, the woman's attitude changed completely. She burst into tears, ran after Liu, and clung to her leg, dropping to her knees. Liu, please save me. He's after me now. The other women in the room looked on, a trace of pity in their eyes. Everyone knew that once that pervert set his sights on you, it was only a matter of time before you died. Just look at the room he came out of earlier. The girl inside couldn't even get out of bed. Based on past experience, she'd probably linger for another 2 or 3 days at most before dying completely. But Liu just looked down at her in confusion. What do you mean? That young man is very nice. He's never made things difficult for anyone. The woman bit her lip, thinking to herself, of course he's nice to you. You're basically his colleague, but what am I to him? But she couldn't bring herself to say anything self-deprecating, so she just kept begging and apologizing. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have treated you badly. Please, you're generous. Don't hold my mistakes against me, save me. If you can get out of here, you can definitely help me escape too. I'm begging you, please save me. Seeing Liu remain silent, the woman grew even more desperate. Or at least, could you talk to him? Tell him not to touch me. He'll definitely listen to you. Please. It's just a small thing for you, please help me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Everything before was my fault. I shouldn't have targeted you. Liu looked down at her from above, waiting until her voice gradually faded before calmly replying. You're apologizing to me not because you realize you were wrong, but because you want something and have no choice but to bow your head. Seeing the woman's face go pale as she tried to say something else, Liu added, either way, I really can't help you. You'll have to find another way. She wasn't any kind of leader, not the boss, not even a team leader, just a regular worker. What right did she have to interfere in other people's business? Those underlings were only polite to her because she knew how to please the higher-ups. She wasn't about to overstep and meddle in someone else's private affairs. Besides, even if she could put in a good word, favors were hard to come by these days. Why should she go out of her way for a woman she wasn't even close to, just to owe someone a favor? Seeing the woman still clinging to her leg, Liu's voice turned cold. Let go. The woman looked up at her, stubbornly. Liu frowned and glanced at the tray in her hands. I still have work to do. If I delay the higher-ups' business, you won't have to wait. You'll die immediately. She paused, then emphasized, and it'll be a very painful death. The woman, terrified, stumbled back and immediately let go. Liu smiled in satisfaction, looked down at her and said, Here's a final lesson for you. You have to put in the work day to day, last-minute begging never helps. With that, she turned and left. This woman really wasn't worth pitying, just a coward who bullied the weak and feared the strong. If she'd had even a bit of sense and maintained a decent relationship with her former colleague, Liu might have helped her out. But she'd just called her a dog and a lowlife. Why should Liu help her? Was she supposed to be a pushover? Liu curled her lip in disdain, ignored the woman who looked as if all hope was lost, and carried her tray to a tightly locked door. She took a key from her coat pocket and unlocked it. As the door opened, darkness greeted her. Liu opened the door as wide as possible, letting what little light there was from the hallway spill in. Only then did she spot two frail figures curled up in the farthest corner. She let out a breath and set down the tray. Granny, it's time to eat. But the two didn't move, still huddled in the corner, watching her warily. These two old ladies had just been brought in today. It was normal for them to be scared. So she softened her tone. I've left the fried rice here, one bowl for each of you. Take your time eating. She thought for a moment, then explained, Sorry, I spilled one of the soups earlier, so there's only one bowl left. You can share it. If it's not enough, I'll get more for you. Then she stood there, ready to watch them eat. She'd been told to ensure their safety and keep them alive as long as possible, so they had to be well fed and cared for. She didn't have much else to do anyway, so she might as well stay and watch them eat. Perhaps sensing Liu's gentle attitude, one of the two finally shifted, as if wanting to come over. But the other immediately stopped her. Yao Yao, don't go over there. Yao Yao? Liu raised her eyebrows. That's a pretty youthful name for a granny. Wait a minute, her voice sounded pretty young too. Could it be that these weren't old ladies, but two young women with granny gray hair? Suspicious, Liu took a lighter from her pocket and flicked it on, holding it out toward them. What she saw was, indeed, two old ladies, white hair, faces deeply lined with wrinkles, though their clothes were quite trendy, the kind young people wore. The one called Yao Yao broke free from the other's grip and rushed toward her. Big sister, please let us out. We were tricked into coming here. Big sister? Liu frowned. She wasn't even 30, and an old lady was calling her big sister? These new arrivals seemed a bit mentally unstable. She took a step back, wary of being scratched by someone with mental issues. There were chains fixed to the wall in this room, and both old ladies had their ankles shackled, so they could only move around a small area. So before Yao Yao could reach her, the chain yanked her back and she fell hard to the floor. But she seemed not to feel any pain, immediately scrambling up and continuing to plead, "Please, big sister, let us go." "I want to go home." Liu was surprised. The old ladies brought here before were always so frail they could barely move or speak. This was the first time she'd seen ones with so much energy. Thin and wrinkled as they were, they tugged at the chains with all their might. Liu was worried they'd throw out their backs from the effort. The strangest thing was, both their voices sounded young. Liu had a gut feeling she was stumbling onto some kind of secret and didn't want to stay any longer. So she said, "Grannies, take your time eating. I'll come back later to collect the bowls." She turned to leave. But Yao Yao grew even more agitated. "Don't go," she shouted as she crawled desperately forward, ignoring the chains. Liu thought if she pulled any harder, she might actually tear her own leg off. Remembering the orders from above, that nothing could happen to these old ladies, that they had to be kept alive until they died of natural causes, Liu didn't dare slack off. She quickly tried to calm her. "Granny, please calm down. You'll hurt yourself if you keep this up." The old lady chained to the wall looked up, tears streaming down her face. "I'm not some granny. I'm only 23. As she spoke, she turned to the other woman in the corner. "Shengxia, say something." The ones locked up here were none other than Fang Yaoao and Shengxia. Earlier that morning, Shengxia had just left in Nan's place and returned to her own room, when she was startled by her best friend, Fang Yaoao. Yaoao sat up in bed, stretching lazily, her head full of white hair and looking groggy with sleep. Shengxia was so shocked she instinctively took a step back. How did Yaoao's hair suddenly turn white too? When Shengxia had gone to find Nan after getting up, Fang Yaoao was still asleep. Because it was so cold, Yaoao had wrapped herself tightly in her blanket, so Shengxia hadn't noticed anything unusual. But now, as she returned to her room and saw Fang Yaoao sitting up, her long white hair tumbling down, Shengxia realized something was wrong. Looking closer, she saw that Yaoao's face was covered in wrinkles, and her skin had grown noticeably loose. Fang Yaoao looked at Shengxia, who had just entered the room, and was just as startled. "Xia, what happened to you?" Then, her eyes filled with tears as she cried out in distress, "Because of Shin Ao, you were so heartbroken you turned white overnight." Shengxia didn't even have time to worry about her own hair. Mouth agape, she reached out a trembling finger to point at Fang Yaoao. "Yaoao, you!" Following Shengxia's gaze, Fang Yaoao finally noticed the white hair draped over her own shoulders. "What's going on?" She turned her head left and right in disbelief, staring at what used to be her jet black hair, all of it now white. How is this possible? Fang Yaoao thought she must still be dreaming. She grabbed a handful of her hair and yanked hard, quickly wincing in pain. Staring in shock at the few white strands she'd pulled out, she turned to Shengxia and asked, "Xia, my hair?" Shengxia nodded, breathing fast. "It's white. How can this be? How can this be?" Fang Yaoao couldn't accept reality. "I don't even like Shin Ao. Why would I turn white overnight for him, just like you?" As she spoke, she frantically tugged at her hair, as if trying to pull out all the white strands. Shengxia hurried over to stop her. "Yaoao, calm down. You'll hurt yourself." Fang Yaoao broke down, hugging Shengxia tightly. "How could this happen? How could this happen?" Shengxia frowned, gently rubbing Yaoao's back to comfort her, her mind racing. "We must have been set up by someone. One person's hair turning white overnight could be explained by extreme grief, but there's no way both of them would turn white. Yaoao and Shin Ao were just friends. No matter how close they were, she wouldn't go gray overnight for him. And it wasn't just their hair, their skin had aged too. How could girls in their 20s suddenly develop so many wrinkles? Hearing this, Fang Yaoao grew fearful. What kind of trick could make us end up like this? Shengxia couldn't figure it out either. Poison? Drugs? Or maybe? Her eyes lit up. Hypnosis? People can't just age overnight. Maybe their eyes were being deceived. Fang Yaoao nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. We must have been hypnotized. We can't trust what we see. There's no way I've turned into an old lady. Shengxia nodded in agreement. But then, something occurred to her. Wait. That couple upstairs just now, they noticed my hair had changed too. Fang Yaoao couldn't accept her sudden aging. She gritted her teeth and said, "They must be lying to you. Maybe they're the ones who did this to us." Fang Yaoao had never had a good impression of a Nan, always finding her domineering and mysterious. Now that something so strange had happened, it was hard not to suspect her. But Shangxia disagreed. "I think it's more likely there's something wrong with this inn. Maybe that couple got caught up in it too." Before she could finish, their door was suddenly pushed open. The two girls jumped in fright and turned around, only to see a familiar figure. Shineo? Shangxia and Fang Yaoao were both stunned. Especially Shangxia, she ran over in disbelief, grabbing his arm and looking him up and down, her voice trembling with excitement. "Shineo, you're alive." Shineo, his hair dusted with snow, nodded. "Of course." Shangxia burst into tears of joy. She'd thought her beloved was dead, but here he was, alive and well. But soon, an indescribable anxiety crept in. She didn't want Shineo to see her now, with white hair and a face full of wrinkles. Fang Yaoao, however, had no such concerns. She leaned in close to Shineo and asked, "Shineo, quick, look, do you see anything different about us?" Shineo answered honestly, "It's all white. You both look much older." Shineo hadn't been here these past 2 days, so he couldn't have been hypnotized too. Fang Yaoao collapsed to the floor, mumbling in despair, "It's over. It's not hypnosis, it's real. I really have gotten old." Shangxia didn't have time to comfort Fang Yaoao. Still full of questions, she asked Shineo, "Where have you been these past 2 days? How did you suddenly disappear from the inn? And yesterday, we found your ring in the meat we ate. What's going on?" But Shineo didn't seem inclined to explain in detail. He just mumbled vaguely, "I discovered something strange, so I went into hiding. In the meantime, I killed someone and the ring. I dropped it by accident." Shangxia was even more confused by his explanation. "What strange thing? Where did you hide? Who did you kill? Why?" Shineo didn't answer any more questions. Instead, he urged them. "No time to explain. Pack your things and come with me. I'll explain on the way." Even Fang Yaoao, who'd been crying nonstop, was stunned. "Where are we going? There's a blizzard outside." Shineo looked anxious. "We have to go anyway. It's too dangerous here. I found a safe place in town, not far from here. We need to leave as soon as possible." Fang Yaoao and Shangxia exchanged glances. After years of living and dying together, they trusted Shineo completely. Without another word, both women hurriedly packed their things. Shangxia, especially, had already suspected something was wrong with the inn. Now, she figured Shineo must have discovered something, so she followed his instructions, packing first and saving her questions for later. Shineo helped them pack while urging them to hurry, making the atmosphere even more tense. Already on edge from their sudden aging and the fear of being harmed, the two girls quickly finished packing and rushed downstairs. The first floor was eerily quiet. The innkeeper and his wife were nowhere to be seen. Shangxia and Fang Yaoao looked around nervously, sticking close to Shineo as they headed toward the door. When they reached the front gate, Shangxia suddenly thought of something. "Wait." Shineo turned back, frowning at her. "What is it?" Shangxia glanced toward the stairs. "Since there's danger here, shouldn't we go warn that girl on the 3rd floor? Just running off like this made her feel a bit guilty." Naturally, Shineo wouldn't let her go looking for a Nan. The only reason he'd come back to take them away was because the boss lady was worried their white-haired appearance would alarm a Nan and make her suspicious. But she couldn't just kill them outright. The beauty goo that drained their vitality took time to work, and during that period, the girls under its spell couldn't die unexpectedly, or all the effort would be wasted. So she'd ordered Shineo to bring them to the Qingcheng gang and lock them up. Seeing Shangxia wanted to find a Nan, Shineo clicked his tongue in annoyance and made something up. "We can't. If you go find those two now, we'll all die here." Fang Yaoao, standing to the side, grew nervous. "What do you mean? Are they really bad people?" Shineo didn't say anything more. He grabbed Shengxia's hand, pushed open the door, and dragged them straight into the blizzard outside. Let's go. Shengxia was pulled out of the inn in a daze, with Fang Yaoyao hurrying to catch up. The three of them braved the raging snow, struggling toward the center of the ancient city. The bitter wind outside cleared Shengxia's mind a bit. As she walked, she asked in confusion, "Shin-Ao, aren't you surprised to see the two of us like this?" As her boyfriend and Yao's friend, his reaction to their white hair was far less dramatic than that of the couple on the third floor. Shin-Ao, bracing against the wind and snow, replied casually, "Of course I was surprised. I just didn't want to make it obvious and embarrass you." Shengxia frowned. That explanation sounded a bit forced. After a while, she asked suspiciously, "Wait, that couple checked in after you'd already left. How did you know there were two people upstairs?" The blizzard was so fierce that every word was an effort. But Shin-Ao didn't answer, just kept his mouth shut and dragged her forward. They reached the end of the road and had to turn left into a side alley. A sense of unease welled up in Shengxia's heart. She'd searched everywhere before. Shin-Ao definitely hadn't been in the inn. So who told him there was a couple staying there? If it wasn't her or Fang Yaoyao, then it could only be. Shengxia suddenly remembered how Shin-Ao had been so infatuated with the boss lady, and her heart skipped a beat. She stopped and stared at Shin-Ao. "Do you still like the boss lady?" Fang Yaoyao, following behind, hadn't expected her to stop so suddenly and bumped into her back. "Ow, Xia, it's freezing out here. Now's not the time to get jealous. Can't we talk about this somewhere warm?" Shengxia ignored her, still staring into Shin-Ao's eyes, waiting for his answer. Shin-Ao stayed silent. He couldn't even bring himself to give a perfunctory, "I don't like her." After 2 bouts of silence, Shengxia was almost certain. "Shin-Ao, you're working with that black inn, aren't you?" Before Shin-Ao could answer, Fang Yaoyao cried out in shock, "Xia, what are you talking about?" At that moment, Shin-Ao, who had been silent, suddenly shoved them hard into the alley. A group of burly men immediately poured out of a nearby house to seize them. Even Fang Yaoyao, who was usually slow to react, finally understood. "Shin-Ao, are you crazy? You're turning on us." Shengxia was even more heartbroken. She never imagined that her boyfriend, who'd fought by her side for years, would betray her for a woman he'd just met. The two girls struggled desperately. But they were outnumbered, and with Shin-Ao, whose skills matched theirs, joining the fight, they were quickly subdued. It wasn't until they'd been dragged to a basement and locked up that Shin-Ao, as if toying with a pair of drowned rats, carelessly revealed the truth. It turned out the boss lady's name was Huang Feng, and she was the head of the Yun'in Hall of the Qingcheng gang. Shin-Ao hadn't been in danger these past 2 days. He'd joined the Qingcheng gang, killed the previous deputy hall leader who disrespected Huang Feng, and risen to become the new deputy, acting as Huang Feng's right-hand man. That pot of stewed meat? It was the former deputy. The ring in the meat was there because, during their fight, the man's ring had been pulled off and somehow ended up in the stew. Maybe because he'd completed his mission for the boss lady, or maybe because he thought these 2 girls were as good as dead, Shin-Ao smugly told them all about the love goo and the beauty goo. What Shengxia found unbelievable was that, even though Shin-Ao knew he only loved the boss lady because of the goo worm, he was still utterly devoted to her, willing to betray the comrades he'd fought alongside for years. Fang Yaoyao was nearly driven mad with rage. "Shin-Ao, fine, you want to chase after someone else, but how could you turn on us? Hurry up and find a way to get this damn beauty goo out of us." But Shin-Ao, as if brainwashed by some cult, just left them with, "Being able to give your youth and beauty to Ah Feng is your good fortune," and walked away. Liu, who was leaning against the wall, listened to their story with wide eyes. "Granny, you too." Before she could finish, Fang Yaoyao burst out crying again. "I told you. We're not grannies." She sobbed as she touched her face. That morning, only her hair had turned white and a few fine lines had appeared, but now her face was noticeably sagging. She really did look like an old lady. Li was startled by her loud voice and quickly made a should gesture. "Don't shout." She glanced nervously at the tightly closed door. Their story was so bizarre that she'd shut the door after hearing just a bit, afraid the women outside might overhear. She didn't want to know the boss's secrets, much less let the boss know she knew. But now she knew. As unbelievable as it all sounded, the two grannies had young voices, and the new deputy who'd killed the previous one was indeed named Shineo. Clearly, they were telling the truth. Liu finally understood why there were almost no beautiful women in Chicheng, and why old ladies kept getting locked up here. So all the pretty ones were being drained by the boss. Liu touched her own face, feeling grateful for the first time that she'd been born plain. After a moment of reflection, she looked at the two pitiful women across from her and asked, "So, what do you want me to do?" Fang Yaoao kept crawling toward her, desperately trying to grab the hem of her clothes. "Please, I'm begging you, let us go." Liu sighed. "That's impossible." She had to survive herself. How could she risk offending the boss for the sake of two complete strangers? Sheng Xia seemed to have expected this answer. She patted Fang Yao comfortingly, then turned to Liu and said, "Thank you for listening to us for so long." Tears streamed down the deep lines of her face. "At least someone in this world knows what we've been through." Liu looked at Fang Yaoao, who was sobbing so hard she was nearly fainting, and sighed again. "The most I can do is try to make things a little easier for you in the days to come." From her experience serving the old lady, she knew this beauty parasite would drain them completely within 3 days to a week. In other words, they'd be dead of old age before long. Liu glanced at their damp clothes. "I'll bring you some clean clothes and thick blankets later." This wasn't dereliction of duty. After all, the higher-ups had made it clear their bodies had to be kept healthy, no accidents allowed. With that, she stood up to leave. Sheng Xia called out to her again. "Could you help me pass on a message?" Liu looked down at her. "What?" Sheng Xia bit her lip. "Could you tell that couple staying on the 3rd floor of the inn? Just let them know that we..." Liu understood what she meant and interrupted with a raised eyebrow. "Why do you think those two strangers would come here to save you?" Sheng Xia shook her head. "I don't. I just want to try." She paused, then murmured, "That girl seemed really nice." Some people seemed gentle and considerate, but were actually vicious, like that boss lady Huang Feng. Others appeared cold and unfeeling, but were actually quite humane. She and Fang Yao were locked up tight. There was no hope of escape on their own. The only people they knew here, aside from the woman in front of them, were that couple on the 3rd floor. They were strong. Sheng Xia pictured Annan's cold face in her mind. She probably wouldn't come to help. But she wanted to try anyway. Of course, her plan was doomed from the start. Liu refused flatly. "I can't help you. The inn is our boss's private domain. We're not allowed to go near it without permission." She paused, then said bluntly, "Even if I could, I wouldn't risk my neck for you." Sheng Xia sat back down in disappointment. "I understand." Liu stared at her for a while, then added, "But that couple you mentioned, they're definitely our boss's next target." She thought for a moment. "If you're lucky, you'll see her in this little black room soon. If not, you'll be dead before she gets locked up." Liu paused, then joked, "Or maybe your ancestors will bless you, and not only will they not get caught, they'll even manage to rescue you." Sheng Xia ignored her teasing, curling up in the corner and hugging herself in silence. The only sound left in the room was Fang Yaoao's sobbing. Liu pushed the tray of food closer to them and prepared to leave. Before opening the door, she hesitated, then turned back and asked, "Why did you dare to tell me all this? Did she really look so disloyal, so easy to turn?" Sheng Xia looked up. "You seem like a good person. You wouldn't hurt us." The real reason, though, was that nothing could be worse than their current situation. What if she was willing to help? Liu just snorted. "Then you're wrong. I'm not a good person." She was someone who would do anything to survive. Sheng Xia said nothing more. Liu opened the door and was about to leave. Just before the door closed, Sheng Xia said quietly and sincerely, "Thank you. Kind words forg. E good bonds." Liu paused for a moment, then shut and locked the door tightly, clicking her tongue in frustration. Why couldn't they be like that female coworker of hers, cursing her out? She'd rather deal with scum than she could watch their suffering with a clear conscience, rather than having her humanity and conscience tormented like this. Liu smoothed her hair and walked on. Nothing was more important than staying alive. As pitiful as they were, she wasn't going to help. If I'm not going to hell, who will? As she passed that female coworker, the woman still looked at her with pitiful eyes, hands clasped together, whispering, "Save me, please." Liu glanced at her, and as if to prove she was truly heartless, spat in her direction, aiming for the woman. But at the last second, she turned her head and spat on the ground next to her instead. Then she lifted her chin and strode away. Upstairs from the basement was a shopping mall. It had been converted into the Qingcheng gang's Yunin Hall dormitory. The living conditions were rough, several men to a room, the stench unbearable. As soon as Liu came up, someone greeted her. "Hey, Sister Yu, finished your errand?" It was the same man from earlier. Liu nodded, glanced around, and muttered, "It's so quiet today." The man grinned. "A third of the people are gone, of course it's quiet. All the guys from Group 3 went out on a mission with Deputy Hallmaster Shin." At the mention of Deputy Hallmaster Shin, Liu immediately thought of the love parasite Xingxia and Fang Yao had mentioned, and couldn't help but shudder. She forced a smile. "Why didn't you go? Sneaking around here looking for girls." The man grinned. "It's my birthday today." Liu nodded in understanding. The Qingcheng gang had a rule. You could take the day off on your birthday and sleep all day in the dorm. The man kept rambling. "I wonder if the mission's going well?" This deputy hall master was parachuted in. None of the guys really respect him. The previous deputy hall master had been popular, and the members all supported him. That's why Huang Feng had Shin Ao kill him and take his place. Liu smiled at the man and offered a word of advice. No matter how the mission goes, he's already the deputy hall master. The man froze, then gave an awkward smile and scratched his head. "That's true. I really do respect our deputy hall master. So young and already so skilled." Liu smiled meaningfully. Most importantly, the boss likes him. The Qingcheng gang revolved almost entirely around their boss, Huang Feng. The gang was divided into 3 halls, each with 3 action teams, and the 3 hall masters each managed their own territory. But whenever the other 2 hall masters got any good resources, they always sent them over to Yunin Hall. Normally, whenever the gang leaders held meetings, they would always be arranged at Yunin Hall. Even though Yunin Hall was the most remote of all the halls, the other 2 hall masters were still willing to bring their team leaders and brothers all the way out here without complaint. And that rarely seen gang boss seemed to tacitly approve of this lopsided arrangement. Liu had never understood it before. Why was Huang Feng, delicate and frail, unskilled in martial arts, and not even particularly clever, able to become a hall master? Not only that, she was deeply favored by both the other hall masters and the gang boss. Everyone knew that a woman who only had her looks to rely on would usually end up in the basement here, not sitting at the head table, calling the shots. Now she understood. The boss and the other 2 hall masters were probably just like Shineo, all under the influence of that so-called heart-linking goo that Huang Feng used. From what those 2 old ladies said, that goo magic was no ordinary dark art. But whatever the reason, Huang Feng's status was now unshakably high. If she wanted, she could have Liu killed at any time. So even though Liu now knew these secrets, she would still do her job as usual, playing the part of the loyal underling. With a bright smile, she said goodbye to the man. "I'm off to tidy up the hall master's room." Huang Feng usually played the role of the boss lady at Yunin Inn, fleecing customers left and right, so her actual quarters in the gang were often left empty and needed Liu to clean them regularly. That woman was extremely particular. Not a speck of dust was allowed in her room. Even during the hottest, driest times, she insisted her room be wiped spotless with a damp cloth. Liu was always quick and attentive, and she knew how to please Huang Feng, so this chore had always fallen to her. The man nodded and said goodbye, tossing in a compliment. "No one's as trusted by the higher-ups as you, Sister Yu." Liu just smiled and said nothing more, turning to leave. After leaving the marketplace, she pulled her clothes tighter around her and walked on through the snow. After a few steps, she ducked into an alley. This alley was where their Yun-In Hall was based, and the surrounding buildings all belonged to them. The place where those two old ladies had been caught by the brothers was probably here too. But the heavy snow had almost completely covered up any traces of the morning's fight. She walked deeper in, stopping beside a two-story building and pulling out a key to open the door. This building, which looked the shabbiest from the outside, was actually the Hall Master's residence. The nicer-looking buildings nearby were just warehouses, banquet halls, or housing for the team leaders, vice leaders, and deputy hall masters. Huang Feng had chosen this building partly because it was run down and inconspicuous, and partly because it was right in the center, making it relatively safer. But while the outside looked dilapidated, the inside was a whole different story. Almost all of Qingqing's most luxurious items were gathered here. Gold ornaments, jade screens, a Hetian jade shoe bench, even the paintings casually hung on the walls were genuine masterpieces by Bohu, the height of opulence. Qingqing had a long history, and many of Huang Feng's collectibles were antiques. She especially loved jade, so the place was filled with all sorts of old jade artifacts. Every time Liu came, she couldn't help but click her tongue in amazement. Because every time she visited, there were always new treasures. Gifts from the boss, from the other two hall masters, or things Huang Feng had snatched for herself. It was a dazzling display of wealth, enough to make anyone envious. Liu headed to the utility room to get cleaning supplies, but suddenly noticed a loose floor tile in the corner. She knew that was the entrance to a secret tunnel. The reason their gang could dominate this city so easily was because they controlled these underground tunnels. No one else would use the tunnels to enter the hall master's room. Did that mean the hall master was back? She quickly called out, "Sister Afeng, are you here?" A woman's voice soon came from upstairs. "Get up here." "Yes, ma'am." Liu answered at once, immediately switching from cleaner to sycophant, and hurried upstairs. Before going up, she even took off her little dress and hid it in the utility room's toolbox. Pleasing a female boss and a male boss were two completely different skills. The little dress was for the team leaders. Men always liked to take advantage of their female subordinates. Even if you weren't pretty, you had to keep your figure and dress as attractively as possible. But around a female boss, you had to show how plain and capable you were. She dashed up to the second floor, deliberately musing her hair to make herself look like a hard-working, long-suffering maid. After all, the hall master's tone hadn't sounded friendly. But as soon as she entered, she was stunned to see Huang Feng, her boss lady, lounging on the leather sofa, face bruised and swollen, mouth crooked, and one eye half shut. Liu was dumbfounded. Who the hell beat her up? She was actually disfigured. Huang Feng, the boss lady, glared at her, covering her face in annoyance. "What are you standing there for? Go get the first aid kit." "Yes, ma'am." Liu immediately dashed downstairs for the first aid kit, and while she was at it, she grabbed some eye drops and secretly put a couple of drops in her own eyes. This brand of eye drops was really strong. Every time she used it, it made her eyes water like crazy. Wiping away tears, Liu returned upstairs and gently applied medicine to Huang Feng while sobbing and sniffling. "Sis." "Oh, Sister Afeng. Who could be so heartless as to hurt you like this?" Seeing her act so heartbroken, Huang Feng's expression finally softened. "All right, I know you care. Stop crying and put the medicine on properly." After a while, she couldn't help but curse. "Those damned bastards, I'll never let them get away with this." "Bastards?" Liu's heart skipped a beat. She thought of the couple Shangxia had mentioned. Did they really manage to get the better of the hall master? While applying the medicine, she casually asked, "Who were those bastards, to be able to hurt you?" Huang Feng spat, "Bastards, my ass. Just two sly little punks. Stayed as guests for 2 days and thought they were gods." Hearing this, Liu realized it really was that couple staying at the inn. Huang Feng was still cursing. "Just wait till Shin Ao catches them, then they'll get what's coming to them." After finishing up, Liu packed away the first aid kit and threw in a few more flattering words, which cheered Huang Feng up a bit. Just then, a burst of gunfire suddenly rang out in the distance. Both their faces changed. That wasn't the sound of a handgun. The rat-tat-tat of automatic fire went on for a while. Huang Feng was silent for a few seconds, then said in a low voice, "Go out and see what's going on." Li Yu cursed her ancestors in her heart. "Why the hell don't you go out and look yourself?" But Li Yu only dared to curse in her heart. She wouldn't dare show even a hint of displeasure on her face. She could only keep her face stiff, squeezing out a few more tears this time, real ones. "Sister Feng, I'm scared." Huang Feng, who had been relatively kind to her just moments ago, now showed no trace of a good attitude. "Scared of what? Hurry up and get over there to see what's going on." As she spoke, she slapped Li Yu on the head. "It's not like you have to fight anyone. Just sneak over, see what's happening, and then come back and report to me. Go. Move faster." Li Yu nodded tearfully, jogged downstairs, went to the storage room to put her little dress back on, and then hurried out. But as soon as she got outside, she immediately slowed her pace. She gave Huang Feng the finger in her mind. "I'm not stupid. You want me to run over there and get shot?" She pursed her lips and walked as slowly as she could. The gunshots sounded pretty far away, probably almost outside the city by now. As long as she took her time, by the time she got there, the fight would be over. Then she could just check out the situation. If something really happened, she'd run for it. If the other side had already left, she could still report back and complete her task. Just then, after hours of calm, the snow started falling again. Gusts of wind stung her face. Li Yu pulled her clothes tighter around herself, cursing as she trudged forward. Inside the small building, the boss lady, her face swollen, didn't dare lie around in comfort anymore. She quickly got up, rushed to the storage room on the first floor, found a stool, and sat down by the entrance to the tunnel. She was ready to make a run for it if anything went wrong. Still uneasy, she ran back upstairs, rummaged through her bedside table, and pulled out several signal fireworks. They were all labeled, some with red, some with yellow, some with green. She hesitated for a moment, then picked up the one marked yellow, found a windproof lighter, and opened the bedroom window. As soon as the window opened, cold wind and snowflakes rushed in. "Why is it snowing again?" Huang Feng grumbled, carefully shielding the firework in her hand as she lit the fuse. Very soon, a bright yellow firework exploded in the sky. Huang Feng shrank back, closed the window, and felt a little more at ease. She went back downstairs and sat quietly by the tunnel entrance to wait. The signal firework was for the other two hall masters. A green firework meant she wanted to meet with the other two hall masters. Yellow meant she was asking for help. They should at least bring a squad of elites to assist. Red meant an all-out attack. Since the enemy only had 2 people, Huang Feng felt that lighting the red firework would be making a mountain out of a molehill. If the whole gang showed up and found only 2 enemies, both Cloud Hidden Hall and she herself would become a laughingstock in the gang. But Yellow was different. The other 2 hall masters could decide how many people to bring. With gunshots that intense, they'd surely hear something. Whether or not to bring everyone would be up to them. No matter how many people came, no one could blame her. As long as reinforcements arrived, they could buy her time if things got dangerous. Her own safety would be guaranteed. Huang Feng touched her swollen, burning cheek, gritting her teeth. She hoped the other 2 hall masters would be reliable. She hadn't called them just for her own safety. Most importantly, she wanted those 2 bastards to pay. She thought of how her husband had risked his life to protect her before they escaped, and her heart ached. Although she'd been tempted when she met that handsome man who wouldn't want someone good-looking by their side every day, she had never wished her husband dead. After all, they'd been married for years. Even though he'd been implanted with the heart-linking goo, he'd volunteered to be her test subject. And before that, they'd been very much in love. Back then, she hadn't yet gained her current beauty from the beauty goo. She'd been plain, even ugly. But he'd still treated her well. He was the only man who loved her not because of the goo worms or her looks. Over the years, as she became more beautiful thanks to the beauty goo and heart-linking goo, more and more men pursued her, and her mindset inevitably changed. After all, the gang leader and the other two hall masters were all outstanding men. Even the new recruit, Shin-eo, was better than her short, ugly, sleazy husband in every way, looks, skills, everything. If keeping her old husband around didn't help balance the relationships among these men, she might have replaced him long ago. But she'd never thought of killing him. Now that he was dead, all their happy memories suddenly felt more profound, as if her feelings for him had deepened. "Honey, just wait, I'll avenge you." She would turn the man who beat her in to her loyal lapdog, humiliating him every day. Then she'd drain that damned crazy girl dry, chop her aged corpse into pieces, and feed them to that man. Meanwhile, out in the cold wind, Lee looked up at the bright firework in the sky. She felt a little more confident. The hall master must have called the other two halls for backup. Thinking this, she slowed her pace even more. The weather was freezing, the streets empty. Liu shivered as she walked for a long time. Her legs and feet were numb from the cold. If she kept going like this, her lower body would probably be ruined. Just as she was regretting not putting on a few more layers before heading out, she vaguely saw a group of people in the distance, no bigger than sesame seeds. She squinted, trying to see more clearly, and the figures grew larger. They were clearly heading her way. Liu immediately looked around nervously, then darted into a nearby courtyard. In Qiqing, there were hardly any ordinary survivors left. Almost everyone alive was from the Qiqing gang. Houses like this were basically abandoned. Even if someone was inside, as long as she mentioned the gang's name, no one would dare refuse her entry. The courtyard wasn't locked, clearly another empty house. Liu hid behind the door, peeking out through a crack in the wall. When the group got a bit closer, Liu was shocked to see that out of the whole crowd, only 3 were actually human, Shin-eo, and a man and woman she didn't recognize. The other 3 were animals, a white pig, a wild chicken, and a rabbit. All of them were huge and plump. Shin-eo walked in front, the man and woman followed behind, and the 3 animals brought up the rear. Liu stared at the animals, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Was she hallucinating from the cold? Why were these ingredients, alive and well, obediently following behind humans? Could it be that they'd used some kind of witchcraft? Had they bewitched all these delicious creatures? Liu couldn't help but lick her lips. Compared to ordinary survivors, her life was already pretty good, but it was still a far cry from before the apocalypse. Just look at that fat pig. How much lard must it have on it? Thinking back to the days before the disaster, she used to bite off the fatty parts of pork belly and only eat the lean meat, all for the sake of dieting. Now, remembering that, she felt like she'd been wasting precious food. How fragrant fatty meat must be. She hadn't tasted anything oily or rich in 3 years. She was afraid of catching prion disease from eating human flesh, so she'd been surviving on dry rations every day. Now, just seeing that fat pig made her mouth water. She squinted, trying to get a better look at the man and woman. They must be the couple that Shang Xia and Fang Yao mentioned, the ones staying at the inn, right? So, what was the situation now? Did Shin-eo win, or did they? Or had they reached some kind of truce? Where were the other guys? Why were these 3 walking together so harmoniously? With a head full of questions, Liu hid in the courtyard, watching as they drew closer and closer. She was half frozen and a little out of it, so she couldn't make out their faces clearly, but she could vaguely smell the scent of stewed pork, crispy chicken, and spicy rabbit heads. These 2 were really something. So much fresh meat, all kinds of it, just swaggering around right beside them. Just as she was lost in her own daydreams like the little match girl, she saw the pig suddenly charging straight toward her. Liu froze, then snapped back to her senses. Wait a minute. That face doesn't look like a pig. Awo. Liu's face turned pale. A dog. That's a damn dog. And a dog with an especially keen nose. She panicked and took a few steps back, but the chubby white dog kept barking at her from the other side of the courtyard wall. Soon, the 3 people outside hurried over. A woman's voice called out, "Fugue, is someone there?" A woo a woo a woo. Then the woman shouted, loud and clear, "Come out." Liu bit her lip. Nosy dog. If it weren't for that mutt, no one would have noticed her quietly hiding here. Reluctantly, she shuffled out. The courtyard she was hiding in was abandoned, the gate and the house both unlocked. Even if she ran inside, they'd drag her out anyway. Besides, she wasn't even an official member of the Qingcheng gang, just a menial worker. She didn't know anything about the underground tunnels. Even if she found an entrance, she'd probably just get lost down there. So, knowing when to yield, she opened the gate and walked out, trying to appear calm. Shin Ao spoke first. Liu. He was new to the gang, but there were so few women around, and Liu had a good reputation with everyone, so he remembered her. Liu forced a stiff smile, her voice barely above a whisper. "Hello, Deputy Hallmaster." It wasn't that she didn't want to speak up, she just couldn't figure out the relationship between these three. They were supposed to be enemies, but here they were, walking together in harmony. No one was restraining anyone, no one was tied up. You couldn't tell who had won or lost. Now that she was face to face with them, she finally got a good look at the man and woman, and the big guns slung across their backs. Liu didn't know much about guns, but those two looked seriously powerful. Thinking of the endless bursts of gunfire she'd just heard, her legs went a little weak. But she kept up the act, pretending to know nothing, and asked, "Deputy Leader, what were you doing?" Shin Ao, still polite, turned and pointed at Nan and Gujiyu, answering in a strong voice. "Catching people. Just caught them, about to head back and report." Liu's mouth twitched. "You caught them? Where? Are they tied up? Restrained? If anything, it looks like they're escorting you." She quickly glanced at Nan and Gujiyu, forcing herself to stay calm, and asked knowingly, "You're alone?" "Shin Ao, the brothers from Team 3 are with me." Now they were getting to the point. Liu looked into the distance. "Where are they?" Shin Ao's face showed a hint of regret. "They're all dead." Liu's eyes widened. "All dead?" She was screaming inside. "Seriously, dude, where do you get the nerve to say you caught them?" "Huh?" Liu silently took a step back, her mind racing. These two had already killed all the brothers. They could have easily finished off Shin Ao and left, so why were they still following him back to the Qingcheng gang? Were they after the Hallmaster? Or, Liu couldn't help but think of the two old ladies locked in the basement. Could it be that their ancestors really were smiling down on them? She didn't dare think further. Nervously, she stepped aside to let them pass. "Deputy Leader Shin, I won't keep you. I've got things to do." As she spoke, she gave Nan a meaningful look. "See you in a bit." And Nan raised an eyebrow. She was sure that "see you in a bit" was directed at her. What did that mean? Before she could figure it out, she heard Liu mutter, "I need to go find some warm clothes. The white-haired granny is all wet." She emphasized white-haired, and Nan caught it loud and clear. She exchanged a glance with Gujiyu, but neither said a word. Shin Ao didn't care what Liu was up to. He was in a hurry to report back to Zafong, so he quickly led them away. And Nan glanced back at the woman they'd just passed. Liu was also looking back at her. The moment their eyes met, Liu smiled, her friendliness obvious. And Nan looked away and kept following Shin Ao. Liu let out a long breath, feeling like she'd just had a brush with death. She watched Nan and Gujiyu's backs as they walked away, her mind working furiously. The Hallmaster's trump cards were probably witchcraft and support from the other two Hallmasters. But this couple, besides those guns that could take on 100 men, they must have other tricks up their sleeves. After all, Huang Feng had never once failed to ensnare a guest at the inn, but these two hadn't fallen for it at all. At the very least, they were way smarter than that idiot Huang Feng. After weighing her options, Liu rushed into a nearby empty house. She rummaged around for a while before finally finding some paper and a pen. She tore the paper into strips and started writing furiously. When she finished, Liu clutched the note tightly in her hand. Her life depended on it. This was a high-stakes gamble. In the past 3 years, she'd never lost a bet. She hoped this time would be the same. Shin Eo led Gu Jiu and Nan into the alley where Yoon In Hall was located. However, he only snuck a glance at Huang Feng's small building and didn't take them in that direction. These two were dangerous. He couldn't risk putting Ah Feng in harm's way. He didn't even take them to the small building in the alley that was used for meetings and receiving guests, let alone to Huang Feng's residence. He was afraid they'd notice where Ah Feng lived. Keeping his eyes straight ahead, he led them further down the alley, pretending this place was no different from the houses they'd just passing through. But Nan and Gu Jiu were clearly more observant than he'd expected. They quickly noticed something different about this place. After several days of heavy snow, all the house gates they'd passed earlier were covered in a thick layer of snow, turning the houses into a sea of white. But the houses in this alley were different. Every single one showed signs of people coming and going, and from the footprints, it was clear that people moved between the houses, a community of people who all knew each other. And Nan narrowed her eyes, focusing on the two-story building in the middle. That one looked the shabbiest. If she were in charge and didn't have any spatial protection, she'd definitely live there to keep a low profile. It was the perfect cover. Their gang leader probably thought the same way. At that moment, Gu Jiu suddenly asked Shin Eo, "Is that Ah Feng one of your subordinates too?" It was a pointless question, really. If even a newcomer like Shin Eo could become a deputy hall master, then that lady boss must have an even higher status, either the gang leader, a hall master, or at the very least, a deputy leader. He was just testing Shin Eo, trying to figure out what kind of person the lady boss was. Sure enough, Shin Eo fell right into the trap, answering with pride without even thinking. How could that be? Our Ah Feng is the hall master herself. Gu Jiu and Nan exchanged a glance and looked again at the two-story building. But neither of them made any rash moves. They just quietly memorized the location. They'd also seen the yellow firework earlier. In times like these, no one would set off fireworks for fun. 9 times out of 10, it was a call for help. Their plan now was to stay calm and wait for the right moment to take down the whole group in one go. Shin Eo led the two of them and their 3 pets to the shopping mall, which served as Yoon In Hall's dormitory. Except for the 3 teams he'd taken out, who had all been wiped out, the remaining 2 teams were all in the dorm. Even the team leaders who lived in the alley were here at this hour, leading their men in drills. Shin Eo decided to leave the 2 here, watched over by the brothers, while he went to report to Ah Feng. The shopping mall had 3 floors, 1 for each team. The 3rd team lived on the 1st floor. As soon as they entered, it was quiet, dead silent. Shin Eo pulled a whistle from his pocket and blew it hard. 1st and 2nd teams, assemble. Soon, a crowd of burly men thundered down from upstairs. There were so many of them that the open space on the 1st floor couldn't hold them all. The latecomers packed the stairs, making for quite a scene. From the moment she entered, Nan had been pinching her nose and frowning. This building was a gathering place for rough men, and with the apocalyptic conditions, the moment you stepped inside, you were hit by an indescribable stench. As the men rushed downstairs, the smell only got worse. She quickly used her backpack as cover to pull out a mask from her space and put it on. 1 layer wasn't enough, so she put on another, then handed 2 more to Gu Jiu. The environment here is terrible. Put these on or you'll get poisoned. The men had just rushed down, marveling at the beautiful woman in the dorm, faces flushed with excitement. After all, it had been ages since they'd seen a decent-looking woman. But then she looked utterly disgusted, as if this place was some kind of revolting garbage dump. Their faces immediately soured. The 2 team leaders at the front spoke up, clearly unhappy. "Deputy Hall Master, what's with this woman? She looks down on our brothers." Normally, if someone said something like that, you'd at least feel a bit awkward, maybe apologize or explain. But Nan just pulled out another mask and put it on her face. "Oh my God. How long has it been since you brushed your teeth?" She even took another step back in disgust. Gu Jiu followed her lead, tightening his own mask. The team leader's face got even uglier, a mix of embarrassment and anger. Brush their teeth? Who had the conditions to brush their teeth these days? Was she just trying to pick a fight? but Nan couldn't be bothered with him. While looking after herself, she didn't forget about Fugue. A dog's sense of smell is much keener than a human's. And her dog wasn't one of those that liked to eat poop, it hated bad smells. As soon as the men started pouring downstairs, Fugue began dry heaving. The two team leaders and the brothers were already hopping mad at Nan, but she ignored them, busy fitting a gas mask on her dog. Fugue's face was a special shape and couldn't wear a regular mask, so just like during the fog days, she put a mask over its face. She even made sure to give little masks to Life-Fu and Master Rabbit too. Cherish life, stay away from bad smells. The two of them and their 3 pets were all comfortable now, but the group of big men, seeing them fully armed like this, felt their fragile egos take a huge hit. Especially since, in their eyes, the 3 pets these two brought were all supposed to be food, and now even the animals were looking down on them. Deputy Hall Master, what kind of ancestors did you bring back? So annoying. Who are they putting on this act for? Kick them out. They're not welcome here. Voices rose one after another. Shin-Ao raised his hands to quiet them down. No need to welcome them. They're not guests, I brought them back on orders. He paused, then added, I'm going to report to the Hall Master. You all keep an eye on them. Until the Hall Master gives orders, don't let them run, and don't let them die. Brought back as prisoners? The brothers were speechless. Then why were these two acting like leaders on an inns? Pection, nitpicking everything? They'd thought the higher-ups had brought in 2 amazing new members. The first team leader grumbled, do we really need all of us to watch just 2 people? But the second team leader nudged him with his elbow and whispered, the gunshots just now. As he spoke, he subtly pointed at the guns strapped to Nan and Gujiyu's backs. Only then did the others notice that both of them were carrying firearms. Honestly, what those two just did was downright insulting. The others were so busy being angry, they didn't even notice the weapons those two were carrying. The leader of Group 1's arrogance faltered a bit. He glanced toward the door and asked, Where's old Zhuang? Why does the Deputy Hall Master have to report back in person? Old Zhuang was the leader of Group 3. Shin-Ao frowned. He's dead. Dead? What about the rest of Group 3? Shin-Ao replied impatiently, all dead. Those two killed them. The men who'd just been clamoring to teach Nan a lesson instantly fell silent. Wait, did the Deputy Hall Master just bring in 2 living demons? Shin-Ao couldn't care less about them. He just wanted to wrap things up here quickly so he could go find Ah Feng and report back. He wondered if she'd been frightened by the gunshots just now. But these people just wouldn't let up, always with their endless questions. So what if a few brothers died? Sure, it was a shame, but was it more important than Ah Feng's mood? They only lost their lives, but Ah Feng lost her peace of mind. Shin-Ao gave a brief explanation, then hurriedly turned to leave. He'd barely taken a step when Nan grabbed him. He turned back, annoyed. What now? Nan looked at him. Deputy Hall Master Shin, you really are forgetful, aren't you? Did you forget the terms under which I came here with you? Seeing Shin-Ao's confusion, she frowned and asked, Where's Shengxia? Shin-Ao acted like he'd just remembered. Oh, her. I was just about to go get instructions from the boss for you. And Nan snorted. You'd better. She raised her gun, pointing first at his head, then at the crowd of brothers. You'd better move fast. My patience is limited. I'll give you half an hour. If you're not back by then, I'll start killing. As she spoke, she swept her gaze over the group, as if considering where to start. Honestly, with so many people packed together, it would be easy for her to kill them. She wouldn't even need to aim, just spray and pray. It'd just waste some bullets. Hopefully this gang had something valuable she could use to make up for it. The brothers she glanced at couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. Damn, who's guarding whom here? Are they watching her, or is she holding them hostage? Shin-Ao didn't care about their lives at all. He just brushed them off with a got it and hurried out. That left Nan, Gujiu, and a bunch of big lugs just staring at each other. Though the gang members were wary of her gun, none of them dared leave. They all stood there, staring intently at the two. And Nan raised an eyebrow, thinking of the fearless men who'd just charged her gun and died. Had this whole group been poisoned by the boss lady's voodoo bugs? They seemed unafraid of death. But they didn't seem as crazy as Shineo, nor did they have that inexplicable obsession with the boss lady. At most, they were just a bit too brave. And Nan couldn't figure it out, so she stopped trying. Anyway, she and Gujiyu had rifles, a space to retreat to, and 3 little pets guarding them. Nothing to be afraid of. Outside, the blizzard was getting worse, definitely not travel weather. She decided to treat this as a little vacation. Unlike in Nan's relaxed attitude, the hostages. No, the underlings were all tense, staring at her and Gujiyu as if ready to fight at any moment. But Nan wasn't about to stand around staring back at them. Not far away was a long sofa. She took out a pack of disinfectant wipes from her backpack, handed one to Gujiyu, and together they wiped the sofa clean. Then the 2 of them, along with their 3 pets, settled in comfortably. She figured Shineo had to go report back somewhere in that alley. With this blizzard, a round trip plus a private conversation would take a while. She wasn't about to just sit and wait. Using her backpack as cover, she pulled 2 books and 2 bottles of juice from her space and started passing the time with Gujiyu. The 3 little ones, under her orders, sat upright on the sofa, keeping watch. If anyone made a move, they'd alert their master, who could blow their heads off in an instant. Seeing the 2 of them acting like they were on vacation, the underlings couldn't help but swallow nervously. Was that backpack a magic bag? How could she pull out anything she wanted? And why did they have to stand there obediently while those 2 lounged around, reading, drinking juice, and enjoying life? The 2 group leaders gritted their teeth, wishing they could beat Nan and Gujiyu up and toss them out. But their rules were strict. Until the hall master gave the word, no one dared act on their own. So when Liu staggered in carrying 2 thick cotton coats and 2 heavy quilts, she was greeted by this bizarre scene. The 2 group leaders and a crowd of underlings were standing at attention, while Nan and Gujiyu lounged on the sofa, reading and sipping drinks. Even their dogs were sitting on the sofa. Liu twitched her lips. These 2 were really something. They'd killed 1/3 of Yun Hall's people and now had the remaining 2/3 standing at attention. And they themselves were just sitting there, enjoying life. As soon as Liu entered, everyone looked at her. She quickly shifted her gaze from Nan and Gujiyu and respectfully greeted the 2 group leaders. "Hello, leaders." The 2 group leaders clearly enjoyed her attitude, their faces softening. "Xiao Yu, you're here?" Liu nodded, struggling with the heavy quilts and coats. "I'm here to deliver supplies to the basement." The 2 thick quilts and coats nearly covered her whole upper body. The group leaders nodded. "Go ahead. Need someone to help you carry them?" Liu shook her head. "No need. I can handle this myself." With that, she staggered forward. As she passed Nan, she accidentally stumbled and fell beside her, dropping the clothes and quilts everywhere. And Nan had been watching her and quickly dodged aside, but felt something pressed into her hand. Without changing her expression, she felt it, a slip of paper. She raised her eyebrows slightly. Was this girl passing her a message? Liu scrambled up from beside the sofa, bowing repeatedly to Nan and Gujiyu. "Sorry, so sorry." Then she quickly gathered up the scattered clothes and quilts and left. And Nan watched her go, slipped the note into her space, and read it with her mind. The note was scrawled with a few crooked lines. "The female hall master knows goo magic. Heart-linking goo wins loyalty, beauty goo drains vitality. In the shopping mall basement, 2 women drained, hair turns white. Fireworks lit, whole gang comes to rescue. Gang has over 1,000 members in total." Though each sentence was short, the meaning was clear. And Nan read as she raised her brows slightly. So, someone really was here to deliver a message. And the information was quite comprehensive. She already knew the boss lady could use goo magic, but this beauty goo was something she hadn't expected. And Nan pressed her lips together, recalling that strange night when Shang Xia's hair suddenly turned white. So it was the effect of this so-called beauty goo. 2 women with white hair meant that Shang Xia wasn't the only victim. Fang Yaoao was affected too. The boss lady had drained their vitality, causing their hair to turn white and wrinkles to appear, while she herself became radiant and youthful. No wonder, even after she and Gu Jiu beat the boss lady up so badly, the woman kept shouting about capturing them alive. So she wanted to drain their vitality too? And Nan snorted coldly. Dream on. But what she didn't understand was, if this woman was from the Qingcheng gang, why was she helping her pass on information? Was she a friend of Xingxia's? Or did she have some hidden grudge with the Qingcheng gang and wanted to use a Nan to eliminate her rivals? Or maybe she'd seen the difference in strength between the two sides and decided to switch allegiances. Whatever the reason, the information she'd passed on was quite useful. And much of it matched what Nan herself had learned or guessed, so it was probably reliable. And Nan curled her lip. The handwriting was just so ugly, if she hadn't looked carefully, she wouldn't have been able to make it out. This was almost as bad as Chu Peipei's infamous chicken scratch cursive. And Nan glanced around. The note said Shengxia and Fang Yaoao were being held in the shopping mall basement. Wasn't that right here? She'd noticed the sign for Huamei Shopping Mall when she followed Shen Ao over. And just now, that woman had said she was going to the basement to deliver something. Earlier, when she saw her outside, she'd also mentioned that the white-haired old lady was wearing wet clothes and needed a change. So, she was going to deliver things to Xingxia and Fang Yao now. And Nan glanced in the direction Li Yu had disappeared, silently committing it to memory. The two squad leaders also glanced at Li Yu's retreating figure, but their attention was all on her little skirt. The women in the basement always looked so pitiful and beaten down, it was sickening after a while. But Li Yu was different. She was playful and obedient, knew how to dress up, how to talk, and how to make them happy. Not bad at all. Her looks were plain, but she was emotionally valuable. They were used to ugly women anyway. Qingcheng was full of them. Once they dealt with these two troublemakers, they'd call Li Yu over for a little chat in their room. The two squad leaders exchanged a knowing look and couldn't help but smile. Unlike their wandering minds, and Nan was already thinking of a plan. She'd guessed the fireworks were a call for reinforcements, but she hadn't expected the gang to have over 1,000 members. This was by far the largest gang she'd encountered. If those 1,000 people were normal, afraid of pain, afraid of death, each with their own selfish concerns, they'd be easy to handle. After all, she and Gu Jiu's gear wasn't just for show. But these people were like robots, charging forward without fear. If all 1,000 rushed at once, she wouldn't even have time to reload. She hadn't even finished off the 500 in front, and the 500 behind could knock them and their 3 pets out with a single punch each. At that point, their only option would be to use her spatial ability to escape. But that wasn't the outcome she'd come here hoping for. Gu Jiu, seeing Nan frowning in thought, guessed she'd learned something. The little underlings couldn't see, but from his angle, he'd clearly noticed the woman slip something to Nan when she fell. Seeing Nan's tightly knit brows, he leaned over and whispered in her ear, "What is it?" It was no surprise that someone as observant as Gu Jiu had noticed the note. And Nan leaned in and quietly explained. The underlings nearby were fuming with jealousy. They were standing while these two sat there sipping juice and reading. And now they were openly whispering sweet nothings to each other. They all gritted their teeth, thinking that once the hall master gave the order, they'd lock this beauty in the basement and have their fun with her. While the men were lost in their filthy fantasies, a few perceptive underlings brought over 2 chairs for the squad leaders. Not bad. The squad leaders praised them and sat down. It wasn't as comfortable as Nan and Gu Jiu's big sofa, but at least they didn't have to keep standing like punished school children. Meanwhile, Li Yu hurried into the basement with quilts and thick clothes. As soon as she appeared with these supplies, the women in the hall rushed over, eyes shining. Yeah. Are those blankets for us? Thank you. Give me the clothes, I'm freezing. Those are for me. You all already have jackets, don't fight me for them, I have nothing. What do you mean nothing? Everyone got a thin jacket. I really don't. Liga ripped mine yesterday, you know that. Even if it's torn, it's still fabric, isn't it? Why should you get more when everyone got the same? Bah. If you don't want it, Why are you crowding over here? The women shoved and cursed, each desperate to get the clothes and blankets from Liu. They were just too cold. The basement was damp and chilly. When it was hot outside, it was bearable, but now that the temperature had dropped, it was like an icy hell. The bosses had given them a few jackets. After all, if they all froze to death, the underlings would have nowhere to relax and have fun. But only a few thin jackets were handed out. The thick, warm clothes were all reserved for the gang brothers. No one had expected that quilts and padded jackets would ever be needed, so collecting them had been difficult. Naturally, they wouldn't waste them on a bunch of prostitutes. At least the women fighting for blankets could still walk and shout. Several others in the hall were already so cold they'd gone silent, eyes closed as they leaned against chairs. No one knew if they were even still breathing. But Liu couldn't care about them now. She didn't even know if she'd survive the day herself. She couldn't help but snap. What are you all crowding around for? Make way. Everyone knew her status was no longer what it used to be. Seeing her lose her temper, no one dared push forward anymore, but neither did anyone step aside. The group just stood there, stubbornly surrounding her. Liu frowned, her tone softening a little. I know you're all cold, but this isn't for you. Still, no one moved. She had no choice but to promise, once I go upstairs, I'll ask the higher-ups to send down some thick clothes and blankets for you. For now, please move aside and don't delay my work. A bespectacled woman suddenly shouted, Don't try to fool us. I used to be a clerk, I know all these tricks. You're just brushing us off. Yeah. Apply this, apply that. How long are we supposed to wait? Till the end of time. You go make your application, but first hand over that blanket. Otherwise I'm going to freeze to death. Right now, they were like starving wolves who'd finally spotted a helpless lamb. There was no way they were letting go. But Liu couldn't possibly give them the blanket. The blanket in her hands, along with the two old ladies inside, were her lifeline. How could she give them up so easily? She couldn't break through the encirclement, but those women didn't dare attack her either. So the two sides remained locked in a standoff. On the first floor, Nan and Gujiu finished their discussion, drank the last of their drinks, packed up their books, and then stood up unhurriedly. The two team leaders who'd been watching them immediately jumped up as well. Where are you going? And Nan didn't bother answering. Instead, she took off the gas mask from Doggo's face, releasing its fangs ready for battle. She patted Doggo's head, then glanced at the men across from her, lips curling into a smile. Sorry, time's up. Goodbye. With that, she raised the gun slung over her shoulder. She and Gujiu had already agreed. Since the gang had more people, they'd deal with the ones in front of them first. The gang members hadn't even reacted when someone blurted out, What the hell? How is half an hour up already? It hasn't even been 10 minutes. But Nan had already pulled the trigger. When I say time's up, it's up. With the rattling bursts of gunfire, the men across from them dropped one after another. And Nan and Gujiu worked together seamlessly, taking turns reloading so that at least one of their guns was always firing. Of course, the gang members weren't going to just stand there and take it. They charged forward, eyes red with rage. But they were all packed together, which severely limited their movement and flexibility. And with the men in front already gunned down, those behind tripped over them as they tried to rush forward. In an instant, some were shot, some were tripped, some were injured by their own comrades' flailing fists, and some were knocked over by teammates charging too fast from behind. The whole group of men became a chaotic mess, most of them barely managing a shout before meeting their end. The few who did manage to break through didn't even get close to Nan or Gujiu before they were taken down by the three little ones. After days of training with Nan and Gujiu, the three little ones had become incredibly strong. Dealing with a few stragglers was no problem at all. They'd even learned to work together efficiently. Lai Fu, with its sharp eyesight, flew overhead, pecking viciously at people's eyes. Once blinded, even the toughest guy would panic and lose his fighting ability. Rabbit Lord, who used to only throw wild punches, had now learned some sneakier moves from Nan at his height. He could deliver a devastating punch right to a man's weak spot. One punch was all it took, no need for a second. The men would instantly collapse, clutching themselves and howling in pain. Finally, it was Fugue's turn. Those blinded by Laifu were finished off with a single bite. Those knocked down by Rabbit Lord were sat on and crushed. Wherever Fugue charged, not a soul was left alive. In the basement, the sound of gunfire sent the women into a panic. They screamed and ran back to their rooms. This wasn't before the disaster. No one was naive enough to think those were just firecrackers outside, especially with the gunshots mixed with the men's screams and cries of pain. It was enough to make anyone's legs go weak. Liu finally broke free from their grip, clutching the blanket as she hurried toward the room where Xingxia and Fang Yaoao were locked up. As she ran, she couldn't help but think, thank goodness I'm quick, those two really are killing machines, just as I thought. She reached the door, took a deep breath, set her things down, fumbled for the key with trembling hands, composed herself, then opened the door and staggered in with the clothes and blankets. Xingxia and Fang Yaoao had heard the gunshots too and were still in shock when Liu returned. Liu quickly shut the door behind her and whispered, "Hurry, put on these dry, warm clothes. The people here to rescue you have arrived." Xingxia and Fang Yaoao were stunned. Rescue them? Who? Were the gunshots outside really for their sake? They'd thought it was just some gang fight. And hadn't this woman said she wouldn't help them? Why the sudden change of heart? Liu saw their confusion and quickly explained. "Didn't you ask me to go to the inn to find someone to help you? I'd just gotten halfway there when I ran into them. I slipped them a note, told them you'd been poisoned with the beauty goo and were locked up here. Now they're upstairs fighting." Every word she said was true. Though she'd made herself look a little better, there wasn't much to pick apart. Sure enough, the two old ladies, the two young girls looked at her with deep gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you so much." Tears welled up in their eyes as they looked at each other. They never imagined that couple would actually come to save them. It's true, kind words bring good karma. Seeing their gratitude, Liu felt a bit more at ease herself. She didn't know if that couple already knew about the goo poison, or how much they understood about the gang, or whether her note would be of any use to them. The real reason she'd passed the note and taken care of the two old ladies wasn't to help them, it was to show where her loyalties lay. That way, if the couple really did wipe out the Qingcheng gang, she'd at least have a shot at surviving. Of course, if they failed, she wouldn't be implicated either. She'd written the note with her left hand. If she didn't admit it, there'd be no evidence against her. She was just following orders from above, making sure the two old ladies were fed and warm, bringing them a blanket, nothing more. The three women huddled in the room, each lost in their own thoughts, waiting for the battle upstairs to end. After a while, the gunfire finally ceased. Fang Yao shouted excitedly, "The gunfire stopped." It stopped. She immediately grabbed Liu. "Does that mean we can go up now?" Liu frowned. "Calm down, it's not over yet." Fang Yaoao was confused. "Not over? But the shooting's all stopped, isn't it?" Of course, Liu wasn't about to explain that there was still backup on the way. If that couple lost and these two old ladies started making a scene, and the boss found out they even knew about the reinforcements, then she, the traitor, really wouldn't be able to hide it anymore. So she just soothed them softly, "I've already told them you two are here. If things are finished on their end, they'll come for you." Fang Yao was still anxious. She didn't want to spend another second in this godforsaken place. Before she could finish, Xingxia took her hand. "This young lady's right. Let's be patient and wait a little longer. It won't make much difference." Liu shot her a satisfied look. At least this old lady was sensible. The other one did nothing but cry and shout, which was a real headache. She explained to Xingxia in a much more pleasant tone, just because the gunfire stopped doesn't mean it's over. It could mean they were captured. Anyway, since they're here to rescue you, they'll come for you when it's all done. Fang Yao shrank back and didn't say another word. Downstairs. And Nan looked at the mess all over the room and wrinkled her nose in disgust. She wiped her hands and put the mask she'd taken off to drink juice back on her face. Now, not only did the place reek, but the heavy stench of blood made it even more nauseating. After putting her mask on and quickly cleaning herself up, Nan started calculating in her mind. She'd already killed about 100 people outside, and now she'd cleared out another 200 or so in this room. According to the info on the note, there were at least 700 more reinforcements left. But who knew how many over 1,000 really meant? 1,001 was over 1,000, but so was 1,999. That was a huge difference. Still, when making plans, you always had to prepare for the worst and assume the highest number. If she assumed there were 2,000 in total, that meant there were still 1,700 left. Fighting that many enemies would be a huge waste of bullets. It wasn't that she was stingy, but the apocalypse had only been going for 3 years. Who knew how many more battles and people she'd have to kill in the decades ahead? No matter how many bullets you had, you couldn't afford to waste them. Most importantly, even though their guns were automatic, if the enemy used human wave tactics, shooting would be slow and tiring, and there was always the risk of getting killed in return. And Nan frowned and thought for a moment. What do you think? Should we just use explosives? She had a whole stash of explosives collected from the Tsenglong gang, plus a few bombs stolen from some foreigner. They weren't super powerful, but they covered a wider area than bullets, much more efficient. Sounds good, Gu Jiu agreed, then added, but there's a catch. To use bombs, the enemy needs to be bunched up. If they were scattered, you couldn't even throw the explosives far enough. It'd be easier just to shoot. Right now, the enemy hadn't shown up yet, so no one knew what formation they'd use. At that moment, the temperature seemed to drop again. The two of them shivered and pulled their clothes tighter. And Nan took out a thermometer. -65°C. The temperature's too extreme. The thermal suits are maxed out. Normally, the suits kept them at a comfortable 20 degrees or so, but now it felt like they were standing in -20 or 30, even with fur coats on. Still, the suits were keeping them 30 degrees warmer than outside, better than nothing. And Nan pulled out a few heat packs and stuck them on Gu Jiu and the 3 little ones. We've got thermal suits and we're still cold. The other survivors must feel like they're in a nice hell. Gu Jiu's eyes lit up. I know how we should fight. And Nan looked up. How? Gu Jiu smiled and asked, what's the deadliest thing about extreme cold? And Nan answered without thinking, the temperature. Then she realized what he meant, and her eyes lit up too. I get it. You mean? Gu Jiu saw her raise her hand and nodded with a smile. And Nan grinned. That's a great idea, saves time, effort, and money. The 3 little ones didn't understand what the two were talking about and exchanged confused looks. Lai Fu, what do they mean? Lord Rabbit, no idea. We don't have their kind of rapport. Fugue, but I'm the one who's been with the master the longest. And Nan patted Fugue's head. What are you 3 staring at each other for? Let's go. And Nan and Gu Jiu didn't stay in the mall. They left right away. The enemy knew they were here, and they definitely heard the gunfire. If they stuck around, they'd just become targets. If the enemy had explosives or something, that'd be bad news. Gu Jiu asked, do we need to check on them? He meant Xingxia and Fang Yaoao. And Nan shook her head without hesitation. No need. They were just acquaintances, not friends. Why go down to the basement? To comfort them? Hug them? Cry together? No way. Once all the bad guys were dead, those 2 would be saved anyway. That was good enough. We'd better hurry and check out the boss lady's lair. Gu Jiu nodded. Let's go. Outside, the temperature had dropped to -70, almost the limit of human endurance. Luckily, the wind and snow had died down a lot. The 2 of them and their 3 pets prepared to head back to the alley. First, to check out the situation there. Second, once the reinforcements from the other 2 halls arrived, the boss lady's side would definitely be the safest. After all, if they'd braved this deadly cold to come help, there was no way they'd hurt the boss lady. As long as they stayed with her, they didn't have to worry about the enemy using heavy weapons to blow up the building. But before they even reached the alley, they saw the snow outside was trampled with messy footprints. like an army had just passed through. Gujiu said, "They're already here." And Nan nodded. "Let's follow the tracks and see." They walked a bit farther and soon heard a noisy crowd in the alley. "Damn. This weather's not fit for going out. I'm freezing to death." "Tell me about it. I think my nose is about to fall off. I can't feel my feet or legs anymore." "How many people does the enemy have?" "They actually made our whole gang mobilize." "Judging by that firepower just now, there must have been a whole company, right?" "Damn. Where did such a powerful enemy come from? We were just minding our own business. Why are they picking on us?" "I heard it was the hall master of Cloudshade Hall who messed with someone he shouldn't have. Turns out he kicked an iron wall, and now he can't handle it himself." Someone nearby immediately hushed him. "Shh. Keep your voice down, or the leaders will hear you." "Is Hall Master Huang's business something you can gossip about?" The man muttered under his breath, "I didn't mean anything by it. I'm loyal to the gang, I swear." Someone else chimed in, "Hall Master Huang's family sure is. Down to earth." "The leaders have been inside discussing things for, what, 3 hours now? Still not done." Another voice snapped back, "Idiot, we've only been here for less than 3 minutes." "Where'd you get 3 hours from?" "What? 3 minutes? Feels like an eternity. I swear I'm about to freeze to death out here." Just then, a shrill voice joined the conversation. "It's all because we were too slow. Look at the Skyshade Hall guys. They got here first and went straight into the meeting building. We from Earthshade Hall showed up late, so there's nowhere for us to go. Of course, we have to wait outside. Aren't there a few more buildings over there? Why can't we go in? This your first time at Cloudshade Hall? Don't you know those are the residences of their deputy hall masters and team leaders?" "How would I know? I've only been here once, and they stuck me in that shopping mall. Ate and slept in there, never even saw this alley." "That's where you're wrong. This alley is the real Cloudshade Hall. That other place is just a dorm and cafeteria." "Enough talking. At least this alley blocks the wind. There's a bunch of us. If we squeeze together, it'll be warmer." And Nan and Gujiu hid around the corner outside the alley, listening in on every word. They could now confirm that the rundown 2-story building was the boss lady's place. She and the other 2 hall masters were inside, and there was a high chance Shin-Ao was in there too. As for the underlings, they were split into 2 groups, half in the 3-story building at the edge, and half crammed into the alley. Now that they knew everyone's positions, things would be much easier. And Nan shot Gujiu a look, signaling him to stay put with the 3 little ones and wait quietly. She herself blinked onto the roof of the boss lady's house. Her white hat and coat blended perfectly with the snowy rooftop. The chattering crowd in the alley didn't notice at all that a woman was now crouched silently above their heads. And Nan looked down at the mass of people below, all bundled up like balls. But clearly, resources were limited. Even though they wore thick coats and down jackets, most didn't have hats, gloves, or scarves. In this extreme weather, their gear was nowhere near enough. They were all shivering, teeth chattering. And Nan pressed her lips together. "Sorry, but it's time to send you on your way." She raised both hands and summoned water from the pool in her villa, dumping it straight down on the crowd below. "Shit. That's cold. Damn. Damn." The underlings in the alley were instantly drenched, a bone-chilling cold seeping through every inch of their bodies. Looking up, they finally noticed a woman on the roof, water pouring endlessly from her palms. "What the hell? Is this place haunted?" "She's a water controller. She's got superpowers, water abilities," shouted one guy, who clearly read a lot of novels. But before he could say another word, he realized he couldn't close his mouth. Not just his mouth, his whole body was going stiff with cold. The same thing happened to everyone. A thick layer of ice formed over their bodies. At first, they screamed and ran in all directions, but under a Nan's relentless downpour, they were quickly frozen in place. From above, and Nan saw row upon row of ice sculptures standing there, quite a sight. She stopped the flow of water, marveling to herself, "Why didn't I think of this before?" In -70 degrees, water is the best weapon. And with an endless supply in her space, it couldn't be more convenient. Encased in ice, These people wouldn't last long before freezing to death, not a single bullet wasted. With the outside enemies dealt with, and Nan blinked back to Gu Zhiyu's side. Together, they looked at the 3-story building at the edge. That was where the rest of the gang members were holed up. They'd already heard the screams from below and were nervously peeking out the windows. A few even burst out the door, only to be quickly taken care of by the 3 little ones. And Nan and Gu Zhiyu worked seamlessly. One smashed windows with rocks, while the other lit fuses and tossed explosives through the broken panes. From the first floor to the top, every window they could see on their side got the same treatment. Explosions boomed inside, one after another, shaking the whole building. And Nan couldn't help but remark, this building's pretty sturdy. If it were one of those shoddy constructions back in Limbei City, it would have collapsed ages ago. Gu Zhiyu pressed his lips together. The building's sturdy, but the people aren't. With their all-out bombardment, it was unlikely anyone inside survived. Still, and Nan cautiously sent out Fugue, go sniff around to see if anyone's still breathing. Fugue sniffed carefully. There really was someone left. How many? And Nan asked. Woof woof woof. Fugue barked 3 times. 3. And Nan guessed. Fugue nodded. And Nan patted his head. Good dog. Lead the way. With the dog's help, they quickly found the 3 survivors, all hiding in dead corners of the rooms. Though injured, they were still alive. After swiftly finishing them off, and Nan and Gu Zhiyu emerged from the smoky building and looked at the small, shabby 2-story house in the center. Now, only the boss lady and her group were left. With just 4 people inside, there was no need to waste explosives. 5 against 4, this would be a breeze. Meanwhile, in the mountains not far from Qingqing, 2 men were searching for something with great difficulty. The taller man frowned. Yamamoto-kun, are you sure your brother is here? The other, a slightly smaller man, nodded firmly and replied in heavily accented Chinese, he's here. My tracking technique has never failed. The tall man frowned even deeper. But in this weather, how could anyone survive outdoors? Unless he's already. Before he could finish, the other man cut him off angrily. Baka. You, shut up. The tall man sullenly shut his mouth and obediently followed behind the other, continuing forward. Yamamoto kept walking, occasionally forming hand seals with his fingers and muttering under his breath. After a while, his eyes suddenly lit up. Kokodisu. The tall man didn't catch on. Huh? Yamamoto switched to Mandarin and repeated here. It's around here. The tall man was clearly delighted. Great, we finally found it. The 2 quickened their pace, climbing up a small hill. Before them appeared a campsite, half buried under snow. The largest tent stood out the most, while the smaller tents were mostly submerged beneath the snow, with only the tops poking above the surface. The whole camp was eerily silent. Tents were visible, but not a single person could be seen. There were a few scattered tracks on the snow, but they weren't human, more like those of some large 4-legged animal. The tall man grew uneasy. Yamamoto, something feels off about this. Yamamoto Kento's face was even grimmer than his companions. He said nothing and pressed on. The 2 of them dug open a few tents nearby, only to find bodies inside, people lying peacefully, no longer breathing. It was obvious these people had frozen to death in their sleep. Because of the cold, their bodies were perfectly preserved, with no signs of decay at all. The tall man spoke up again. Yamamoto, are you sure your brother is here? Looks like there aren't any survivors in this camp. Yamamoto Kento gritted his teeth and cursed in awkward Mandarin, Xiaoming Lao sure. If you keep talking nonsense, believe it or not, I'll kill you, got it? Gao Daming swallowed hard and dared not say another word. He and Yamamoto Kento had originally been neighbors, living in apartments across the hall from each other. Yamamoto rented the place right opposite his. Since Gao Daming was a hardcore anime fan and spoke a bit of Japanese, his Japanese neighbor would often come over to chat and ask for help with Mandarin. Gao Daming was an orphan with low emotional intelligence and few friends, so he was happy to have more interaction with his neighbor. They often ate together or went for night runs and bike rides. Because Yamamoto frequently asked him for help with Chinese, he affectionately called him Teacher Xiaoming. You could say that before the disaster, the two got along quite well as neighbors. But after the catastrophe struck and society collapsed, Gao Daming was shocked to discover that his seemingly ordinary foreign neighbor actually knew ninjutsu. Yamamoto had come to China to challenge local practitioners with his ninjutsu, hoping to prove that his country's techniques were superior and could easily outclass the mysterious, ancient arts of China. But before he could even adjust to life in China or find any local masters, disaster struck. The neighborhood quickly descended into chaos. People fought each other like wild animals for a bite of food. Naturally, the two neighbors banded together for survival. Or rather, it was more accurate to say that Gao Daming threw in his lot with Yamamoto. Despite his short stature, Yamamoto's skills with blades and ninjutsu were truly formidable. He quickly became a feared figure in the area. No one dared mess with him. But Yamamoto wasn't content with being king of the neighborhood. He wanted to set out and find his younger brother. According to Yamamoto, his parents had died young, and the once happy family of 4 was now just him and his brother, Yamamoto Shinji. The brothers had grown up under the protection of other relatives. Though they were close, their interests couldn't have been more different. Kento was obsessed with mastering ninjutsu and determined to carry on the family's secret arts. Shinji, on the other hand, was fixated on making money and got involved in trafficking antiques. Neither brother understood the other, yet both ended up in China. One came to the ancient city of Qincheng to seek fortune in tomb raiding, the other to the mountain city in search of an old family of practitioners to challenge. Once Kento realized the disaster wasn't going to end, he stopped looking for martial rivals and set out to find his brother. After all, his brother hadn't learned any ninjutsu, not even basic sword skills. If Kento didn't go after him, Shinji would have little chance of surviving in the apocalypse. Japan had already sunk during the initial torrential rains, and the Yamamoto family was no more. Shinji was the only family Kento had left in the world. Gao Daming had no choice but to tag along, crossing several provinces in search of Yamamoto's brother. It wasn't that he was especially close to his neighbor, but back in the neighborhood, they'd already made plenty of enemies among other residents and small gangs. If Yamamoto left, Gao Daming wouldn't have survived on his own. He figured, since he had no other family and couldn't survive alone, he might as well stick with Yamamoto for as long as he could. The two of them traveled from the mountain city all the way to the far northwest, a journey that took 2.5 years. Even before the apocalypse, making such a trip without flying would have been tough, let alone after enduring extreme heat, fog, and bitter cold. Only someone like Yamamoto, with his ninjutsu skills, could have pulled it off. During this journey, their relationship subtly changed. They started as equals, friends, and neighbors. But since they'd survived so many dangers thanks to Yamamoto's abilities, the mediocre, always in need of help Gao Daming naturally became his sidekick and follower. Now, even a minor slip of the tongue would earn him a scolding from Yamamoto. Gao Daming suspected that if Yamamoto didn't need someone to run errands and keep him company, he'd have ditched him long ago. Seeing Yamamoto trembling, whether from anger or anxiety, Gao Daming lowered his head and said softly, "Does your brother have any distinguishing features? I'll help you look." Yamamoto took a deep breath, calming down a bit, and replied, "He's short, with a lot of freckles on his face." "Okay," Gao Daming answered, though he couldn't help but grumble inwardly. That's not much to go on. All these faces were covered in a layer of frost. He'd have to scrape it off each one to see if there were freckles underneath. What a hassle. But he only complained in his heart. In action, he quickly set about searching. The two split up, one starting from the front of the camp, the other from the back, digging through each tent one by one. Before long, Gao Daming couldn't help but exclaim, "They're all foreigners." This made things much easier. Just by skin color alone, they could rule out the white and black people, so all they had to do was look for anyone with yellow skin and then check if they had a pockmarked face. Gao Daming was instantly full of energy. But Yamamoto Kenji was clearly not in such good spirits. Everyone in this camp was dead. Not a single person was breathing. His heart was pounding, and he was tense and conflicted. He was afraid he wouldn't find his brother, but even more afraid that he would find his brother among the corpses. His hands moved even slower than Gao Daming's. However, after digging through a few tents, even the nimble Gao Daming started to slow down. The temperature outside was already low, and standing in the snow while constantly digging through tents made his feet and legs go numb. Even with gloves on, his fingers were so frozen they could barely move. He ran back to Yamamoto Kenji and asked weakly, "Yamamoto-kun, why don't you use your tracking skill again? Pick a more specific spot and we'll dig there." Yamamoto Kenji frowned. "I can't use it. My tracking skill can only give a general direction." Gao Daming's face fell. "But this camp is huge. How long are we supposed to keep digging?" Before he could finish, Yamamoto Kenji snapped, "Keep looking. We have to see him alive or find his body dead." Gao Daming rolled his eyes secretly. "Stupid foreigner. The saying is see the person alive, see the corpse dead." Can't even get the words right, yet still yelling. But he didn't dare say anything more. Normally, Yamamoto-kun had a decent temper, but his mood could change quickly. Once he got agitated, it was like he became a different person, shouting about committing seppuku. Not just threatening to cut himself, he'd threatened to cut Gao Daming too. Gao Daming jogged back and obediently continued digging. Yamamoto Kenji lowered his head and sped up as well. The temperature really was too cold. If they stayed out here much longer, they'd freeze to death. But he wouldn't give up on his brother. He had to open every tent and make sure Shinji wasn't among the bodies before he could rest easy. Unfortunately, bad news soon came from Gao Daming's side. "Yamamoto-kun. I found him in this tent." Yamamoto Kenji stiffly lifted his head, opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound. Gao Daming thought he hadn't heard, so he raised his voice and called out a few more times. Only then did Yamamoto Kenji stumble over. "Yamamoto-kun, look, yellow skin, not very tall, pockmarked face. Is this him?" Gao Daming rambled on. "I just dug through them one by one. There weren't many with yellow skin, so pretty quickly." Before he could finish, the silent Yamamoto Kenji suddenly collapsed into the snow and let out a wail, "Otutu." Gao Daming jumped in fright. Then he realized this really was his brother's corpse. He didn't know what Otutu meant. It was Japanese for younger brother. Gao Daming stood there awkwardly, not knowing how to comfort his sobbing companion. He was an orphan. He'd never lost family. He didn't even know what his family looked like. After struggling for a while, all he could manage was, "Your brother has really big eyes." The crying suddenly stopped. Yamamoto Kenji snapped out of his grief. Wait, everyone else's eyes were closed, so why were Shinji's eyes open? He suddenly jumped up and rushed to check the pockmarked face closely. Then his face turned ashen. He wasn't frozen to death. He was stabbed to death. Huh? Gao Daming hurried over for a look. He really was. Yamamoto Kenji carefully melted the ice on his brother's body, then examined the wound on his chest. He concluded this was done with a bayonet. Bayonet. At that word, Gao Daming immediately thought of the Japanese. Was he killed by your country's enemies? Yamamoto Kenji shook his head slightly. This isn't an ordinary bayonet. It's a three-edged blade. It stabs and bleeds at the same time, causing double the damage. He paused, then gave Gao Daming a shadowy look. It's a weapon invented by your Chinese people. Gao Daming shivered under his gaze. Don't look at me like that. I've got nothing to do with it. I'm just a poor office drone working 6 days a week, 9 to 9. Yamamoto Kenji looked away and gently stroked his brother's face, his voice full of pain. I know. Of course it had. Nothing to do with this big dummy. Whoever did this was an expert, precisely found his brother's heart and killed him with a single stab. He held his brother's pockmarked body and mourned for a long time, until Gao Daming's teeth were chattering from the cold. Only then did he suddenly shout, "Search!" Gao Daming was startled. Search for what? Yamamoto Kenji frowned. Any suspicious spider silk or horse hoof prints? Spider silk? In this weather, how could there possibly? Halfway through, Gao Daming realized, you mean clues or traces, right? Yamamoto Kenji grunted, "That's what I mean." Gao Daming twitched his mouth, then hesitated. "But all this snow has buried everything. How are we supposed to find any traces?" But Yamamoto Kenji was determined. The snow buried them, but it also preserved them. It took Gao Daming a moment to realize what he meant. In this freezing environment, anything and any traces would be frozen, not decayed or gone. But he still felt like it was too much work. In this cold, all he wanted was to find a sheltered house, light a fire, and boil a pot of hot water. Before he could finish daydreaming, he caught a glimpse of Yamamoto-kun, eyes red, looking like he was about to explode. So he scurried off. "I'll go look right now." Yamamoto Kenji looked down at his brother's corpse and silently vowed, "Shinji, I will find your killer and avenge you. If I fail, I'll commit seppuku." Gao Daming headed straight for the biggest tent. All the smaller tents around were closed, and the people inside had frozen to death in their sleep. What clues could you possibly find on people who died quietly in bed? Only the big tent had its flap open, as if someone had gone in or out. Maybe there'd be something useful there. Of course, most importantly, it was a little warmer inside than out in the open. He really couldn't stand the cold anymore. He piled up all the sheets, pillows, and tablecloths onto the wooden nightstand, then took out his lighter and, after much effort, managed to set them on fire, warming his hands over the flames. He'd barely warmed up when he heard Yamamoto Kenji's footsteps and urgent voice outside. "Did you find anything?" "Find what?" He'd only been warming up and slacking off. In a panic, Gao Daming grabbed a few random things nearby, ready to use them as an excuse. Yamamoto Kento frowned as he looked at the items in front of him, a diary, 2 wine glasses, and a feather from some unknown bird. "These are the clues you found?" Gao Daming nodded. Although he'd grabbed them in a hurry, it wasn't completely random. He'd at least glanced over everything. "Yamamoto-kun, isn't it strange? There's no wine in this tent, but there are 2 wine glasses. And this diary, I took a quick look, and it reads more like a warehouse inventory." As he spoke, he opened the notebook and handed it over. "Look, Zone A, first row, instant food. Second row, snacks, chips. Zone B, first row, bedding. Second row, personal care items." Yamamoto Kento glanced down. The pages were densely filled with English. "Can you read this?" Gao Daming widened his eyes. "Did you forget? I work in foreign trade. I graduated with a degree in business English." He waved his hand dismissively. "But that's not the point. The real question is, it's been 3 years since the apocalypse. Who would bother keeping a pre-disaster warehouse ledger all this time? This must have been recorded after everything went down. Yamamoto Kento didn't care about that. What does this have to do with my brother?" To be continued.